All right. We're going to go ahead and get started, guys. Just to let a few people get in the room. We are going to go ahead and push. I want to let you guys know that we are in the process. This is the Crypto Kingdom. I am London. We are formulating, guys. We have currently over 90 VIP level members. 90 VIP level members, guys. That consists of former investment bankers. It consists of former, I'd say, current traders. You're not looking at anything with financial advice. But as we look at Dogecoin, we're going to be focused today on Dogecoin. We focus on a lot of different coins. A lot of the day traders in the VIP, guys, have just had some phenomenal success. It's a very good group, and so we're going to be talking about that today. Let me go ahead and switch my screen over to the chart so we can get started. I wanted to do that as kind of an introduction so we can get started in the charts, and you'll know exactly kind of what we're dealing with. Beto, I want to give a shout out to Beto. We've changed up. He's a new VIP, guys. We have currently 91 VIPs. 91 VIPs. So a bunch of I'd say we've done some additions, some modifications. First of all, we changed the charts up. You guys can see the charts are looking very, very nice. We think this is a better way to kind of approach things so that everyone can see, have a more vivid kind of a real look at what's going on with Dogecoin and the other assets that we look at. Dogecoin is the primary asset that we look at. We enjoy, that's kind of a common place for us all to meet. We've all met through Dogecoin. I definitely say that has been the commonality amongst us all. We welcome you back, all you subscribers, all of you base campers. This is kind of a push for us as we look at getting to that 100, that critical 100 mark. Guys, that 100 mark of our VIP members. We're just looking forward to being able to share, to create the environment where 100 different traders, guys, can bring together this, just a great environment for people to learn in, for people to, guys, share their thoughts, share their input. They're having phenomenal results. So we welcome you guys to go ahead and join. It's a membership level on YouTube with the channel here, and we have 91 currently. We're pushing for 100. I have some diagnostics to go over in terms of Dogecoin. Some things to look at today that I had shared with the VIP earlier. I'm going to go ahead and share it today with the majority of the crew that tunes in, either the subscribers, or the base camp. I want you guys all to have a look at this. We do have exclusive information that's provided in the form of perks, okay, to the VIPs. That's on the consistent. We do that every day. It's pricing targets. It's the type of things that they have expressed an interest in. So we have gone ahead and delivered it, and we're excited to be able to continue to do that. And we look forward to the possibility of being able to provide that service to you. If you're watching this live, that's great. If you're watching it on rerun, you know that we cover a lot of technical analysis. That's our forte. I'm a former financial professional, okay, for years. After Duke University, I'm certified in markets from Duke University. We have a lot of talent in our VIP group. It's not financial advice. You're not going to find people to manage your money. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's a lot of people that have a financial interest or a financial background, either professionally or one that's been, I'd say, developed. And it's just the right kind of group, guys. It's a pleasure to have all of you. I'm very excited to continue to be able to do the streams and just to let's push the interest in Doge to a new level. I think we can. We talked yesterday about the fact that Doge has hit 2 individual instances of a 10x this year. Okay, it's been up to a 100x since January. That's the type of information we're focused on right now. Not to hype it, not to make it seem too sensational, just to focus on the facts that Dogecoin has hit a 100x this year from 0.007, guys, even lower than that, but let's say from 007, right before the original kind of launch. We're focused on Dogecoin rise because, guys, it's been a phenomenal rise. We're currently in a situation, we'll talk about the specifics. Go ahead and hit the like button, you guys. I appreciate that. When you come in the door, that'll let me know when you show up. I'll see how many people are showing up and streaming through and leaving. It'll help me in terms of the content, what I need to discuss, and when. It'll help me know in terms of the flow of information, because we're going to go through some specifics tonight. Some specifics in terms of pricing. We're currently trying to hold on to the 30 cent line. Okay, this 30 cent mark here is a kind of a critical level for Dogecoin, and I would just say that it's something that we can hold. If we don't hold it, I'll go over the next kind of key area of support without a doubt. I'll be going over that next key area of support. And that's one thing that we'll definitely discuss. This is the type of information that I want to make available definitely to you VIP members. You'll see that we've redone a little bit. Also on the bottom left, you'll start to see, guys, we're going to make some modifications. You'll start to see kind of a profile area where a lot of your pictures are going to show up. It will be a nice thing to be able to look at. So as we look at Dogecoin and the VIPs and all you guys in the base camp, etc., what you want to know is essentially how is your investment doing. I know that's kind of crucial. That's key on everyone's mind. We want to not feed into speculation. We want to deal with real concrete figures, with real I'd say financial approach to things. I don't think I would say there's a good basis for us stating that we have the technical or the business mindset or the business acumen or the skill set to be able to apply technical analysis, to be able to apply trading fundamentals to Dogecoin, without a doubt. I was thinking earlier today, Dogecoin is endorsed by Elon Musk, essentially. He loves Dogecoin. He's one of the top businessmen in the world. So I don't really make any regrets for my own personal interest in Doge. I've been interested since 0.007. We have friends that have gotten in at 0.007 or 2 cents or before then, and it's just been a phenomenal moneymaker for a lot of people, up to 100x this year. It's been very exciting, and so we want to talk about tonight. We want to talk about kind of some of the issues, and I'll probably scale back this RSI. You guys see the RSI on the top. I'll probably scale that back just a touch so that we can focus on the charts and not have to worry about the RSI right now. We'll bring that into the mix at a later point in time, and we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Right now, I don't think that it's necessarily indicated. When and if it becomes indicated, I will definitely bring it back into focus. We are on the hourly chart, so if you guys are following along at home, we are on TradingView. We are on the hourly chart, and tonight's stream is going to be, we didn't do it earlier on today. We were setting up some details, but it's going to be at Dogecoin Rise. We're going to be doing this daily. It's going to be a place for our VIPs to meet up along with Jason, shout out to you. Appreciate that. All of you guys saying thank you. We really work hard here at the channel to try and bring you guys the most technical information, the most technically sound information possibly available in YouTube. And we do that, guys, because we have, I've been saying this, we have former investment bankers, we have former analysts, we have exchange employees. The VIP group is phenomenal. It's not just me, just so you know. They're all interested in Dogecoin, believe it or not. So it's and I believe it. I mean, you think Elon Musk is involved in it. He's the number one business guy, arguably, top shelf in terms of business skills, definitely with SpaceX and with Tesla and with Boring Company, etc. He's done really great. His interest in Dogecoin has fed our interest, and it's just the community right now is really phenomenal in terms of the crypto kingdom. This channel has just been really sweet, and we really appreciate. Hey, Andy, what's going on? All you guys showing up. It's really nice to see you guys in the chats. We're pushing towards this 100 mark for VIPs, and you guys, if you knew all the details of who all's in the VIP, you would be floored. You would understand, wow, these guys are all interested in Dogecoin. Yeah, we are, and it's a great group. I'm very humbled. I'm very happy to be able to talk about things and the technicals that I can bring to the table. Let's talk a little bit about kind of what I discussed with them earlier today. And they're always the ones to get the first information out the bag. I'll tell you that. We definitely try and bring all the information to all the subscribers and all the information to all of the base camp, definitely. But what we do is we give them kind of first the first glean over the information, the earliest kind of entry targets. It's just the flow of information. There's a limitation to how quickly it can be produced. And it's just, as it's produced, it's immediately gotten to the VIPs. So congratulations to all you guys who have gotten to that level, decided to enter into that level of membership. And let's just get into the charts. Let's get into kind of the details here. It looks like things have turned red if you look on the right side of your screen, so that you know, in terms of the market, every night at about 7 o'clock CST, right at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. Okay, at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, that's going to be 8 o'clock Eastern Time, okay? At 5 o'clock Pacific Time, the market resets. You guys need to know that. The market resets at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, or 8 o'clock on the East Coast, okay? 5 o'clock on the West Coast, the market resets completely. So you'll see, if you don't know the trading day, what it is, you'll see everything red right now. Well, that's essentially since the reset, since that either 5 o'clock on the West Coast or, let's say 7 o'clock Central Standard Time or 8 o'clock Eastern on the East Coast. EST. That is when the trading day restarts. Okay, it resets at 7. I'll just say Central Standard Time. So that's where we start to pick up on some momentum factors. We, normally we'll gauge things throughout the entirety of that trading day. So you think when you look right now at everything is red just since 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. That's just the move since that time. So to judge Doge as down 2%, that's just since 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. Okay, just about 2 hours ago. So that's within the last 2 hours. It's down about 2%. Trying to hold on to that 30-cent mark, that 30-cent level. So as we look at this, what is occurring? You guys are a very technical crowd. We know that. We apply a lot of what we what we know and what we've learned. Guys, I would just want to shout out to a lot of people in VIP. They're becoming certified with the New York Institute of Finance. It's huge. It's a great deal. I'm so impressed by the fact you guys are getting out there and looking. The technicals, they're rooted in the New York Institute of Finance, rooted in Wall Street, rooted in the market. So the things that we're discussing, I'd say they're, just credentialed at the very highest level. And that's nice that the crowd, you guys want to be credentials. You want to have that knowledge. You don't want just to hear an idea or a sloppy interpretation of, this kind of looks like a wedge or a flat. No, you want the technical specifics, and you guys are using the right resource materials. It's very impressive to see that, particularly applied to Doge, because it's just Doge has such an upside that we are, very impressed by people who want to, I'll tell you honestly, who want to trade it or who want to maximize the returns on it. It has a 100x this year in terms of from 0.007 to over, 73 cents, 74 cents in and around early May. This was a phenomenal time in the pricing history of Dogecoin. It was a lot of fun. You guys know that. It was just a lot of fun. We traded this heavily. We made a lot of friends. A lot of you we got to know because you just saw us hitting pricing targets. That's what we do every day. We have orders deployed right now in Doge, orders deployed in Matic, orders deployed in Harmony One. We have a lot of different orders, and people are trading all different types of things from AMC to GameStop, etc. We don't, if something's in a consolidation mode, for instance, in Doge, if you can see how quiet the pricing has been, it's just been real smooth. It's just been, pretty smooth here. So you can see why has this kind of completed a stair step down. If we get into a Fibonacci, I think it'll become a little bit more clear in terms of what levels have been struck and why. Let's go ahead and draw a Fibonacci on here and just take a look at the different levels that have kind of been struck along the way. The different levels of support. It's currently hanging around that 78.6 or about that 29-cent mark. If we go to the candles, remember, the line will show you one thing. We normally draw the Fibonacci's on the line, okay, from the most recent low to the high, okay, from the most recent low to the high. We stretch it up to the high, okay, we find that point, and then we just rail edge it right on over to allow for us to see the price action, making sure that this Fibonacci is still in line with the high. Let me drop that down a little bit, making sure that it's still in line with the high. Let me go ahead and get my other monitor on so I can make sure you guys are seeing everything very clearly. Yeah, this high right here is exactly the line that we want to be, we want to measure. As we start at this most recent low, we draw the Fibonacci to the top of that line. Okay, guys, this is your pricing target. This is exactly why the price is moving, how it's moving right now. It's not hype. It's not speculation. Apple might be accepting Dogecoin. It's not, it's not speaking for a board of directors of a major corporation and imputing, some degree of a hypothetical or speculation. This is pricing action. This is the real deal. We don't ignore news when it does occur, like the Coinbase issue seems to be occurring. I've heard some speculation in terms of Apple accepting Dogecoin. I don't have any verifiable information to that degree. I've heard some big time, big players in the YouTube market talk about, and kind of have some misleading titles. I just want to, just make sure you guys are operating on sound technicals. When we return to pricing targets, when we deal with Fibonacci's, when we look at pattern formations and technical analysis, guys, we are literally looking at, kind of the most essential portions of an investment, of your asset that you're looking at. None of it's speculation. I don't want any of the speculation to enter into my decisions or my emotions to get involved at all when I am looking at my investments. That's not going to serve me well. It's going to distract me in terms of if I have an equation for certainty and probability in terms of probability for profitability. The problem is speculation and emotion typically are negative variables for you to experience or for you to engage in if you're trying to increase the probability of your profitability. Okay, so all of the speculation, all of the hype, these other things, while a group is I love the group dynamic. I love the memes. I love the overall culture is phenomenal. I enjoy the humor. It's so nice to have an investment that has a light side to it, absolutely. But we're not involved in speculation. We're not going to conjure up ideas or conjure up different, you guys understand that. We just want to stay solidly focused, guys, solidly focused on the fundamentals of technical analysis of the pricing. The pricing is what counts at the end of the day. This 29 cents or this dollar or the $1.50 or the 10 cents, whatever it gets to, this is the key feature here. So when we focus on Fibonacci's, we're looking at what are the levels of kind of institutionalized, institutionally accepted, kind of the trading mechanisms in place so that we can understand why it's moving from 29. When will it get to $1? When will it potentially go lower than 29, or where will it be heading? That's going to be key in terms of our ability to profit. And we want Doge to be a very profitable endeavor. We have some analogies to bring to you today, which we think are going to be very interesting technically for us to get our to kind of wrap our mind around what's recently happened in and around just earlier this month. As opposed to what's occurring right now, and you guys can draw your own conclusions. Brad Sullivan, it's so great to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute, brother. Nice to see you. You're in the chats. Very nice. Andrew's here. Phenomenal to see you guys. You'll see some of your pictures in the bottom left. I wanted to do kind of a feature so to show all you guys just how much we appreciate you. And if you do, if you do like that, let us know. We appreciate that. You guys being in the VIP, it's great, and Basecamp and subscribers. That's why we're here, guys, to bring you the most accurate financial information on your investments that we possibly can. It's not investment advice. It's just not. It's accurate financial information. What is the price right now? It's 29 6/10 cents. That's accurate financial information. What are the Fibonacci levels on this preceding interval? Well, do you want accurate financial information? Because I can absolutely accurately bring it to you right now. It's not financial advice. It's accurate financial information that you can choose to evaluate on your own and act on or not. Okay, it's your decision. You make your own moves. You guys understand that, and it's not me being tough at all, but it's just you understand. The essential of this is to weed through all the speculation, weed through the hype, weed through all of the things that may not serve us well in terms of making a decision. When you pull a trigger and get into a market and you decide, I'm gonna go ahead and pull the trigger, I want to get into an asset, I want to get into Dogecoin, or I want to get into Bitcoin, or I want to get into anything. The worst thing that you can do is have a saddlebag just full of emotion, full of being convinced, aside from anything that deals with the technicals. If you understand things technically, I had a great conversation with someone today that had recently gotten involved in some investments, and they had just convinced themselves it was a great investment. And I talked to him and I said, well, it was doing real well when they bought into it. It was going high. It was doing great. I'm like, yeah. Do you understand what a retracement is? And that's what we're dealing with right now. The price action of Dogecoin is retracing. What is that giving us an opportunity to look at? It's getting us an opportunity to look at entry points. It's getting us an opportunity to look at a potential discount. Okay, so that's one thing that we definitely enjoy. One thing that we like is the idea of buying low to sell high. If we buy high, guys, we don't have the profit equation breaks down. Profit requires that we sell high, okay, after buying low. And if you deal with options, you can change the order of that. But unless you deal with options, you cannot really change the order of that. You have to sell high, okay, after you've already bought low. So as the price is going lower, we're looking at an opportunity to accumulate more. We're going into an accumulation mode. The question is kind of at what level does that get more serious? as we look at the potential, a distribution would be in and around the top. Okay, an accumulation would occur in and around the bottom levels. Just two technical terms, just to kind of throw those out there. We're looking at accumulating right now. Members of the VIP are in the process of accumulating. I'll just tell you that. I don't think they'll mind me telling you that. What levels are they accumulating at? They're currently accumulating probably at different levels, but probably more light on into, let's say, if we get into the lower Fibonacci's on the macro, this here would be the micro, kind of this micro frequency, this micro interval. What we would say is as the price does drop, we exhibit more demand, pressure upon the asset. That's just in line with kind of business fundamentals, guys. The cheaper the price, I have more demand. At the higher prices, it just gets dangerous for me to really say, yeah, I want to deploy cash into something like that because, odds would have it, guys, at the higher levels, you're going to look at a retracement, okay? It's happened at every single juncture after Dogecoin has had a big rise, okay? We talk about the 2021 Dogecoin rise. This was a phenomenal rise along with, mid-April to May. It was a lot of fun. We traded this heavily. We had a great time. Met a lot of friends. Met a lot of you. And you guys, we all know it's like, yeah, we can trade. Because I met you guys. I'm like, yeah, this group can trade. They're okay. So it's nice to meet you guys. And we have no regrets. We have no shame in trading. You guys do great. So it's nice to meet you guys. It's a pleasure and an honor to have you guys subscribing and at Basecamp and particularly at the VIP level. It means a lot. As we look at January, what did it do? What would it have served us to buy high? It would not have served us anything but to lose 78% of our money. All right, so when we look at that, when we say, well, what would it have served us to do to buy at this level, up and at around 7 cents? Well, it would have served you to lose 78% of your money or to miss the opportunity to have sold and rebought. We can't change the facts, guys. The facts are the facts. If we don't look at this as an opportunity to trade, then I kind of got to ask, are you guys really prepared to cut it loose at $1? I mean, I really have to look at that for people who wanted to get to $1. If you're set on that, if that's your real target, I don't know where the market is at. Yes, it did drop here about 60, 70, we'll look at the candles, about 70% in January. Okay, then if you traded it well, what did it increase to? Well, then you went up 250% in a few days. All right, so trading this becomes a lot of fun because essentially you don't have just one, giant kind of, rise to the top. As we talk about the rise and the profits that are possible, guys, it's 1,000% rise in the price. Okay, then what happened? Well, after that, if you cut it loose right, then you have another 200 or 300% that you could have made. So that within a week, I'll take that. That sounds like a lot of fun. And I know it's a lot of fun for you guys to look at things like that and to understand that, yeah, that's kind of the whole idea. Now, what would it have served us to buy at the top? It wouldn't have served us at all. I'll just tell you that. It wouldn't have served at all because, you could have been on a roller coaster ride and then essentially set into a gulch where things weren't that entertaining for you. I'll just tell you that. Unless you had capital to deploy at the lower levels, things were not that comfortable. I just say you went through about 2 months where you were negative on the money. That's not fun, and a lot of people got stuck in that position. I don't like people to get put in that position if I can avoid it at all because I don't know what to tell them. There's not a good answer for me to say, well, you could have just sold it for a profit. When you're in profit, a lot of times no one's going to give you the money. You have to get to the position where you're going to take the money. It's in your account. You can take the money. Now, in terms of, well, that means you don't want to hold. No, not at all. Not at all. That doesn't mean that we're not long-term, even some of you guys are long-term holders. You have a bag, you want to hold that. I just am a big fan of buying low and selling high, and I question whether or not I could do that if it were to get to $1. I question whether or not I would be able to do that if I'm so ideologically, reconciled to just holding the thing. I have to hold it no matter what. Now it's going to go to $1.50. Oh, now it's, that's the kind of thinking that will entrap you. It's kind of like, well, oil is $140 a barrel. I'm going to hold on until it's 200 or 250. That's the kind of mentality, that kind of excess mentality that does occur. And it's nice to be able to buy low and sell high, It's nice to get into into this groove. How do we get into that groove? We get into it with pricing targets. It's real simple, guys. It's a part of the program, the Fibonacci's. It's just a pricing tool. Why do we have a pricing tool? Because people use the pricing tool to get to enter in at lower prices. After there has been a rise, people use a pricing tool to get involved at lower prices. That's the only reason it exists, guys. There's no other, good sense in just, looking at it and saying, well, it's retraced to 78.6% of the full, amount of the price action. That's not real constructive for us. If it doesn't, I guess we could sit there and play odds or probabilities that other people are investing at those levels, knowing that it's a very widespread accepted practice on Wall Street and the other, internationally, guys. Anyone who trades, the Fibonacci's come into play when people enter into these different pricing targets. Okay, and this applies to, guys. It applies to any market, not just Dogecoin. It applies, all the way across the board. These pricing targets. People enter into these targets. They effectuate trades. Okay, that's why you see a good hit here. That was a nice hit. Let's see if that hit the 50% retracement. Yeah, it did. It came into perfect contact with the 50% retracement. That's very nice. That was a good trade for individuals who were able to accomplish that trade. That was over 10 to 13%. Nice small trade. Not real serious. No, just kind of lightly holding things. It's kind of in a consolidation pattern. Doge has been moving very slowly. Not a lot of, I'd say, institutional or big money pressure being put on or being, being put into or being taken out of. I know there was some news that I believe it was Grayscale said that they big time crypto coiners. I believe it was Grayscale that said that they were shorting Dogecoin. I don't see the effect right now in the pricing that Dogecoin specifically has been shorted. The only time that may have occurred was coincident with potentially a Saturday Night Live event. I don't think that was tied at all with Grayscale's shorting of Dogecoin. For those of you following the news, that's in the news. That's not speculations. That's something that they did. You need to stay aware as you're looking at your asset value. The 29 cents times however many you have, okay, times out your essentially your position. You need to stay aware of things like Grayscale. They're major players in the crypto market. They came out saying that they were looking at shorting or they were entering into a short position on Dogecoin. If you guys recall that, that's something which could affect the value of your portfolio. And as we look at the overall kind of, the larger technical, the technical indicators here, the pattern formations and the pricing constructs, we're just going to try and draw some conclusions tonight in terms of where things are going. If you guys have just showed up and haven't been here the whole time, please hit the thumb up, the like, so I know how many people have gotten in here versus how many people have already maybe potentially left. It will help me know. People typically will tune in for 10 to 20 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Some of them just kind of catch. Maybe they want to do a screenshot. They want to see what our pricing targets are, etc. That's fine. That's you're more than welcome to do that. We'd appreciate you just hitting that like button. Let me know how many people have just showed up, haven't been here since the beginning. I'll cover that information from the beginning if I know how many people have just shown up. That's the only way I have of knowing that. So this descending triangle, we've covered that. You guys definitely know that. Absolutely. We went through, and this is the big kind of kicker here. I'm gonna begin to discuss this. I'm glad you guys are here for this now, but you guys will remember specifically, and I hope that this group specifically remembers the preceding descending triangle that we were into. Now, this is kind of institutionally accepted. This is like the Wall Street brokers are going to know what a descending triangle is. Do you have to know it? Not necessarily. Can we just talk about the fact that Doge has been a 100x? Hey, absolutely. But the deal is, if you're going to talk about it's been a 100x, then we're going to have to talk about, well, how would you have known when to sell? That's going to be the big question for everybody. Those of you watching our stream, you know precisely 100%. We were literally right here. I promise you can go back in the stream, in the feed, and literally cutting this loose right here. Without a question, without a doubt, without any kind of issue or whatnot, direct to the point, cut loose, bye-bye. You guys know that for a fact. If you've watched the stream, we were right here. Bam. See ya. Ciao. Okay? So this is the type of technical information that we focus on as we try. When I always say maximize returns, what does that mean? I'll tell you, we have the option of trying to understand, let's say, at least the people who want to maximize their return, who want to cut out at this point and want to do what? Well, I guess those same individuals technically would have saved maybe 60% of their money. Okay, if they had $100,000 in it, maybe if they had $100,000 or 1,000, guys, if either 100,000 or 1,000, if they had $100,000, what did it go down to? Let's just talk through this real quickly. Okay, it went down to $40,000. Okay, if they had $1,000, okay, it went down to $400. So the notion that, yes, I want to find out, and guys, we were live, okay, during this, cut loose, ba-bam. All right. Yeah, I want to know, and I want to make sure that I'm able to communicate with my group, with our members, absolutely live. And guys, that was a live stream. That wasn't just shrouded up with VIP. That was a live stream, period. So people who want to question returns or anything else, you'll know when we were live. You'll know exactly when this cut loose, period. Okay, we've traded since then to try and maximize returns since that point. We have a very, very, I'd say, educated, just well-structured kind of VIP group and base camp and subscriber base that you guys understand that. That's why you subscribe. That's why you're here, is because you're interested in that. Not just that, yeah, definitely Dogecoin has had a phenomenal year. But it's had 2 to 3 times such a great year if you've been able to kind of negotiate your path through its pricing history. So that's what we've kind of what we have focused on. Garland, I see Garland and Joshua in the group. That's so nice to see you. Mark, so nice to see you as well. Andrew, big shout out to all you guys. You're doing a great job. It's nice to see you all communicating. We have 91 current VIPs, guys, and we're looking forward to having 100. You'll see the pictures on the bottom left rotating, and we're working on that setup. We're working on the photos and everything else. You guys have been great in terms of putting those together. We just want you to feel like you're at home. This is your channel. We want to, we want you guys to be excited, and you guys have the back rooms at the Twitter where a lot of the pricing targets are directly shared. Guys, you have. Let's take a look at, for instance, with Jag. I know with Jag recently, I shared just some pricing targets. Just some really nice pricing targets, 20% on a trade given to him before that occurred, right? So that's the type of pricing action while we're waiting in a consolidation, I'd say, with Dogecoin. That's the pricing action, the types of signals, not financial information, or not financial advice, only financial information. I'm going to say that. It's just, it sure is the pricing. And I just kind of came up with that tonight. I think that's an accurate way to put it. It's just like right now, the financial information of Doge is 29 6/10 cents. Yes, we deal with financial information. That's it's an asset. Of course we deal with financial information. We have degrees, certifications in economics and the market. This is not a typical, it's not a very typical crowd. It's a sophisticated crowd. And we're kind of using Dogecoin as a good launching pad, both for Dogecoin and for the other instruments, so the other, I'd say, digital currencies. A lot of you are interested in different coins. So are we. We have a little bit of an interest. I think every time that we kind of bet against Elon, I think it's going to go maybe the wrong direction. I just think he's kind of the main player in the space, and I think he and his team have put as much in terms of resources towards things like let's just say Bitcoin and Dogecoin, that I really believe it makes sense for us to continue to kind of follow in line with at least the rationale and his I don't know. I've worked with a lot of big businessmen in the past, so have you guys, and I just think it makes sense. You guys know, when you're kind of working with the top dog, it kind of makes sense to go ahead and continue to work in and around that top dog. A lot of people are long holding, right? They're holding for the long term. I think that's great, and if people have just input that money now, that's phenomenal. If they that's their decision. What I would say is there has to be. There has to be an overall understanding that people make their own moves, and we're very much into that. We have people that invest in all types of things. I was surprised. One of our members last night was saying ENJ, Engine Coin, right? I was like, okay, you want Engine Coin. That's good. That's good. And then the thing was up like 20 or 30%. I'm like, well, there's our VIP right there. And it's, hey, Jamal, nice to see you. Nice to see you, Jamal. We're welcoming people to, be a part of the community, at least on the base camp level. And I'm going to be streaming and letting people know that we cover financial, information. We cover the, detailed technical analysis. We give signals to our VIP members, and we do that. A lot of them give signals back to us or to me, and it's some people have been trading options for 10, 15 years. Other people, exchange employees or investment bankers, prolific previous experience. I learned today, JP Morgan analysts, analysts with JP Morgan, with just BlackRock, things like that, things I've already been discussing over the several months in terms of the different strategies that apply to different organizations. Well, we have those some of those employees or ex-employees in our VIP. So that's what makes it nice, is that there's a nice blend, a nice agreement amongst people. And not that everyone had to go, to an Ivy League or had to study econ and was number one in the class in economics. Like, no, that's not necessarily the case. A lot of people are just driven financially and analytically to want to beat the market. And if you have that drive, a lot of times that's 90% of the game. So as we look at Doge, it's kind of an entry point for a lot of people who didn't know about crypto. And I think that's important for us to recognize people who weren't necessarily into maybe the risk dynamics, or weren't necessarily into the crowd. Maybe no one had invited them into, say, the crowd of crypto, or they had a stigma towards crypto. Well, Dogecoin broke down a lot of those doors, right? It kind of cleared up a lot of that of the misconceptions and made it fun for everybody. So that's exciting for us to be able to be a part of, because it made it fun for us as well. Whereas Bitcoin had a very stringent kind of serious tone to it, right? It was like, that's just, it just seemed like, I don't know. It just seemed like a little bit intense listening to Michael Saylor and listening to some different, people who were talking about, Bitcoin was just a big orange ball of fire in the cybersphere. I didn't know how to take it. I was just kind of like, well, okay, this is a little strange. I know he went to MIT, but that's like severe stuff. A big orange ball of glowing, financial fire in wherever it was. And not to talk bad about him. I think that if he wants to describe it like that, it's fine. But like Dogecoin to the moon. Like, I don't have a problem saying like Dogecoin to the moon. That is so cool, right? Elon's going to literally put Dogecoin on the moon. We already have one rocket and payload that has been sponsored by, been paid for with Dogecoin. So, I mean, it's going to be really cool. I think it's going to be fun to be a part of it. We'll look back on it in the future and be like, oh, man, not only did we make a lot of money, because that's fun as well, obviously. We don't want to pay for the rocket ride necessarily. I would say that. But we can definitely experience this pricing action. This pricing action was really phenomenal to be a part of. And in around, mid-April to May, this April-May routine was phenomenal. What do we want now? We want to find a landing pad. I keep talking about this, but we want to find this, this nice trajectory that is going to be a consolidation, and that we want to erupt to the upside again. And Drill Doc in the house. What's up, Drill Doc? We are looking forward to that consolidation, okay? And then we're looking forward to we want another 10X. And I'll just tell you, I'm going to focus on Hitman Express. Hey, brother, Hitman Express, excuse me. Nice to have you, Hitman Express. It's good to have you. We hope that's in a military context, or maybe it's I'm not sure. Maybe you're a baseball player and it's a joke. Who knows? But I'll take it as a good thing. We want to welcome you to the base camp. I'll have to change the. Let me get to the this counter. Whoops, that we have in the back of OBS streams. For some reason, does not want to change. They want it always to just show. They'll show like 90. It just went to 92 for the VIPs. So I have to, let's see here. I have to go ahead and go to the settings here and reset the settings. VIP member, we're going to put goal is going to be, we really welcome you though. If I can do two things at once. Members, I can try, but I'm probably not really great at it. Let's see, 0106 2021. All right. We appreciate you, and let's see. What did I do wrong? 0601. Let me work out the technicals here. 0601. Is that going to be the date? Yes, it is. 2021. There we go. And that should do that. Okay, great. I've reset that counter at the bottom, and that's not right. Now, I'm going to mess all this up. Now we need some technical assistance on aisle 1, don't we? VIP member, VIP member goal. Sorry for the. Let me see. I want to make sure I keep this right every time I try and make it right. VIP member goal, 100 members. Okay, now we have 100. We're starting at 91, and we're going to go to 0601 2021. Okay, now, there we go. Start goal. All right, there we go. We're back, and yeah, you didn't mess up anything. I messed it up, Hitman. So sorry, I couldn't get that technically sound a little bit earlier. So, but we're excited to have you here. Oh, you're in the entertainment industry, boxing. What's up, brother? Hey, what's up? We got a boxer in the house. That is so cool. Yeah, you understand targeted action, huh? Or you understand the right punch and the right spot really makes a difference. You hit them in the sweet spot, something like that. You've got the whole idea of trading down, I would imagine. You need to hit it low, right? But you need to have the right kind of entry technique. Plays a lot in boxing, and your skill set is probably very well. You're very highly technical in terms of the combinations and the different things that you do. I think that's very exciting that you're here. We're excited to have you, Hitman, and yeah, we've got, like I said, 91 current VIPs, and it's nice to have. We have a boxer. I don't know if you're pro or what your level is, entertainment industry. Yeah, are you into film? Are you into? Let us know what your celebrity status is, or what your entertainment. I guess boxing is entertainment. Absolutely, the show must go on. I'm not sure what your background is, but we'd love to know about it, and it's a pleasure to have you, Hitman Express. We'd like to know about your career. Make sure you go to the link in the description is going to be, you also see on there for Twitter, but the link should be in the description, and I'll make sure that we have. Let's see what we have. Yeah, you got bored with ETH. Yeah, someone got bored with Ethereum. That is nice. You have 115,000 Doge at 3 cents. Nice, and you're holding, but obviously only losing. Well, yeah, that's it's a good thing to have you here, because it's you'll see how we trade it, and we had so much success, brother. I mean, I don't know if you were around doing that, but if you were around for the streams, it was ridiculous how we were trading this up and down. I mean, just sideways. It was, even during this part, hitting targets, bam. Just everything was really, really flowing well, and we had a lot of success. We typically do very well, not just as well as everyone else, I'd say, as well as the market. We try and focus on alpha. Alpha, in terms of financials, alpha is the percentage by which you beat the market. Okay, that's the percentage by which you beat the market. That is called alpha. So, when we talk about, it's not alpha male. That's not the kind of the indication, but it is. It's the percentage by which you beat the market, and that's not a terminology that everyone knows. That's a terminology that is institutionally used. Alpha. How do we achieve alpha? So if it goes up, let's say the entirety of this, and we'll say this for Hitman and all the VIP and base campers and subscribers. If it went up 1,300%, there was more money to be made than just 1,300%. Okay? The notion that this went down here, okay, about 65% in this area indicates there was a whole lot more to be made. Okay? The notion that also in this area, in the most recent rise event that it had, this area right here went down 30 or 40%. Okay, that's 30 or 40%. Then you have the rise. Then another, 60%. That's a lot of gains to be had if you don't have to experience the downward pricing action. So we focus on that. We focus on pricing targets, both entries at the lower levels. I'll say, we focus on the targets to enter at lower levels, okay? We need to buy low and sell high. You are higher right now than what you bought at. So you're in the profit equation. You're doing a great job, right? And what I'll say about that is, you've got that equation down. You sound a little bit, I don't know. You sound a little bit like maybe it's been difficult down recently, but it sounds like you have that fortitude to get through it, because you've already experienced one of the turns this strong. The more recent, let's say this drop in price to this 61.8, you had the drop in price here, which was, I think, a little bit more severe than this drop. So it wasn't from such a high point, though. You got to a higher price here than you did, than you have gotten. And so it probably affected you more, I say emotionally, because you went to a higher level. This was a less of an amount of money. This up here was a greater overall amount in your account. So it's kind of building you up in your threshold. You must be a tough guy. I know you're in entertainment. You said boxing. It's a pleasure to have you as a new member. You guys give a shout out. Give a shout out to Hitman in the comments, and let's welcome him. That's really exciting. So was watching a diff YouTuber, but feeling how real you're delivering info. Hey, we appreciate that. Yeah, we just got the right crew, Hitman. The VIPs, we just, because we're highly technical, we just have we just have analysts. Okay, we have exchange employees. We have it's just like the right kind of financial crowd. We have like business owners, just really well-to-do people who aren't involved in speculation. The worst thing for me is ever getting you can probably agree with this is seeing someone who got over involved, at a higher level. And then they come to me and they're like, well, London, what do we do here? Should I sell now? And they're asking me right now if they should sell at around 30 cents. And I'm like, come on. I was like, if you bought at 73, now you're asking me if you should sell it at 29. And the problem is we've spent literal, hours and days, and if some of you are just showing up, becoming members, just subscribing, that's fine. We have spent so much time. We have traded this. If you go back through our other streams, we've been live during these, like live, literally like cutting loose right here, bam. So if you would have been around, you literally would have been with us, just boom. Okay, good. Whew, that was something else, right? It was a nice ride. But to be able to deploy cash again at lower levels, and to be able to take cash from here and deploy it at lower levels is really kind of the whole game of buy low, sell high. That's what profit requires of us. And it's nice to hear your story. I'll just say that, Hitman, because you've got what have you got? What was your entry? You said at, let's see. Yeah, I think you said your entry was in around whatever you said. It was around a low price. It was a good price. And you have quite a few coins. That's nice. Just the idea, you have the profit equation down. You're definitely in the money. That's nice to see. A lot of people are. We've got friends that got in at 007 that got in, before then. With right now, with ballpark where you're at, you're up over 800%. So that's nice on a couple 100,000 or a couple million coins. That's a nice job. We welcome you here, and you'll get along very well. The more you plug into the VIP crew, I think you'll definitely see a lot of value in it. It is for people who want to learn how to trade or are already trading, and it's just we're in a market. At some point, you're gonna cut the thing loose. That's the deal. Is people have an entry and an exit. That's the basic part is an entry and an exit. We never would suggest to anyone, and it's not financial advice, but we don't want to turn a holder, like a lifetime holder, into someone who wants to just cut loose and run in the other direction. Absolutely not. I think you'll find that we actually have a lot of loyalty in ways in terms of supporting Elon and supporting the overall group that maybe most people, most other groups may not, and it's all found on, I'd say, some solid logic. Okay, some real business fundamentals, and excuse me. As we look at the pricing, kind of the pricing targets, et cetera, this is when we get into like real financial, kind of fundamentals, and nothing that's, I say nothing's too complicated. This is the type of information anyone can learn with a certification with New York Institute of Finance, anything like that, and it's just going to give you the edge over someone who doesn't understand anything about this. And it's not that everyone should understand something about this. It's just as people get involved and they have more money involved in this. I was listening to another show, and he's teaching people Forex. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'll listen to it about Forex. He talks about Dogecoin too sometimes. And I was listening to it, and he's heavy on options, et cetera. He's like, how many millionaires have I made? And now that's what he's saying. How many millionaires have I made? I want to talk about how many millionaires we have in the group now that we've made. And I'm like, that's interesting, I guess, out of the 1 out of 10,000 that have turned into a millionaire on his show, whatever that ratio is, I'm sure there's 1 or 2 or 3 out of 20 or 30 or 40,000. That's fine. The question to me is like, well, what would you do if you had a millionaire just show up? I mean, it's great to create 1 out of 10,000 or 1 out of 15,000 millionaires. Okay, that's going to happen statistically. But how do you treat someone when you have a millionaire show up? Okay, when you have, someone with decent amounts of money, are you able to are you able to express it properly to that person then? Because if not, you're never going to be able to express it. I would say I would doubt that he or anyone else would be able to express properly to those individuals who have become the millionaires. And so we try and cover the gamut. We a lot of us have had business background experience. Big dollar figures don't bother us. Right? You can tell us someone has $1 million or not. You can tell us we have a portfolio, exposure of 10 to 20 million right now. We got 7-figure trades flowing in, flowing out. You're just probably not going to surprise a lot of the people in this channel. It's just, you're not going to phase us. Now, a lot of us have done analytical work on billion-dollar deals. I have personally lead analyst on a billion-dollar deal out of Duke University within the first 6 to 8 months. And it's just, I got a lot of exposure early on to big deals. So those are the types of distinctions that I see in terms of trying to create a good environment where people who have made money in Dogecoin or who are planning to make money in Dogecoin, that they can be kind of, that they can be part of the right, I don't want to say the right group, because I'm not going to say we're just the only right group, but they can at least be around other people who are similarly minded. And that's what we have here in terms of the, we just welcomed, Hitman Express, an entertainment industry phenomenon. I'm just going to say that we want to definitely look at what all you have going on in terms of your career. But that's what we want to build here, and that's what we are building, is people who are like-minded at looking at Dogecoin as a real investment. And not based on speculation, not based upon, any kind of a hype or things that can't be, really solidified in terms of, people in our group have industry experience. That's the bottom line. That's the thing that really differentiates our group, is that we have industry experience, financial industry experience. The resumes, the credentials, all that stuff matches up. So that's nice to, it's a huge asset. And I'm glad that you guys can share it amongst yourself. That's kind of one of the key figures here, is that we're not always going for the huge numbers. We're not going for the 5,000 people watching No, I'll take 2% of that. If you can give me the top 2% of the 5,000 that really need to hang around each other and really need to form the right community, I would like the top producers out of the top 5%. Let's say the top 2 to 5%. I would say top 2 to 5%. I stated that incorrectly, and I'm just thinking out loud. But that's what I would kind of typically say. I'd like to bring that group together to where that top, the top 1%, not in terms of finances, not in terms of, they showed up with $1 million. It's easy for them to trade Doge or be big holders. Not that, just born whales. That's not what I'm talking about. I want to get the players, the makers, the traders together that are formulated mentally that they want to achieve like the top 1%. And I believe that we have put together a very good group in terms of that. And that's just, I would just say that's very positive. And that's one thing. I don't know. That's one thing that I think is missing. And I think Elon is there. I think, definitely his crowd, because they're highly technical guys. As we look at the previous pricing action, they know when to step in. I'm going to say that they have known when to step in on Dogecoin exactly. We have been streaming. We've been dealing with the technical kind of, the fundamentals of the technical analysis while things have been happening, and they have stepped in at the right time. We've watched it again and again and again, and not everyone can appreciate that. A lot of people just think, well, this is an exciting time. This is it's another hype event. It's another trade. It's another, everyone's going to make money. Right? I don't know. It's not that hype. He's more sophisticated. His group is they're more timed. Okay. They're more accurately timed than most people give him credit for. People think, well, it's not even a real coin. And I'll tell you, the guys with Bitcoin and everything else, you guys will appreciate this. The team with Bitcoin and all these people who are shunning Dogecoin, the one thing they don't understand is how involved the team from Elon is on the technicals. Okay, on the technicals, when he times up his news events, the Bitcoin team pays zero attention to the technicals at all, the technical pricing indicators that are going on. And I'll say that for the record as an absolute fact, they have no clue. So for a lot of guys that pretend to know everything with the Bitcoin crowd, and I have no qualms against any individual or Bitcoin. I don't hate it. I try not to ever hate an investment. I always keep my options open. If something starts to move or something's technically indicated, I'm the first one on it, right? But in terms of that, people don't appreciate. And we do at the channel because we've been through a lot of the streams. We've been live. And as we look at it, we've seen Elon jump into, for instance, in this number 1 right here that I have circled, that was Elon's team jumping in and just being like, oh, okay, really? You need that? Okay, here you go. Bam, right there. And it wasn't just that, well, things were kind of, going soft in the market. Things were this. No, this was technically indicated. Literally, this number 1 was going to happen down to here beforehand. And he just went, well, let's go ahead and put this right here. Okay, and that was a big move. So his team is capable of that. And when I talk about like the 3 things I like to see is like a management team, a dev group, and a utility or a use case, right? I see Doge as having all of those, and I don't really see right now. I haven't experienced another coin that has been so technically well managed as Dogecoin. And you guys will agree, and some will have a greater effect or less, some of his input in terms of Elon's crew. And it's a team, guys, because they come out at the right time. And I'll just show you this little breakdown right here. It doesn't look like much, this little breakdown right here. This little breakdown is a big breakdown. If you guys would understand what this breakdown, where it would have taken us beforehand, you would be like, oh, that was a big deal. Yeah, it was a big deal. This would have taken us down to, let's see, 30 cents. When was that? Back in mid-May. All right, so that would have taken you back to where we've landed now, way early. The trajectory would have been a whole lot different, guys, in terms of a severe correction earlier on. Instead, it's stabled out. It's stabilized. I'll say that. It's stabilized. So his team Elon, has cranked it up for Doge in a way that's very respectable when you look at the overall, I'd say, when you look at the overall kind of business indications of it or investment profile of it. And I think even the heaviest hitting kind of analysts that we have or exchange employees, et cetera, in our VIP group, I think they'll agree. If they've been paying enough attention to the streams and they've been around during some of these like technical breakdowns or, oh, it's saved and now it's a move up. Yeah, this has happened again and again and again. He's just been on it with Doge, and it's nice to watch a management team and a quasi-management team. Is Elon in charge of or the CEO of Dogecoin? No. Is his team behaving like that? Absolutely. I'd say that irrespective of the degree to which he's working with the developers, irrespective of whether or not he's trying to pump it up with tweets or this or that or saying Dogecoin to the moon, I'd say what he's doing technically on a real analytical level is he is providing the right type of information at the right time in key instances where we've seen it and it's just created a lot of profit. So that's interesting to watch. It's almost at a corporate level. I think you guys would agree that have dealt with investments. It's almost at a corporate level, and it's kind of at the same time it's kind of enjoyable. So that's that. It's nice to have something that's kind of enjoyable, kind of lighthearted, has some jokes, some memes, everything like that. Has a cool guy kind of in charge like Elon, and and we can still make money and see how a management team essentially should maybe kind of work. I mean, it's like everyone's working from home these days, relaxing everything else. Like, yeah, like what does that look like in terms of crypto and kind of a full, let's say I don't know, let's say a cool. I don't want to say a cool kind of a way to be, but what would you say? If we could kind of redesign the investment sphere, which it has been redesigned a lot, right? I'm going to pull down the RSI so we can look at this as it may approach down into a level that's significant. Let's go ahead and pull the RSI into the mix. But as we look at like, okay, now Robinhood is out. It wasn't really out the way it was. Now you have your common everyday investor that is literally, I mean, everybody from, the mom and pop shops, I guess maybe some of them have closed down, and now all of them have Robinhood accounts, right? Everyone has gotten governmental, funding and resources. The whole nature of investing has changed. It's nice to kind of be around the component and to see kind of those corporate formalities come through in something like Dogecoin from someone like Elon, who's a real kind of kick it kind of guy, just a fun guy. And it's just been fun. That it matches up so well with the technicals. If it didn't match up so well with the technicals, I really don't believe that I would be so involved in it. Yes, it's been a phenomenal, because guys, you have to understand, I'm just not the hype kind of guy. I can get into it. I can get excited. I enjoy talking about the Dogecoin rise, but it's just it's backed up by the technicals. And that's why I like Elon and his crew. I can say that fundamentally, that's why I appreciate his involvement, because literally he's coming through at the right technical moments. Okay, so as we're looking at, where's the price now? If it breaks down, what happens? He's been in the past when it's been about to break down. This number one right here has been about to break down a little bit too early, a little bit too strongly, just like, after this high of about 74 cents. Yeah, it was about to come crashing down. People really taking profits. His team stepped in right here. Hey, we're working with the Dogecoin devs, bam. There you go. It was nice doing business with you. Well, thanks, Elon, right? But that's a management team. So it's not just, well, Elon's doing this or that, or, anyone be holding a grudge. He's splitting his time between Bitcoin now. Those guys hate him. Some of them have been so spiteful. It's so bad to see. But we've appreciated it because, like, And see, I don't see him coming through with the exception of one or two moves for Bitcoin, the way he's come through it with Dogecoin. Because we've streamed live, we've traded live, and I've seen exactly when his team times up the news, bam, or his tweets, and it's just like, bam, bam. He's just literally placing this perfectly up along the way to where when you appreciate what kind of a corporate board typically would do, like the head of PR, like the news team of like a public corporation, et cetera, they'll time things up, right? They'll come out with a big news event, et cetera. They'll let it fly and they'll support the shareholders, everything. So it's nice to see Elon, and you have to understand, Elon has a background of that with Tesla. He has a public corporation with a huge shareholder interest, one of the biggest shareholder interests in the world. I mean, it has been a phenomenal story, Tesla. So he's accustomed to managing things. His team is accustomed to managing things in a very high-minded ideal, in line with the most stringent requirements of the markets, guys. I mean, Tesla is managed to the tune. They have corporate formalities. They deliver content and real results for their shareholders. They have to. He has a fiduciary duty for that, right? So when you look at, well, he's into Dogecoin. Yeah, but his whole team, everything that operates around him, what he does day in and day out, guys, he is doing this for Tesla, okay? For all of the shareholders of Tesla, he has a fiduciary duty. He knows how to manage their investment. Their team knows how to manage that stock price. He knows what news they need. They have a delivery system for the news, for the structural fundamentals of maintaining the price. There's a team that does that. Right? That's not just an idea. Well, we'll come out with a business news of a business new business merger, or no, guys. It's very structured. It's not just a whimsical idea that from a corporate standpoint. I've worked directly with CEOs. Okay, I've literally prepared 10K reports or annual reports. Okay, or quarterly reports. I've prepared those and worked with CEOs of major corporations, like big public entities. It's all extraordinarily well structured. There's no guessing game about it. So when I look at, maybe that's the insight that I bring, because I've worked with CEOs of large multinational public companies. So when I look at that, when I see what Elon and his team are doing, I just kind of have this mental image of this kind of exactly how well they're doing. And I'm not sure that comes across, or that's really communicated to the average person, because maybe you guys don't have that background. Some of you, I think, are very much, you're connecting with this if you're a shareholder in anything. A lot of you invest only in Doge. Some of you invest in the broader market. You can appreciate that component, though, that fiduciary duty that is there on behalf of like a CEO like Elon for Tesla. We share in that in investing in Doge. We see that same type of behavior, not just on him saying, well, I'm working with the dev team. It's when he says it. It's at what point in time that that specific information is coming across the board. It just happens to be, I just tell you, it just happens to be while there's a critical breakdown in a pricing structure, which would have kind of a real hard fallout here for the holders. Okay, the team's on it. There you go. I mean, literally, it's like that, guys. So you're seeing that management structure play out, and from an industry perspective, having been an industry, I guess, kind of an insider, having worked with a public corporation for a CEO directly, and mergers and acquisitions, shareholder issues, et cetera. From an insider perspective, I can just state that, yeah, it's nice to watch it in a space that in a crypto space that is that's very friendly and very nice, where we still have some people that are that just, I mean, you guys all appreciate that. I know I don't have to state much more, but that kind of information is not being discussed in this space, in YouTube or by anyone else. And I appreciate you guys being here, because I know you're the type of professionals or professionally minded that you guys, it's not all about the degree. I'll tell you that. For some people, it has been. We have some, very well-credentialed individuals, I'll say that. But a lot of it is about wanting to learn the market. Some of you have just been insatiably and hit the like button, guys, if you've just shown up. If you haven't been here since the beginning, I'll cover some of the details I've covered earlier on. But I'd like to know who has streamed in, or who has been here the whole time, or who's just shown up. That'll help me know who's gotten here. So hit that and I'll know what to cover. I appreciate that. Let me know how many people are here. So as we look at kind of the overall, like, how this is going to comport with, and this is not me selling the idea, guys, that, well, this is why we focus on technical analysis, right? No, this is, I'm not prefacing it with, well, Elon is the CEO of Tesla. Okay, so, we're going to compare this to Tesla, and he's going to do for this what he's doing with Tesla. No, that's not it. I just have some industry insider information from my work experience with a public corporation, working directly with a multi-billion-dollar interest, okay, major corporation, and working directly with the CEO, and I know how these things are managed. So when I see this type of behavior on behalf of like a management team, or a quasi-management team like Elon, I just want to express that to you in the most direct terms that I can, that is one of the reasons that I enjoy focusing on the technicals. Is because I've been able to see Elon and his response through to certain things in his team and how they responded, and it makes it very interesting for me because it gives some legitimacy. Believe it or not, if you could structurally understand this, it gives a lot of legitimacy to Dogecoin and Elon's involvement in it, and it lets me know he probably has a pretty big team working on it, and that's pretty cool. I think it's interesting because that flies underneath the radar. Yes, he's kind of a crazy guy. He's this and that. He's a kind of a cut loose, kind of have fun guy. So I think we lose the component that no, there's probably some real infrastructure if he's involved in it, and I see that. So that's one of the things that I'm excited about, continuing to focus on the technicals because it's not all news-based. People want to talk about, a Coinbase or an Apple using or some sort of speculation. No, it's more like we see the technicals. A lot of times the technicals will explain the news in terms of the timing. It's because things are structured like what it seems to be, that Elon and his group have, he's got the release date. You guys know this. I'm sure of this, but it's in the works. If we can think about it in terms of Tesla, in terms of accepting Dogecoin, in terms of the different, components, that's all, he's got thousands of people working for him. This is not like he's not going to have to reinvent the wheel at all. He does this all the time for the shareholders of Tesla. This is easy for him and his team. Dogecoin is easy. This is not a big deal. We may get real stressed out along the way. He's got it licked, guys. He has, just understanding that he has people in Tesla that know that they have just grasp onto this, guys. His Tesla shareholders know that he has a fiduciary duty to his shareholders, right? All the shareholders are very aware of, okay, you're into Bitcoin and now you're playing over there with Dogecoin, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so all those shareholders, if you're holding an annual report in your hand, you got it in your mailbox, you take it inside and you look at it, it's got Tesla cars and all the financial information. I used to work on building those kind of reports for people for a different company. So it's a lot of information that goes into that. Now, understand, those people who get that, they understand the CEO has a fiduciary duty. Like a financially, responsible fiduciary duty to watch out for all those shareholders. So nothing is getting dropped by that team. The fact that Dogecoin is being discussed by him, and that's one of his plays. I mean, guys, you know how many thousands and thousands of shareholders of Tesla literally have a very keen eye towards Elon right now. Right, he's very aware of that. I guarantee you the board of directors and everyone else is very aware of the fact that it kind of seems like Dogecoin maybe would need to kind of do well, right? It cannot tank. It cannot be responsible for having tanked, let's say Bitcoin. This whole issue in terms of those are holdings for Tesla. Right, so there's a fiduciary duty that kicks in, both in terms of his involvement, as it affects the shareholders of Tesla. True. Yeah. Okay. Because is he on the train, off the train with Bitcoin? Those are issues that the shareholders of Tesla absolutely are concerned with. They have value in Bitcoin, right? So they're laser eye focused on him. He knows that. His team knows that. The board of directors know that. They know there's a potential competitive factor with Dogecoin. They know that. They're going to do the diagnostics, the correlations between Elon's, is he putting too much interest in Dogecoin instead of our holdings with Bitcoin? Can you imagine the discussions that go on with the Tesla shareholders, right? It's got to be interesting for Elon and his group because, is it a conflict of interest or is there a confluence of interest? Is Dogecoin really, what is Elon, what are his plans now with Dogecoin? Is it now instead of Bitcoin, right? So that's the interesting factor, one of the interesting passages we look through, our involvement in Dogecoin. Some of us are involved in Bitcoin, have been for a while. But the issue with Dogecoin, it should give us all a big sense of, I'd say just almost relief that I know these things are being handled on a very high corporate level. And we have to get there mentally. It's not just another meme coin, okay? It's being handled at a very high corporate level, right? He's got extraordinary resources, and they're used to dealing with, all of his let's say his fiduciary duties to Tesla. And it's just I see that very much when we look at the technical I'd say the patterning, et cetera, and just the management. He's been great. So I look forward to more of his involvement. I'm just going to state that it should make us all feel, I don't know, it kind of feels like a welcoming kind of asset, in spite of, if you would want to just get involved in Dogecoin, because it's, it's been at from 0.007 to 70 cents, it's been 100x. So it's not like we need to sugarcoat it at all. I don't need to sit here and have a discussion with you guys in kind of terms of the corporate kind of, nuances of what makes it a very nice, enjoyable, a very nice, enjoyable investment. We don't need to have that discussion, but we can. We can have that discussion, that Elon and his corporate team and how good he is of a manager, that is rolling over into Dogecoin. That's giving me a long-term sentiment in terms of a positive sentiment in terms of Dogecoin. I believe that he has a lot in his corner in terms of the corporate strength that he's put together, and that know-how from the beautiful cars he's built to the rockets to the Boring Company to everything else he's done with Starlink. All of that is not all of that. I'm not going to say it's all related to, but all of that ability and the structural components and the employees and the infrastructure, all of that, all of that which has made all of that possible. All the people who made that possible, that framework, those are all brilliant companies, guys. That's just sitting right next to his interest in Dogecoin. So, and that is buttressed by the fact that he's got a lot of shareholders that do not want to be one-upped by Dogecoin, and they're all holding Bitcoin. So there's a conflict of interest which has to be avoided, essentially. I would say in terms of maintaining distance from a breach of a fiduciary duty kind of standpoint. So that's a lot of language. It's a lot of thinking that we can start to do. And there's just a huge interest on behalf of the people. You guys know the social interest on Dogecoin it's just out there. Right? We had tonight. We had a boxer, someone in the entertainment industry, has just joined us in Basecamp. We enjoy having Hitman Express. Congratulations, you guys! Smash the like button for Hitman Express. He just joined Basecamp tonight. We'd appreciate you doing that. And also, if you've just joined and you haven't been here since the very beginning, smash the like button. Let me know who's just showed up. I can go over some of the more specific pricing targets. We're kind of talking through some of the different reasons that we're looking at a long-term favorable outlook for Dogecoin. We're going to be talking about Dogecoin rise probably on the daily, along with some other potential. We may do some solid side streams on Matic, Harmony One, maybe VeChain, just some ADA, Cardano, BNB. We have even Bitcoin. We don't have a problem dealing with any the financials of anything. It's just if it has pricing action, we'll deal with it. But we do enjoy the Doge story. It's lighthearted. It makes sense. It's made a lot of money. Right? I'll just say I've been involved since a relatively early, standpoint in it, and so have a lot of you. A lot of you have made good money, and it's as you look at, they finally said that Bitcoin is an asset. Okay, Goldman Sachs would come out with, it's finally an asset. Okay, we don't have to. No one in the Doge community is having that discussion about Dogecoin. It's because you've already made a ton of money with Dogecoin, right? That's the good thing. It's like people in Bitcoin typically have lost, huge amounts of money. Unfortunately, a lot of them have. The institutional concern rose up at kind of the wrong time with Bitcoin, and a lot of people were selling at high levels. With Dogecoin, people got real involved back in January, right? This makes it an easy story for us, right? In and around January with this first move up, then people decided to hold. He told people to hold, so Elon said to hold. So everybody's essentially in the money. I don't know who all got involved on the train, let's say recently. Maybe there are some individuals who have done that, but a lot of the core crowd has been involved since the beginning. And so that's a good distinction that we have in terms of looking at, a lot of people in Bitcoin have lost money. Well, a lot of people in Dogecoin have made money. And that's just another reason that we can look at, like, it's an enjoyable community to be a part of. And, we're not focused on like options, on trying to make up money on, the big guys in Bitcoin are down, right? They're just down. And I don't like to see that necessarily. People who played options may have done well, but unless you have a big options desk, options floor, hey, those little guys are going to get washed out. I just tell you, the little guys are going to get washed out. I know this because I know some of the guys who have run like the biggest options trading floor for like major oil corporations. They're the smartest dudes you're going to meet. And those little guys in Dubai or whatever else is going on, and no hate towards anybody, but guys, those guys get washed out. They will get taken to the cleaners. So it's nice to be around something like Doge. We're like, well, Elon has got a good plan for it. I believe that. We have increased utility around the door. I'll say that because we've got the dev groups working. I think they're going to start putting out bounties. I would like to see them putting out bounties for developments of kind of increased utility. I would very much like to see that. So, I believe that they'll start to do that with the GitHub, et cetera, that Elon just announced. And some other coins are doing that. Some other coins are definitely doing that. And, hey, Jason's lit. Shout out to you. Nice to have you here, brother. I know we had a chance to talk earlier on today. So you want to know about AMC and some pricing targets. Yeah, that's interesting. We're talking about Dogecoin right now. It was nice to talk to you earlier tonight as well. Had a chance to talk to Jason's lit's one of our VIPs, and he's a really rough and tough soldier, so it's nice to have him. We have a good military crowd as well. The technical analysis, literally, it just clings to people in the military. I don't know why. And also people who are engineers, people who are good at math, or people who just enjoy really high levels of strategy. It seems like those are the people who are really prone to make kind of good decisions and want to beat the market. I'll say that, like choose a good investment instrument and to want to beat the market, like that. That desire to master the equation, whatever it is. A lot of you guys have strong backgrounds in math or just kind of a strong kind of game theory or game strategy. Is real key. So. It's nice to see. It's a good group to be around. The VIPs we currently have, I'm just going to keep bringing it up because we have a goal, guys. We have 91 total right now. Chubb's World, Ryan, what's up? Nice to see you. Definitely nice to see you. And Chubb's World just joined VIP and is right there with Jason's lit. Guys, we have 91 traders, 91 people who've joined. Jag, what's up? Jag is another one. You see the pictures rotating the bottom left. It's just, guys, industry professionals. Okay, JP Morgan, found out today, ex-JP Morgan, ex-BlackRock, current exchange, what are the other big investment banking corporations? Guys, it's a great group. Like if you're looking for knowledge, it is great knowledge to have. You guys know that. It's just like, we could run a trading floor. I think excuse me. I think maybe that's a good idea. I think maybe some people have thought of that. I guess we could run a trading floor, with the technique involved and everything else. We definitely could. We could run a Doge, etc. trading floe. People are interested in other coins. I have expressed some of the reasons why I really enjoy the Doge kind of community. I'm enjoying it because I have some industry background myself, kind of an insider kind of look from public corporations, working directly with CEOs, okay, at some very high levels, doing very large deals. And it's just nice to kind of interact technically with you guys as you're very interested in trading, okay, in your accounts, in your portfolios, et cetera. And not financial advice, but just, it's financially accurate, right? We can definitely be financially accurate without giving people financial advice. And if we can operate in this market well, we can definitely have more of an appreciation for, I don't know, for this, whatever this time is, however this is going with the rest of the coins really falling off, with Doge where it's at, with the guy who's taking everybody to space, literally has the NASA contract. It's just cool. And he's interested in the coin. It's given a lot of us the interest in the coin, and there's no reason for us to shun that as well. It's retracing. We're not interested now. Call us back when it perks up. No, I think it's a good time for us to talk about what got us involved in it. To kind of go through, some of the technical components also of the original pricing actions, how we can apply them. That's what technical analysis is. Okay, the street in general, I'm talking Wall Street, is very, very hip, guys. They're very hip, if you want to say that, to technical analysis. Like the Fibonacci's, they all use them. They know exactly what the Fibonacci's are, right? It's part of institutionalized kind of training, from economics to business sense to, if you're going to go to Harvard Business School or you're going to go to the community college, you can learn about Fibonacci's in trading. It's very kind of mainstream. So. Looking at the first pricing event, this retraced to about the 78.6 in January, right exactly to the 78.6. Okay, we always draw on the lines. Then look at that, bam, right to the 78.6. Why is that important? Because that's kind of let's say a micro event, the first major movement of the pricing action. Now, I don't want to get too caught up on technical analysis. I don't want to get too caught up on, well, that's a 78.6% retracement. Okay, we've got that. I deliver that to the VIPs all the time, right? I literally have a backdoor channel where it's just, and, nice to see you, Jag. Jag's just a consummate professional. I want to say, what's up, Jag? Thanks for shouting out in the chat, brother. It's nice to see you here. Very nice to see you here. We've got a suit and tie kind of crowd, but we also have some like real chill, like let's go surfing kind of dudes who are just like, we have this, kind of in the bag. Let's go have a good time. Go get the boat ready or something fun. A lot of hard hitting guys on the beach. I think Kuda, former United States Air Force out in Germany right now. I think they went to Normandy. So that was nice. They're in Europe right now. And so, yeah, shout out to all the military right now. We hope you guys are doing well. Just real good. If you guys want to follow us on Twitter, I think you'll enjoy it. Go to Twitter, and it's The Kingdom. There's a link in the description, and you'll click on that link. It'll take you right here, and you'll see professional financial analyst for years after Duke and former U.S. presidential advisor. That's just the truth. Then prior hedge fund expertise. Personal private hedge fund. It was interesting. We did very, very well. About a 300% IRR or ROI, 300% annualized. So that was nice on decent amounts of cash, guys. Non-financial advice, not financial advice. Okay, it's just not. It's not gonna be. I'm not gonna run your accounts. People want me to tell them all the time, how to invest their money or what to do or when to buy and when to sell. And I was just joking with a buddy of mine. I taught him a lot in sessions and whatnot. I said, "You want me to tell you when to sell, huh?" I said, "I am never going to have a discussion with your wife, all right, because you didn't make enough money or you made too much money or whatever it is." I said, "No." I was like, "That's not going to happen, right? Even if you took the cash, extra cash you made, I'm not going to deal with it. You want to go, on a solo trip. I have no idea, but I'm not going to talk with your wife ever." So it was just funny. We laughed about it. He's like, "Oh, I get it. So you guys make your own moves. We have a group that's making their own moves. And, what we're doing now, just compare this, guys. You see this long, beautiful trajectory here? This, what seemed like a real boring 2 months, right? Was it about 2 months? Okay, yeah, we had to wait. I want to know, we had to wait an entire, come on, guys. We had to wait an entire, over 2 months. I don't know if we can do that. You had to wait over 2 months to then get a 10X. Well, okay. You had to wait a little over 2 months to get a 10X. I guess that's okay. That's a decent return. So now what we're doing is, if we have to wait that long again, what is that, what is that going to look like for us? Where is that going to stretch us out to? I think we have a chance of beating that. I don't think it would be bad if it did occur. And, we're dealing with the issues all the time. It's like, okay, well, what would you do? What would you do during those 2 months? I bet I'd be with a lot of really cool financially minded people with good backgrounds, and we'd be trading, right? Absolutely. People like Zachary and Nikiah that just showed up. Yeah. Nikiah had a $10,000 day the other day. Shout out to Nikiah. What's up, Nikiah? How you doing, brother? You're like, I'm good. You happy with VIP? We're having a good time. Let me look. Nikiah. $10,000 day the other day. What's up? It's his birthday. Everybody shout out to Nikiah. Give him a like, guys. If you're watching, give him a like. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Nikiah. We're really excited that you're having a great, smart technical guy. Good heavens. Very, very smart technical guy. So happy birthday to Nikiah. We saw those balloons fly up. That's good. VIP birthday in the house. What's up? So Nikiah, we're talking about, how long of a process do we need to kind of unwind from if we were looking at, this next 10X possibility that we have experienced previously? That's what this would look like. This green line right here, and let's just change the color of it so we can kind of see it, just to apply the previous pricing action to the current event. Let's make it like a blue. That'd be kind of cool. Let's make it like a nice blue that we can see it, and we have time to do it. There we go, kind of electric blue, something like that. If we can, there we go, that's good. I think you guys can see that. So if we were to carry over or bring forward this time frame from the previous event here, okay, this exact kind of time frame here, okay? This long consolidation, just guys, real stable move, not many trades, if at all. People still running around to buy and sell just for not much, right? When he said, okay, it's going to the moon for real, that when it started to cross up above this 7.5, above the 10 cent, above the 12, it's like, okay, things are definitely happening, right? So, and a lot of people have been involved since these early times. The holding factory, like the Doge Army, has done very good with all that stuff. And we just appreciate all the input. Ooh, I just erased the golden pocket. Don't want to do that. But all the input from Team Elon, et cetera. It's been a lot of fun to experience the entirety of this. That was a really exciting time. So we covered that. If we brought forward that consolidation, okay, into this time frame, what would that look like? Well, it's going to be a while, huh? Now, we've already covered, if we say, well, we've already covered a portion of it, right? The further you work back into this and you say, well, is it really even going to require that long? It's like we've already made a lot of progress in terms of this consolidation, while people may be saying, well, it's boring, well, nothing's happening, I want it to go up to to whatever your price target is. But the entirety of that move, let's measure that out again, because we're already eating into that in terms of what I would say is reasonably expected in terms of a consolidation period, and that's about right where we were at the first time. But it's one thing if we're looking at just an eternal hold, right? Everything's just going to be on hold. It's permanently here. I don't see that as happening. As the market overall looks like it's retracing, I don't see it us formulating some sort of a real deep stagnation. I don't know. To the extent that it occurs, it's already occurred. If it goes into like a real kind of a state of paralysis or something like that, just kind of price paralysis, my philosophy is this. Okay, I always have cash available to deploy. People know this, available to deploy at lower levels. Always. I'm always ready to buy in at a lower level with reserve cash on anything that I invest in. All right, you can use stop loss orders if you want to. That's one approach. You can use trailing stop losses. Okay, trailing stop losses are another story that you guys can look up. Do you know what trailing stop losses are? A lot of people know what a stop loss is. You know what trailing stop losses are. We've gone through some nice technology, some nice platforms that we brought to the attention of the VIPs, and that's been nice. This is a great little application. I'd look into it. Ding, ding, ding. I'd look into it. You guys got that? Good crypto? I'd just look into it. I think it's a very interesting application. You can do trailing orders, guys. You can do just look into it. See what I want to see a report back of what you guys think. Not a recommendation. You guys just tell me what you think after looking at that. If you're into trading, if you're into kind of some advanced techniques and whatnot. A lot of the guys in the VIP have already gotten that working well. So what I want to talk about too is let's talk about a fake out. Is there a possibility for a fake out? Okay, let's discuss why I want to bring that up now in the context of the previous price action in a very similar circumstance to what we're seeing right now. Okay, now I'll just make this a little bit larger. We'll do this here. Fake out, and let's put a question mark there. Okay. We'll do a fake out question mark. All right, I think you guys can see that on your screen. Now, when did we have one of these? We had one of these right here around number one. All right. Round number one, we had kind of a fake out, and that was a big deal, okay, because a lot of people that were trading really got duped into this one. And you say, well, why didn't they just hold? Well, a lot of people don't want to hold through the elimination of say, 60% of the value. Like we just had, what do we have? We had, that's right, a Basecamp member, not VIP. We had a Basecamp member, Hitman Express, joined today. He's got a large position. He's in the entertainment industry, so boxing, I believe. So this fake out, he may not have wanted, with his large position, he may not have wanted to experience this downside. We were very, very involved during this. We were pushing during this cycle right here, during this consolidation in a bearish pattern. We were live during all of this. So it would have been the circumstance, Hitman and everyone else, it would have been the circumstance that if you were watching the stream then, it may seem highly technical. It may not seem, it may not be worth some people's time. That's okay. It's worth our time. We enjoy technical analysis. We can we can stay, involved in the price action when other people maybe can't. We have some endurance and some stamina and some appreciation for kind of the importance of it. And whether or not you're trading big accounts or small accounts, we just believe that the small accounts are as important as the big accounts. That's how you get to the big accounts, is by being diligent on the smaller accounts. So given the fact on this number one that we had this breakout to the downside, and this is very solidly formed, guys, along the line of resistance along the top, the line of support along the bottom, and you literally saw the kick out right there. You saw the kick out and down. This is on the 1 hour chart, but that kick out and down was a clear. Like if we go to the 15-minute on this, I'll show you exactly what this looked like, and you'll really see the nuances of it. As we get into here, it even had a real clean, and you can't really, I don't want to adjust all of the lines because then they'll readjust when I flip them back. But you'll see even a real kick breakout here in terms of like a confirmation and run to the upside. Technically, that's what's required to trade that. So that's a nice. You see the clean break. That's confirmation. When you talk about we trade pattern breakouts on confirmation. Okay, what does that mean? That means we break through. Okay, we break through, let's say, this line of resistance. We come back and touch it back, and we use it as a line of support to move to the upside. Okay, that's confirmation. The issue is that it really tried to achieve a confirmation on the breakdown from the triangulation as well. So we were very, very plugged in to that, to the entirety of this move here. Okay, it was a big deal. All right, Elon's team stepped up and made this happen. Period. We were live during that. I don't think a lot of people who just tune in for a second or 10 minutes or 2 minutes, I don't think they really conceptualize how much time we've spent trading. We have spent probably hundreds of hours live trading, okay? And for people who aren't into that, if you're not into the value of your holdings, that's okay. Or if you're into a long term, you may have other things to do. You may have a full-time job, or you may not have time to really trade. We're a lot of people who are involved in kind of full-time trading. Yeah, I would definitely say that. Yeah, I think that's accurate in terms of the VIP, et cetera, and a lot of I'd say even the base camp. And shout out to Darlene Ruiz, one of our community leaders. I think she's going to upgrade to VIP, guys. I think Darlene's going to be upgrading, which is nice. But we're very much into into like full-time trading, right? That's what that's what my role kind of is here in terms of accommodating and facilitating like VIP perks to you guys is our trading opportunities. And that's okay. Not everyone is into that. People maybe just generally want to hear about, Dogecoin Rise 2021. That's in the context of us being very plugged into things like the overall market, understanding the different dynamics in terms of the market capitalizations. Okay, market cap, where is Doge vis-a-vis some of the other top players, right? Where does that, how does that affect, what limitations or thresholds does that put upon us right now? As we look at the fake out from this primary, essentially a fake out here, we were live during that. Will we be live during Nikaya saying, yeah, full-time job, trader, right there. He trades full-time. That's, and it's very evident. You're very good at it, right? Right, just guys in the VIP are just good at it. I know a lot of you in the base camp are looking at moving up. We just had, a real, I think, successful move, and I want to just, bring this up that, we just had. Let me look at it and see if I can bring this up. But Beto, it was Beto Zamora that just entered into the restricted VIP zone. Chubb's World also, as Jay most recently, Eric, Mitchell. And it's just we just had Steve. Yeah, I could go on and on. We put your pictures down below so you guys would start to understand how much we appreciate you. We're going to be doing some more things in terms of the channel and being able to, bring up some, facilitate a different kind of learning environment, et cetera. It's going to be cool. So what we'll say is, if you guys have just shown up, I'll say hit the like button so I know that you guys have just shown up. We covered a lot of pricing targets and kind of, some things in the beginning. I'll go over those pricing targets. If you guys are new, just click the like button if you'd like to see those technical pricing targets. If you've just shown up, that'll let me know what to cover. As we look at the fake out potential here to the downside, it just would be a repeat of what has just happened at the previous level. Okay, so if that does occur, we won't be really surprised. It's like, we're kind of prepared for this one, unless it's a real dramatic move to the downside. If it is, we will still still be prepared. And we're very quick in terms of acting. We're very quick on things, and that's we have a good group that's fully staying involved with the pricing action on the consistent basis. We probably have people up 24 hours a day. I'm going to say that between our VIPs in Australia, in Belgium, in Brazil, in from the East Coast to the West Coast, over to, I know we have some base campers. That's all VIP across the world. Literally, I think we're up 24 hours. Okay, and not us particularly, but there's that entirety of that cyclical flow. As the market is up 24 hours, we're up 24 hours. We have that group dynamic, which is really nice. So that's phenomenal. It's and it's nice to see it come together. It's really cool. I mean, we couldn't ask for too much more right now. We are asking for a little more because we're like, hey, we want to get to 100. That's our goal. We're always going to have a goal. And we just look forward to that coming about as it comes about. Some people in the camp, in the base camp, you guys wanted to come up. You wanted to say, yeah, we formulated that right here. We knew it was going to happen. Bam, it went up, right? So those were the people who originally got involved in base camp, and that was a nice move. Some people just making that move, just really like, okay, yeah, they do want to go up. And for that group, it was really phenomenal. It was a great entry. For those of you who want to now come up into the VIP, I'm just going to definitely tell you it's an astounding group. I wouldn't say it if it weren't true. And that's kind of the difference in some traders. I'll tell you, the people who are in the market, people who are willing to invest sometimes in their own like technology. You'll see that. Do you have a good system to trade on? Maybe you're not involved in trading because you don't have the proper equipment, right? A lot of that's just kind of know-how. What can you get involved in? Speaking of Belgium, good morning, Belgium. Nice to have you here, Marion. Nice to have you. Good to see you. We put the pictures in the bottom left for everybody. So hit your like button on the way in if you're coming in. Nice to see you, Marion. Marion's a great trader, great eye on the market. Belgium, just powerhouse. I just tell you, if something's moving, Marion, he probably knew it before it started moving, but he definitely knows it. He's a great guy, just popped up in your chats, and just a real solid trader. Just great to have you here, Marion. And always great to have all of you. We're just talking about Nikaya, and we're just talking about the fact that a lot of people here are full-time traders. That's very rare because, or they want to become a full-time trader. Let me say that. They want to become a full-time trader. And it's one of those issues where, a lot of people don't know, what would that look like? Maybe they're stuck in a job. They don't feel fulfilled. Maybe they've dreamed of being a trader their whole life or something like that. But a lot of people feel like they're misdirected right now. Maybe their 9 to 5 is not cutting it. And, they just, I don't know. That's difficult when we look at this as like, well, I want to encourage people. I just want you to also know it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of learning. And but I see people making that effort every day and starting to make that change. Like Nikaya is one of our VIPs. We have a lot of full-time traders, and a lot of them are working towards becoming a full-time traders. And it's the right group to interface with that. So that's nice, And it's not all by just some people can retire after making one move in the market, and that could be interesting. Nikaya, if you got some ideas, why don't you throw them to me on DM, bro? That'd be great. Why don't you throw me a DM on what you got? I'd love to see that in a DM on the back doors. Let's get into that. And let's see. We got Mike Miller. If you think that's cool, Nikaya, let me know about that. We got some people saying, yeah, they want to be a full-time trader. I have no doubt at all that people want to become a full-time trader or fully involved in the market 100% of the time. I have no doubt, because it is one of the funnest things you can possibly do, is literally be that guy who's got his finger on the button whenever he needs it and is able to control the market in and out, or that girl who can be controlling the market in and out and knows the pricing action, knows where it's going, understands the Fibonacci's or whatever pricing tools or indicators you're using stop limit orders, whatever you're involved in. It's just that's the pinnacle like challenge, right? Because you guys, you're all interested in the market. You've beat half the battle. You've chosen Dogecoin. It's done really well, right? Everyone's made a lot of money. Typically, who've been involved in it, you've made good money, right? So that's the first difficult thing, is like choosing something that's going to do well, right? You've all conquered that. Now you want to get involved with something that's going to enable you maybe a different. I don't know if you need a different activity. Some of you can retire. Some of you may have put in enough money up front to be able to retire. I'm not sure that's the case right now. I do not know how heavily you guys went into your investments early on. It's okay if you didn't go heavily. So for those, who understand our kind of strategy, I always recommend people tread lightly. Essentially, if you don't know how to swim, don't go in the deep end. Especially don't go swimming with the sharks, right? If you don't know how to swim, don't go in the deep end, and definitely don't go swimming with sharks. Now, we're not sharks, right? I'd say we're cool, reasonable, very financially minded individuals. And we appreciate each other's company very much and learning from each other. And there's a lot to learn. In the last 24 hours, everyone has learned a lot, okay? I'm going to bring up this good crypto. In the last 24 hours, people who trade full-time are still learning a lot, right? And I'm not pushing that application. I just want people to maybe experience it and do some research. What is a trailing stop? And I don't know. It's just, there's always something more to learn. Like if you're an advanced trader and you're looking at, a crypto strategy, right? We talked about, I read today on some different short issues that people were getting into some short positions and which coins represented a short. So you don't have to enter into margin, but I saw that discussed in the chat today, the VIP chat. I was like, that's nice information. I like to see that. They're like, which one it was a triple hedge against the downside. It was essentially an option that you could buy into on a coin basis so that you didn't have to get involved in options on ETH or ADA. I'm like, well, that's really nice. It's nice that we have a sophisticated enough crew that can be stated and that people can understand it and act on it if they want to. And it's just an ordinary investment, right? So there's ways around getting overexposed in options or getting, a lot of these people who are pushing options, they're doing it for a referral. And it's scary at the end of the day. I look at them and I'm like, come on. You want people to get a $3,000 bonus for getting on Bybit? I'm like, come on, dude. Bybit's not giving $3,000 away to everybody for no reason. They're taking their cash. People getting involved in options. It's like these people have no conscience. That's tough. It's difficult, huh? Maybe 1% of the people make money. Can you imagine that? That's tough, guys. That's a tough business model to sell. It just becomes those are. I mean, I just say the sharks. I don't know what you call that, but it's not what we're involved in. I want the entire crew to do well, and I mean that from the VIPs to the base campers to the subscribers. I want everybody to do well. That's always my intention. I'm never undercutting anybody or one group. We have time limitations, right? In terms of like getting these exact figures on Dogecoin to people, right? We have time limitations. There's a limitation to how much information I can and copy that. There's a limitation in terms of time of how much information I can put together, how quickly to get the information, to the right number of people at the right time. We stream for a while. That's one thing I'll do is I'll stream for a while and just to try and make sure that we hit, even if it's 5 or 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I'll try and accommodate as best I can everyone's schedules. I know we have a kind of an international crowd, and I would just say that I don't know. I would just say that that what we're focused on is honing in now on the I'd say on building the community, and a lot of that is just coming together so nicely that I could not imagine it being much better right now. And I would just say that that's for the people who haven't wanted to tag along, that's fine. I have zero interest in pleasing everybody in the market, particularly in this market. I mean, it's just not. That's just not. I don't have an ounce of that in an ounce of whatever I have in me, just in terms of willpower to please everybody. No, I want the top 1%. I want the guys who are going to perform and the guys who know they can do that. Not the ones that, well, no, I don't think I can, but I'm going to go ahead and try anyway. Let me try with you. Oh, you don't think you can? No. I want the guys who know they can, even if they haven't learned everything yet, and they're going to be the ones, they're convinced already they're going to be able to do it. Because that determination and willpower and life will make the difference, like 9 times out of 10. And so seeing that in a lot of the, in a lot of the VIPs and a lot of the base camp guys that move up to VIP, it's just nice. Like with that attitude, you can do a lot. That's the dog eat mentality that, definitely you can do a lot. We can refine these lines a little bit in terms of this triangulation to the difficult thing about a triangulation. Okay, you'll learn why a descending triangle essentially is. We look at the pricing action, it's stabilized. Okay, it hasn't experienced much in terms of pricing action. We do deal with chart formations. We trade them. Okay, on a breakdown, Dogecoin's been a little frustrating at times, but it's been helped by Elon. We talked about that earlier on. He picked up this. He says, "Let's go ahead and move this up here instead of down there." So that was kind of a fake out event. We're talking about a fake out. So that was fun. I'll just say it was entertaining to have him just stomp all over the market like, man, we're doing technical analysis. But that's how sophisticated they are, right? Yeah, just it's just that's how well I say how well put together definitely Elon and his crew are. Is that they're gonna be right there in time for the technicals, guys. So that's nice. If he's silent, I think it's interesting. He may be sending a message that maybe it'd be nice to pick something else up down below. I don't know if he's going to stay silent. It seems like he's unpredictable, but when you follow the technicals like we do, it's very on with the technicals. Very little of it is a surprise. So. Yeah, that's nice to experience. Was talking with a VIP member today about Bitcoin in depth. We have a lot of good opinions, solid input. I found some really, really great stuff, guys, on Bitcoin today. Really, really, really tight stuff. So I will be sharing that with the VIP crew. It's some solid stuff, guys. And it's not hype to go put money in Bybit. It's nothing like that. I just saw it today. I was like, wow. No one's talking about this, so shout out to Andrew. He was kind of inspiring me to do that. We're talking about Doge too, and I mean, in terms of diversification of your portfolio, it's just you make those decisions. It doesn't have to be 100% Doge. You invest in what and how you'd like to. That's the saving grace of your career versus our career in the market. And I just say career, essentially how you manage things as opposed to how your life in the market as opposed to our life. We've tightened up these lines a little bit. I can talk about how this descending triangle, although I know not everyone's into technical analysis, right? But this descending triangle, okay, has a bottom line of kind of support here, and then it has a line of resistance along the top. If we go to the candles, we're going to see that this changes, okay? This is not unlike what's going on with a lot of other coins right now. If we were to do this right now, I did talk about, kind of if we would be live, potentially during kind of any kind of a breakout, et cetera, because, and I've let people kind of shuffle in and shuffle out. That's fine. If they need to leave, that's fine. I'm like, that's fine. You guys know me. I'm like, that guy just got kicked out. Like, yeah, he got kicked out. He's not being nice to our VIPs. Like, got kicked out. But this is what I'm talking about, tightening the lines up. When we look at this, if we're going to operate in terms of, and you guys are seeing this, like, that looks interesting. Yeah, let's look at something interesting. You guys have waited. I appreciate your patience. So yeah, this is what I was going to really discuss. If you guys have just filtered in, please hit the like button. That'll let me know that you haven't been here since the beginning. I'll know what to cover. This is essentially a symmetrical triangle, like patent formation, beautiful. Beautifully constructed, that's on Dogecoin right now, that I wanted to bring to your attention this evening as part of kind of like a daily Dogecoin rise, kind of essential. We've got some backdoor channels to discuss AMC. I'll do that for Nikaya later. We'll get into some other coins potentially as that's requested or required later on. We'll definitely do that. But in terms of right now, as you guys kind of see this triangulation here, this is a very well structured, very well patterned triangulation. I'm not gonna say that you never see a triangulation like this. It's just this one's extraordinarily well formed, right? That may mean something to people, or it may mean nothing at all. To us, it means that you're going to experience a price action. So it's huge to me, and I don't know how it would not be huge to anyone who is holding Dogecoin. Is that this is just a major potential event, okay? If we were to look at the entirety of the event on the candles, let's just go ahead and let me take away this portion here. What we would look at is a potential move, guys, potential move, and I think I've drawn this out yesterday, but on the candle framework here, it's just going to be a potentially drastic move, all right, if it wants to comport with technical analysis, okay? We'll want to look at some other key, some key indicators in the form of different assets that are also going through this degree of a triangulation right now. will want to see exactly, let's see. I don't know if I can make this a little bit more. Let's see what that does. And this here, what if I do something like that? I'm trying to do something like that. Let me see if that works. Yeah, that makes that a little bit easier for you to see. I just wanted to highlight those colors on the candles, change the candle colors just a bit so you can see a little bit more of that. If I go back to the lines, you can definitely see the lines. Always the candles are going to be a more full expression of the price action. Always, okay? So as we look at this, look at Chubb's new VIP. Show me the money. You feel like Tom Cruise in that movie. I know. Yeah, that's a good deal. We haven't gone over these pricing targets exactly. I don't know. I don't intend to ever leave it like, well, we're going to cover it at the last minute. But things develop, right? We don't know exactly that it's not going to take off in one of these. We deployed some targets in along here. We're ready for the move to the upside. Okay, I think a lot of people are. A nice, slow, steady accumulation in line with this pricing target that was achieved via the Fibonacci. Right, as we're able to kind of move this off the map now. We've covered that. That's nice. So as we look at the potential upside and downside, these pricing targets, it's just, these are big pricing targets, right? This is a big potential move for Doge. You're looking at either potentially, this is on the candles, right? This is a 71% move potentially to the upside. That's a big darn move, right? Or you're looking at potentially a drop of 70%. So a 70% move to the upside or a 70% move to the downside? Wow. I'd want to pay attention. I mean, that's a big move potentially, right? Pretty big move. If it can cut to the upside, that'd be a real big move. This is a colossal for the nature and the structure. You have to look at how big of moves these were here. These were yo, what's up, American Real? Nice in the house. American Real, you got to step up, bro. We got 91 VIPs. They're missing you in the VIP channel. I just got to tell you that. We appreciate you very much. We got a new hitman, and we got a hitman in the base camp today. We're talking to him about he's in the entertainment industry. He's a boxer. Boom, boom. So, yeah. So welcome to American Real, the Quan, talking about show me the money. So as you look at the overall pricing. Just look at this, guys. This move right here, this is a large structure that's formulated. A large structure that's formulated. In comparison to these structures, yeah, it still seems large, right? So, yeah, there's a potential big move that is coming up, and that is important as we determine what is our focus on Dogecoin right now. If it's going to have this big of a move, potentially, right, we want to make sure that we're a part of it the right way. Right? Because I don't intend on losing 70% of my position, okay, my cash position. I just don't. I have cash ready to deploy at lower levels, right? I know a lot of other people that have cash ready to deploy at lower levels if this wants to break down, all right? If it breaks up, I know a lot of people who are going to be willing to be a part of the positive price action to the tune of 70%, all right? A lot of people are holding, okay? I don't necessarily want to see them, and I at least want to talk about the fact that I would prefer not to see them participate in a 70% drop in price. If they choose to do that and choose to hold, that's fine. I would like to be the one channel that's sitting here talking about the notion that they don't have to lose 70% of the value of their money, okay? Not that that's going to occur, but we're in a position where 73% is indicated to the upside and about 73% to the downside. Right? So, if that's going to occur and someone has $100,000 here and they're going to be walking, they're going to wind up with, let's just say even temporarily, that's a lot emotionally to process, right? You're literally going into a position where you go from $100,000 to $27,000. That's a big deal, guys. Everyone's like, that's a pretty big move from $100,000 to $27,000. That's a pretty devastating blow. It's one thing to talk about it. If that were to occur to someone, that can be like a life-changing kind of deal. It could be very negative for them and their families, etc. So I like to at least bring up, these chart formations, what they mean and what could occur, right? What reasonably would be anticipated to occur is potentially a big move to the upside, which would be great. And look at, essentially this just happened right here, right? This move just happened right here. So to say that, well, that's out of line, that will never occur. That's 73%. Come on, really, really. Well, it just happened right here. It just hit, okay? Look at Bimo Angoro, another base camper in the house. Nice to see you, Bimo. Nice to have you, brother. Part of the reason we stream is to run into our base camp. So nice to have you, bro. We'd love to have you in VIP. We got great, 91 people so far. We'd love to have you in that if you'd like to join. Bimo saying few hours till judgment candles. He understands what he's talking about. Yep. You're going to get into, this is the tightly wound kind of, construct we're going to run into here. Let's look at on the lines. Let's just see kind of, we're running into that constriction on the lines. This is kind of a crucial moment. Now, the lines will give you they're going to give you a different, I'd say, and it's kind of inconsistent, so that should tell you something's kind of going on with the candlesticks, right, with the candles, because it's kind of an inconsistently drawn line, okay, or bottom line of support. You don't anticipate seeing that. That's not something you really like to see, right, because you're not sure exactly where to draw it. It seems a little bit non-technically indicated almost. It's something that, well, maybe we shy away from that because it's not real clear cut, right? At least on the line chart, it would be less of a severe move. Okay, it would be a move in and around to, let's see, it would be a move in and around to this kind of this upper level here. So it's just a different, oops, let me do that. As we look at that, it's a less severe move, okay? If we were to work on the lines versus the candles, there are two different assumptions that you would make, okay? And you can make either assumption clearly. There are probabilities on each. If you're to play the probabilities will manifest through momentum, velocity. They will become apparent, and those probabilities will solidify. You can either beat the odds or you can kind of conform to the odds. And we watch pricing action as things occur so that we are tuned into capitalizing on the odds, right? And that's all about your probabilities. It's definitely not gambling. We don't look at gambling, right? That's not what we're involved in. But we look at kind of the what are if we say right now, if we did we can do a risk reward ratio. We can do a lot of different drawings on the charts. We can get more technically inclined if we would like to. But yeah, I'm starting to see that in the chats. People saying, what are the percentages? What's the likelihood? Okay, we do know two things to kind of to square away here. The previous, I'll just say this, number one was a bearish pattern. Who beat it? Elon beat it, right? He came out with a tweet in regards to, I think, the dev group, et cetera, during this time was really nice. We were live during that. He beat that. So that was, the odds were it was supposed to, and I'd say probably at least a 3/4 would have been, it was supposed to, and it was, at least 3/4, probably a 75% chance you're going to break to the downside here, okay? That was saved by Elon, his tweet, essentially. And before, it really got traction before he tweeted that out. It was very interesting. I'm not sure if he was buying before, what they were doing from an institutional standpoint. Now we're in another circumstance where, we have to configure this into our trade and into our estimation of the probability. Because now we're in another, maybe, let's say we have probably a 75% chance of this breaking to the downside. All right. If we have a 75% chance of breaking to the downside, but the management company, right, Team Elon just actually took care of this one. It wasn't a problem. Right. Now, they didn't take care of all of this, right? They didn't take care of all this. This was a situation where some other stuff happened. But this indication, and I bring this up because this is a descending triangle, right? Yes, this is a descending triangle. So what does that mean? Well, we had this same pattern formation that we have right now. Yeah, okay. So there's been a situation as we look at the odds, typically I'd say 3 out of 4 are going to break down. It can be conquered. Okay, this was conquered, but it had broken down and out of this in line with 3 out of 4. So now we have the same pattern. It's just like a repeat. It's almost like a repeat. What would you say? Like how we have like a repeat bull flag, right? You'll have maybe a bullish flag right here, a smaller bullish flag maybe in this area, right? Then you have another bullish flag, bull pennant right here, right? Yeah, this is what this feels like, is just to the downside. One of them has already been beat. So that's really nice that one has already been beat. And now we're looking, if you guys have just shown up, hit the like button so I know that you've just come into the room, please. Not sure how many people have been here since the beginning, but if you've just shown up, hit the like button. That'll let me know what to cover technically on the pricing of Doge. We're going over right now we're going over this symmetrical triangle, which is indicated on the candles. Okay, just on the candles. It's not indicated necessarily on the line chart, but it is so clearly indicated on the candles that it's what we're sticking with right now. It's a very, very clear formation. It couldn't be any clearer, guys. I'm going to move this up into kind of the dark area. We have kind of a two-tiered, just to kind of make it pop out to you a little bit more, this blue, so you can see that. You can see the name, what we're looking at, etc. But as you look at this, this line of resistance along the top is met with the support along the bottom. This was a huge strike point right in here. Okay, this was your essentially. Let me go ahead and just see if I can change this around. You'll be able to see it more quickly. But your golden pocket was right in here. That's what was struck very heavily. Okay, these were your golden pocket figures right here. The 61.8 to the 65th% retracement. So you don't feel like this was a shot in the dark, right? That's what it turns into. Well, why did it go down like this to this level? This was the golden pocket. Okay, that's a level it's called the golden ratio. It's very important for the price to accomplish that. Literally, it's an accomplishment, guys. As the price is able to rise overall, we're talking about Dogecoin rise 2021. As it's able to rise, it needs to retrace. Okay, it allows for, there's some liquidity issues, et cetera, with service. I won't get too technical with it. It's a golden ratio. They call it the golden ratio. Fibonacci 61.8 to the 65th percentile. As you look at your holdings, you may want to know where your holdings are going. You may want to know, where's the price going, aside from speculation or aside from, just blank targets that we're all going to, subscribe onto. You may want to know in the near term where this, let's say, for instance, how much money you were going to lose. People who were going to lose potentially, let's just say this. Let's just say, if people would have had a way of figuring out they were going to lose 60% in 4 days, I think they would have wanted to know that. Now, maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't. If people were involved in our streams, that's something that they were acutely aware of. So that's where you guys come in. I'll just say that. It's really nice because you guys are subscribers, you're VIP members, and you're like, a lot of this I'm just talking to the crowd, right? I'm not sure how many brand new technical analysts and technical traders and day traders we're gonna pull out. The stops. I think they'll come in time. It'll become maybe a little bit more popular to technically trade Doge, and some other traders will get involved because we're going to be looking at things like AMC, right? AMC, very interesting with AMC. Is that a bull flag I see? That's real close, huh? I don't know about that. That's real close, huh? I don't want to call that exactly like that, but that looks like I'm not going to say that exactly, huh? I just had to peek over there for a minute. You're going to have to look at that one. You guys think that's a bull flag on AMC? I don't know. Kind of look like it, huh? Ouch. Ouch. I know some people long on AMC on some options. Interesting. And it's got a divot in it, too. I'd look at that. Jason, you wanted to look at AMC? I'd get out the textbook on and the textbook that you've ordered in John J. Murphy's New York Institute of Finance. I would get out the textbook right now, Jason, that you've already ordered and you have, and I would look at a bull flag and see whether or not you see that one that indicated on AMC on the candles. Very nice. Nice call. Appreciate you you looking at that. Heavy KC says, yeah, maybe, huh? Yeah, we could talk about anything. AMC, we talk about whatever, guys. We talk about, anything that has pricing action. We can talk about shorting oil. You guys, shorting oil, like the commodity that decided to go negative. Yeah, that's okay. Or we can, we're going to pass the time doing something because we're around enough in terms of these events for Dogecoin to where it makes sense. And it is a move potentially of 70% to the upside or downside. Okay, as we look at the kind of the maximization of this move, it's a big move, right? So it's worth us spending a little bit of time and making sure, it's worth me making sure that the subscribers, the base camp, and the VIPs are aware of the degree of nature in this move, because this is how we a lot of us met, was while we were trading. Yeah, not financial advice. Absolutely. Did you see that bull flag? Potential bull flag, a little bit of a misformation. But yeah, we traded the holy heck out of this. I mean, it was fun, right? A lot of us met during this. You're like, no, these guys can trade, and then I saw you guys like you can trade. That's how we came up with all this. In and around this area, right? This was when we came up with kind of the idea for base camp, VIPs, etc. And it was just just made sense. I was like, these guys can trade. They need to be in a group. So it's worked out real well. And let's see what we have. What do we got? We got a lot of friends. What we got? That's a good thing. VIP is like, yep, we got a lot of friends, a lot of good people, huh? It's birthday time too. VIP birthday. You're gonna get into how this feels in terms of how it looks on the bodies, on the wicks, etc. David Sweet, interested in AMC. Thanks, you got it. Check out that bull flag. You got a bull flag? Is it good enough for you guys? I want you to take your book out. Take out your John J. Murphy Principles of Technical Analysis, right? You got that book right by you, right? I gave you guys a link if you don't have the book. It's a hugely important book. It goes through all. That's the book of the street. You guys are interested in investments. You want to know what's going on with your investments? Yeah, that is the book on the street. I'm not talking about it's one of the books. That is the book. That is the book, no question. That's the book. Principles of Technical Analysis, the Commodities and Futures Market, period, or the financial market. John J. Murphy wrote the book. So you guys, if you're looking to learn at all, that's the key go-to book. Is you want to develop into a full-time trader. You want to be full-time into crypto, etc. And isn't that great, Mr. T? Hey, isn't that nice? Well, that is really nice for Mr. T to stop in and say hello. I really appreciate the shout out and a 3-star general. Probably we'll go ahead and say a 3-star general from the only Mr. T I know would be kind of like a 3-star general to me. He's a good guy, and he'd be probably one of the best guys I know. So I really appreciate him shouting out. And yeah, Mr. T, we have a real good group. We're sitting here talking, oddly enough, about someone's mentioning whether or not silver seems like it's moving. Someone's talking about AMC options. We're talking about, trying to, breach the divide with everybody and getting in terms of like Dogecoin and what all is going on with Elon Musk. We appreciate the compliment from you. And we say you're looking pretty, the 3-star kind of general right there. I think that's about what I would expect from Mr. T is in the house. And we appreciate your involvement and your shout out tonight. That means a lot to the group. If you guys knew who Mr. T was, if you knew who he is, I think you would be very impressed with the caliber and in terms of who he is. He is a very important guy. Is he not, Mr. T? Mm-hmm. So you know that. We're just talking over some of the details of crypto tonight, and also getting into some short squeezes, getting into kind of the dynamics that we've been able to put together in terms of kind of some of the previous business leaders, some of the real big analysts from what I would say, like even from BlackRock, from JP Morgan, from some of the key crypto exchanges, from some of the previous like big investment banks. A lot of the members are getting involved in, and Dogecoin has been kind of a conduit for a lot of people to become involved in cryptocurrency. And the good thing is, and I think you'll get this, Mr. T, but what we are interested in, as the price goes up, we make money. As the price goes down, we make money. And that's a non-negotiable aspect of our involvement in anything. And we'll trade anything. Like, the technicals will apply to if it's gold, if it's, my hedge fund, private hedge fund I had started up previously, just personal private hedge fund, was we were big on shorting gold. We also would short oil. We play with gold and oil, commodities. Big time into gold and oil. Move, heavy 7+ figure positions in a round of gold and a round of oil. That was before oil decided to short through the floor negative beyond zero. So the fundamentals that we're able to put into place now, we really are appreciating. The one thing about Dogecoin is that Elon is involved, and he has a real big structural, like corporate approach to things. And that's nice because I have a corporate background. A lot of people have a corporate background. The people in the community definitely geared towards investments, definitely geared towards like predictive analytics, predictive intelligence, market intelligence, etc. And it's just nice for us to experience kind of some degree of comportment with like corporate strategy and ideals, and that's a big a benefit of not just the standard, I'd say, crypto kind of sphere, but something that has, I know Team Elon is very much on. They have to the SEC is around, so are shareholder derivative lawsuits. So it's been very interesting. Here's Mr. T. I bought 80,000 Dogecoins at 4 cents because of you, sir. Thank you for the heads up. Rock and roll. Very much rock and roll. I would just say rock and roll, Mr. T. Very solid, stout guy, and very, very interesting. GameStop has a board meeting coming up on June 9th. Okay, on June 9th. And that's exciting that GameStop has a board meeting coming up on June 9th. Looks like we're getting some action here in the chats. This is some good market intel that people can definitely, strongly look into. What do you guys think? Not bad. Not bad at all. So we're looking at a potential board meeting for AMC. Very nice. Let's see what else we have here. There's the AMC. Let me redo my window here. Hold on. I've got like 3 or 4 windows. Here we go. Not AMC. GameStop. Okay. I've got 2 different windows open. Let me read this. Let me get close to it real quickly. Nikai Osborne. GameStop also has a board meeting on GME. Okay. GME. June 9th. And Ryan Cohen definitely has something cooked up for it. Rumors, reverse merger, as well as wow. Okay. Reverse merger. Really? Huh. Okay. Very, very interesting. Did you write about AMC at all? No. Okay, I had to get close to that monitor. You're a little bit far away. I had to redo my window. That's a big deal, a reverse merger. That'd be interesting, huh? That would, yeah, that's speculation at this point, but that's, Nikai is always, he's a full-time trader. He's with the group, and just looking forward to kind of what all shakes out with that. That'd be big news, wouldn't it? If GameStop wants to plug and play like that, that'll make some cash, huh? That'd be nice. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Happy Memorial Day. Absolutely. James Bond is in the house. James Bond, what's up, brother? You guys hit the like button as you're coming in. We just are kind of hitting a stride here. We've been kind of quiet, but you guys are starting to show up. Hit the like button. Let us know you just showed up. I'll be able to count in how many people have shown up and who didn't get kind of the initial information that we might need to recap on. And Mr. T just did a shout out and said, hope all is well, brother. Show looks fantastic. Well done, sir. God bless you and your audience. That's a great shout out from Mr. T, if you guys knew who that is. Real special guy, real cool guy. And we hope you guys like the show. It's we've got the pictures going in the bottom left. We'll continue to refine. You guys know we're always trying to come up with that next kind of, next level experience. It's just, there's a lot of time, in the day to stream, right? And to get you guys charts and to work out and go. There's just so much time in the day. I don't know what we do with it all, right? You guys are busy too. A lot of you guys have a lot of irons in the fire, as they would say. We're looking at this triangulation come into play. Guys, technical analysis is going to apply to this chart behavior. It's going to apply to any chart behavior. Anything with price action on it, we're going to draw the same conclusions using the same frameworks of technical analysis. What do we use? We use the institutional framework of the New York Institute of Finance. Things that are studied at the graduate levels, at the doctorate levels in terms of price action, pricing behavior. Okay, in terms of predictability and market function, that's what we focus on. So it's not the idea of the week. It's not a speculative kind of endeavor to where we're going to, convince some people that something's going to happen and maybe it'll catch and we'll just make some money on it. It's nothing like that. There's nothing disingenuous about it at all. It is extraordinarily fundamental towards the framework and operations of the market. Okay, that is technical analysis. So that's why we use it, because it has drastic implications on your potentially on your ability to profit, okay, or to not. So if we can achieve a profit, we want to. If we can prohibit a loss, we want to. It's real simple and technical analysis, not just watching live pricing action. I'll tell you that, because you can watch live pricing action. Well, it's going down severely. Well, get out. Okay, great. That's an approach. It's going up, dramatically. Will everyone get in? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about chart formations. We're talking about pattern behavior. Okay, we're talking about what's the standard of the industry as we're looking at this symmetrical triangle. This symmetrical triangle, because of its formation and because of the level of business, I'd say development or the business education, the market education that traders have been through and market participants have been through, this has expectations that it will perform, and it may underperform. Okay, there's always variability. It may underperform. No problem. If it does, it may underperform to the downside. The loss may underperform, meaning it didn't perform as badly. It could also underperform to the upside, where I say underperform because people may have targets right now. I just tell you, people may have targets down here. Well, we didn't get to my target. Darn, the market maker didn't pick me up. Darn. See, people want to get in at a better price. What's the only benefit of it going down is you can get in at a better price, right? If it goes up, you'll be able to sell at that higher level. And do what? Essentially, there's maybe a twofold statement there. You'll be able to essentially cut loose if you hit your pricing target, and we'll specify these a little bit more on the top side. What does profit require? Profit requires you to sell at a higher price after what? After you've bought at a lower price. That's it. In that order, unless you're dealing with options. Okay? Profit requires you to sell at a higher price after you've bought at a lower price. Very simple. Unless you're dealing with options. Okay? In that order, unless you're dealing with options. So if you're dealing with options, you can change the order in which you do things and deliver the asset later. Okay? It's going to cost you. It can cost you. I'll just say that it's a different risk dynamic. Okay, so just remind yourself, and I bring it up because people don't think this way. It's going to require profit. Okay, to make money in your account, whatever you're investing in, it's going to require you to sell high after you've done what? Buy low after you've bought lower. Okay, so it's easy. But as we talk about options too, you're gonna sell high after you've bought lower in that order, right? After you've bought lower first, unless you're in options. So a lot of the guys in the let's say VIP are good at options. We have some guys that have been trading options for 13, 14, 15 years, guys. Some real seasoned veterans, and that's nice to see. Now, I would love to see. It's nice to be around you guys. Tell you the truth, because you're very competent, Mr. T in the house. I appreciate that. Speaking of highly competent individuals, so as we look at the great position he took on, you guys got this. Let's see what he stated. I bought 80,000 Dogecoins at 4 cents because of you, sir. Thank you for the heads up. Very interesting. Very interesting. As we look at the. Did not know that. As we look at the, that's good to know. As we look at this, what is giving us, I'd say, a hesitation towards calling the downside of this, and I just want you to be aware of this right now. We are seeing definitely a pattern formation along this line of support, which is clearly identified by the first major strike down and around mid-May, right? You see I'll move these lines so that you can clearly see this strike point. You see that? It's kind of light, but we should be able to. Let me see if I can get into the candles. Dun, 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 dun. I think that's about what it's going to want to show me. As we look into this is the strike right in here. I'll highlight it. It's right at that line, okay? Now, that's just past. It looks like they picked up some orders just past the golden pocket. That's 61.8 to the 65th percent retracement. So the fact that we have established a clear line, okay, more or less a clear line between this hit, the next hit down into the golden pocket, okay, nice, smooth, clear line all the way up through the current pricing action, tells me that it's trying to behave exactly like a symmetrical triangle, And that's important because it's going to bring more, I'd say, a higher degree of probability that we would achieve the maximum either to the upside or the downside, okay? That's important as we're talking about accuracy, probability, okay? The probability of achieving the full measure of either of these moves, the 70% to the upside or the 70% to the downside, okay? And we're always this technical. You guys know that. That's why that's how we met, right? That's how we all got together on the internet is talking about issues like that, like this. So and all throughout the way here, guys, from the bullish patterns to the bearish breaks, it's been like that. The hits along the retracements, the hits along the way. It's been a phenomenal deal. Now, people did deploy orders in here. Okay, let's talk about that. We did, as a matter of fact, I even got out information to individuals, okay, to them, talking about deploying orders in line with this. Now, if you have accumulated, please pay attention. If you have accumulated, okay, in line with this, with these Fibonacci's here, these Fibonacci pricing targets, if you have already done that in line with what I provided to you, not financial advice, just these would be the targets, right? If you're looking at accumulating, I kind of like the price action coming up. I think I've said that. Excuse that. Whoops. As we look at that, I have given you the pricing targets, the VIP, and we talked about it on. We talked about that ad nauseum last night for many hours. But what we've done is we have accumulated. Almost ad nauseum. We have accumulated, guys. Okay. Coins within this pricing dynamic at what? At a low cost basis, as low of a cost basis as we could. How do we know that? Well, because our strategy is doubling and tripling down as you get lower. We'll probably double down the first level, okay? We'll have an amount certain we'll put in at the first level, the 23.6. As we get down to the 38.2, we're going to triple down. As we get down to the 50%, we're going to triple down. We get down to the 61.8, we're going to triple down. 78.6, triple down. All right? What does that do? That structures our cash towards the downside. If it takes off early, we're still participating, okay? We've already accumulated some within this area, okay? As we've gone down, we have essentially made our position a lot larger to a multiple, okay? The first level is a double down, then a triple of that, then a triple of that, then a triple of that. Wow, okay. So, but just on the basis, so we understand the theoretical approach, we're going to be taking, if it were $100 on top, just to understand the theoretical approach. It's not financial advice. Understand the theory behind it. I want more coins at a lower price. I want more barrels of oil at a lower price. Capiche? Yeah, we got that. I want more bars of silver, right? I want more, shares of Tesla, okay? Whatever it is, more shares of AMC, whatever you're looking at, okay? Now, what we're going to discuss is this 23.6% retracement. If we started off with $100, just as an example, $100, okay? If we double that to 200, if we triple that, I start to triple. It's in line with I'd say some of the strongest traders on the street, the strongest institutional traders on the street, and I've been talking about for months, competitors of BlackRock. We have a former analyst that worked with BlackRock as part of the VIP. That just told me today, incidentally, that he is a former analyst with BlackRock and JP Morgan. I've been discussing BlackRock and JP Morgan, so it makes sense. So you guys know, in terms of validation, he's here and he's a member of VIP. He has not told me that. He has a prior experience with BlackRock and JP Morgan, but I've been discussing their strategy throughout the previous months here. And there's nothing inconsistent with my strategy, what I'm laying out, and kind of the fundamentals. I know they have different desks. They have different strategies and protocols. A lot of what I'm going to say is not going to be discussed probably openly, probably per contract. But when I state these things, that some of the largest institutional players in the investment arena, worldwide, global markets, trillions of dollars under management, use this type of a strategy on much bigger concerns, right? So this is a real easy strategy for us to understand on something that's real simple. Dogecoin, if it has a market cap, I'm going to guess, $40 billion and around that right now. I need to look at it. Tell you the truth, I'm not sure how much it has gone down or up. And certainly, why don't we make sure of that real quickly? Yeah, $38 billion, about 38.96. 38.96, 38 billion. So what we look at in terms of this is if we structure money in, and this Fibonacci is just a pricing tool, the most recent frequency, okay? We say, let's ballpark $100. Then we go 200. Then we're going to triple down. 600, triple, okay? 1,800, triple. 5,400. What does that do? It gives us the idea that in each and every price frequency, we want more coins, or we want more, if it's going to be Dogecoin, Bitcoin, shares of Tesla, bars of gold, whatever in the world it is, guys, AMC shares, whatever it is, we want more of those at a cheaper price. Why? Because the lower our cost basis and the higher our volume, okay, of our holdings, the lower our cost basis, meaning the cost per share or the cost per coin, okay, and the larger the number in terms of the volume, okay, of shares or coins that we have, the more you stand to profit. You're supposed to buy low to sell high. So if you're going to take something up higher, you want more of those shares or more of those coins. Let's say in this instance, Dogecoin. You're going to want more of those shares, all right, at a lower price to deliver to the upside, which is going to give you a higher profit. Every unit that's moved up, every unit increase in price is going to be dramatically more profitable to you because you have more volume at the lower price. You're not stuck in a situation where you're overcommitted or overexposed at a higher level. You guys understand? If you were to become overexposed at a higher level right here, well, how would you compromise it at a lower level? How would you fix that? Let's say, how would you fix the fact fix the fact that you are compromised or overexposed at a higher level? What you would do is you would put more money in at a lower level. You would recapitalize. If you've placed all your money in at a higher level, you can't do that. So when I just present a structured way of thinking, all right, in terms of it like a demand curve, the lower the price, you'll have more demand, right? Yeah, that's what's going to maximize your profits. Now, we always have, you'll hear the big guys on the street, okay, institutional investors, competitors to BlackRock, say, we are prepared to double down at lower levels. What does that do when they say that? They're recapitalizing their position. They may be telling you, and you're not reading into it exactly, they may have an ownership interest at that point at a higher price, right? They may own it up at, let's say they own this at 71 cents. Okay, well, now it's down to 30 cents. That equation doesn't work very well. Well, they may be willing to put 5x down at 30 cents that they didn't put in up at 73 cents. What does that do? If they put 5x, if they put $1 million in at 74 cents, well, if they put $5 million in at 30 cents, and if they were prepared to put in, guys, you could do this with if it's $1 million or if it's $1,000, if it's $5 million or if it's $5,000, and then you can look at the lower levels. Okay, maybe this makes sense. If it's 10 million or maybe it's $10,000, whatever that equation is, it's important to realize how that restructures your holdings. You're never going to be overextended at a higher level. You're never going to be compromised fully. You're always going to have a degree of backup cash, which you can double or triple down into your investment, and then you can, 3 to 5 exit lower, down lower. The people who do that never get stuck in a market. The people who don't do that get stuck all the time in a market. I promise you. I was having a discussion with a guy today, a successful business owner, and I talked to him, and it was the standard thing he was telling me. He was telling me, I said, how is everything going? How's the business, this and that? Are you in the market at all? What's been going on? And we talked about the show, et cetera, and the group, the VIP team. And everybody's really excited about you guys, by the way. I went and saw some good old friends today. It's been a while since I had seen them. But we discussed, he said, yeah, I actually got into a successful business guy. And he can sell, in terms of his business, he understands wholesale, he understands pricing, et cetera. And he was like, well, I got involved and I bought such and such. It was Apple computers. I'm not sure what it was. And he said, yeah, I think I spent too much on it. I'm waiting for it to recover. I'm waiting to recover out of that. I hear that story again, someone who got involved at too high of a level. And immediately I explained to him, well, the idea is to not be fully involved at the higher level. Right? The idea is to always have resource backup cash to be able to, when the price goes up and down, and guys, it's going up and down the whole time, right? It'll do that on the micro, it'll do that on the macro. So on the smaller, kind of individualized frequency pricing events, yeah. And then on the macro, the entire kind of the zoom out approach, okay? So big picture, small picture. So if you're able to recapitalize and you're able to thrust in, say, 5x at this level at 30 cents, beautiful. So tell me again, how would you have messed up if you put in if you prepared in advance, if you put in $1,000, if it's Dogecoin or Apple stock or whatever it is, how would you have messed up if you put in $1,000 here just to say, okay, great. And I'll tell you, a great investment will do one thing, okay? And you'll always be able to judge your investments. In my opinion, it's not financial advice, but just hear me out. A great investment, everyone wants to always just leverage all their cash into it. We have to just put all our money into it. This is the greatest investment we've ever heard of. Okay, the definition of a great investment is that you can probably put in 10% of the amount that you really want to put in, and it'll make the other 90%. That's what makes it a great investment, right? And everyone thinks that they have to leverage the entirety of their holdings, their life, everything. It's like a rush. It's this emotional, it's an emotional ride you go on. You're literally you're ready to empty out all the bank accounts into it. You want to almost borrow money to get into it. It's like, whoa, if it's a great investment, it'll make the other 90%, right? And that's how a lot of people get stuck, is they're compromised at a position when it's essentially being advertised to them. The gains are being advertised to them at these higher levels, and, well, everyone is making money. Well, yeah, that's probably the worst time to buy. Unfortunately, that's the worst time to buy once it's reached maximum exposure. Go back into something like Dogecoin. Go back into anything, guys. Go back into recently the silver market when it hit the books, and I have not looked too much, but once the news stations really start to cover it, the CNNs and everything else, everyone's hearing about it. Those are usually the times when it'll like to retrace a little bit, and that's unfortunately the time when the majority, okay, I say, of the people who know how to trade, they're out of it. Okay, they're cutting loose at that point. They're waiting for a lower price. But it has got a lot of people from watching the major news networks, et cetera, excited in the story, and they're putting in all this heavy cash, like, after it's been hyped up, and it kind of advertised to them. So that's unfortunate. When you get into that position, just remember, a great investment will make that other 90%. You don't have to put the full 100% in. That's what makes it a great investment. And if you reserve the cash to a lower point, let's say once it's gone down 50%, well, 50% is normal. Okay, it's a normal retracement. Definitely on the micro, definitely on the small frequency kind of impulse, right? Definitely on the kind of short day-to-day moves. You see it all the time. Like minute to minute, you're going to see it all the time. Maybe as things continue to expand on into days and weeks and months, it becomes less likely. But definitely, if you watch the live pricing action, we can watch it right now. Let's dig into the seconds real quickly. Let's dig into the seconds, and let's watch exactly what this really wants to do. Let's just watch this move for 1 second, or for a few seconds. Let's just take a look at how this right here works. Okay, let's just watch it for a second move, and just understand this goes on all day long, right? So this previous move here was completely recapitulated, was completely given back up, right? And not that this represents the entirety of 100%. We can understand on kind of like if we were to draw like a sine line or something like that, something that represents like a periodic movement in something, you can just see the nature of this immediately going up and going down. I mean, just recapitulating the entirety of almost of moves, etc. And it's not. I mean, it is 29.6, so it's 29.62, 29.64. It's not a 50% move. It's not a complete recapitulation of the entirety of the price. But as you look at this, it is representing the recapitulation of, I'd say, of the entirety of. You could get involved in derivatives that would make this, and you guys know who have dealt with options, you can get involved in derivatives that would make this, essentially, depending upon how exposed you are at these levels, this could represent 100% of your position. You see that? Boom. Okay? That literally could right there, that move right there in the 10 or 15 seconds, whatever minute we just watched, that right there literally could have represented the 100% of your involvement in this investment instrument. Whether or not it's worth 29.6, 29.58, or 29.64, or 29.66, whatever that, you can structure a derivative around this. You guys who are advanced in trading, yeah, you're gone. You're absolutely gone. You literally entered into a position right here, and this is kind of some advanced stuff. You're gone. You're toast. You entered into a position right here based upon being out of the EMA, okay? The exponential moving averages, this blue line ticker here, right? And if you didn't, fall out, if you didn't exit here, all right, you may have said it's going to bounce back. It's going to bounce back. You're toast. You're absolutely you're gone. 100% of your investment in that move is gone. All right. People will get into kind of like measured moves. You get into measured moves. You get into options. Different. Different. I wanted to zoom in to kind of show you. We had to go to kind of a derivative or an option kind of approach, but this is the pricing action on the and it's not that the entirety of the price is given up. That's not the point, but it's just the nature and the cycle and the flow of things. It's very normal to experience that, and as normal as you can experience kind of a channel trade or a measured move. They'll call that a measured move in terms of the market. Just look at your RSI. That'll tell the story. I don't even really need to say much more, but I'll make that real big for you guys, because you see how the RSI is behaving. Just beautiful little sine wave, right? Just very predictable, just sine wave like that. That tells you the story in terms of what I'm trying to explain. That's the relative strength of it. So that's probably the best way to put it, just so we can understand it in terms of a technical indicator. The relative strength, at least, is being fully it's being fully given back on the consistent in terms of its the measured move that it represents. And we would look at something like that in terms of like a sine line, okay? We would look at that in terms of like a sine line, measured move, the distance between the periods, the amplitude in terms of the movement of the price action that it is given back. It's an integral component. It's an integral, sorry, if I could say that word, a very integral. I can't say that. Integrate, I can say that. It's a portion of the technical integration with the fundamentals of the market. I can say that. So there we go. What do we got? Let's see. Let's go to the hourly. So you guys, that's just, when I get real detailed like that, I don't do it for any real reason other than to kind of prove a point that some of you guys are involved in AMC right now. That's okay. And you guys who are involved, you're like, we know that, right? Because you saw the price go down. You're like, it probably, just sucker punch right there. It's like, don't do that to us, because you guys you're heavily involved in options. That's fun. I always say, just tread lightly, man. It's there's some big fish swimming in those waters. Just tread lightly, enjoy yourself. It's got to be, if you're trading full time, it never needs to be like you're showing up for work and you have to make money. That's the worst thing in the world. If you're trading Doge full time, or you're trading options, or you got a position in silver or whatever it is, if you're showing up and you have to make money, there is no worse feeling in the world. I'll just tell you, you have to make money today. That's the worst pressure to be under. Probably some of the worst bets that you'll make, or they'll feel like bets, right? After you lose them, it's like, well, why did I do, no, just when you're able to, really technically get through things on a sound kind of a basis that comports with like technical analysis and market theory and normal ordinary participation in the market. You have more demand at lower levels, etc. You preserve cash, right? You're not overextended at any high level. The price is high relatively, or potentially high, so you always have backup cash for lower. You have more demand at lower levels. That is the kind of common sense logic and rationale that will generate profits, right? I have to go all in because I have to make money because everyone's making money, and I need to produce on the cash I have, and that's the kind of stuff you're going to get into trouble with, and you guys know that. So we're watching this triangulation kind of play out, and I just kind of throw my 2 cents in because we've all met a lot of people. A lot of people have had great experiences, and a lot of them have had bad experiences. The market will teach you lessons when you lose money. It's easy to forget the lessons when you make money because you're under the impression that you should always be making money. It's almost like you're entitled to that because you're using your money. You're paying into the system. For some reason, it's easier for us to forget the things we did correctly when we made the money. We'll just normally carry that over into a more risky position. If we're not a real seasoned investor, we'll carry that over to the next real risky investment, right? And a lot of the great returns can happen from real risky investments. And so it can have a compound negative effect. Even though you just made money, you might have really just lost money because you're not really sure of what you did. You entered into a risky position. You're going to apply that recklessly now, potentially. And so that's why fundamentals and a good crowd is very, very essential. I just state that. The ability, as I look back in the chat rooms, and I know the degree of professionalism amongst a lot of the just full-time traders, I love when I see them talking about with each other, just off the cuff, they're talking about never get overexposed to higher levels, always have backup resource cash, pepper in at the top, kind of move lightly at the top, in terms of your exposure, peppering in at the top, double and triple down. Those are just basic mathematical components, right, to your surviving the market and doing well in the market. And a lot of people, well, I want to multiply my money by 10. Okay, that's good. Dogecoin's you've been able to do that twice, right? You've been able to do that twice this year. So it's been up to 100x if you sold at the right time. And if you chose not to, hey, I continue to believe that it will experience long-term appreciation. Okay, I think that's going to be a fact. I don't think you're going to be able to avoid that. Okay, it's just a matter of how much longer will it take for that to occur, and it could be a lot longer than people want it to be. And that's not necessarily what anyone wants to hear, but that may be the truth. However, it doesn't affect you, okay? Just like those institutional investors I was talking about, it doesn't affect you even now if you have the ability to recapitalize at whatever lower level it may go to, right? You're already involved, which is nice, so you can experience the upside. But for individuals who are involved in anything, the ability to recapitalize at a lower level is instrumental. You have to be able to buy low to sell high, right? Could this be relatively low right now? Could it be the lowest that you're ever going to accomplish? What would be the consensus view right now? The odds would be, I'd say the probabilities, if you were to do a survey, would be that this is probably not the lowest that you're ever going to go, right? I would look at just the preceding interval right here for the answer, right? Would that contradict just the preceding interval? Yes, it would. Okay, the preceding interval, you got to the 78.6% retracement. All right, that 78.6% retracement was a big deal. Bam, okay? You guys see that? So you just got to the 78.6% on the aggregate, okay? In the big picture, you just got to that 78.6. That's a percentage you gave back after this most recent pricing event here in and around mid-April, all right? So the fact that the 78.6 would not be indicated now on the macro for some reason, you'd have to adopt a different strategy or a theory for that to play out and for you to have, you could make a decent argument as to why the 78.6 might not effectuate now. Excuse me. I'm so sorry, excuse me. Excuse. So, pardon me. This 78.6, you can make a good argument, apologize, about in terms of why this would not move down to the 78.6. You can make that argument now because you had a replication of an M pattern formation. Okay, you achieved a higher threat. You can go there. You can make that argument, but you're going to have to. It's going to be debatable. You're going to have to. You're not set in stone on that argument. There's not a technical indicator that's going to prove to anybody right now that the 78.6 would not occur as a matter of absolute fact. I don't think there's a trader or a trading floor anywhere or a brokerage house that would say, no, absolutely, it will not occur, just period. And if they do have that information, it would probably be information they couldn't share with anybody else. I would say that. It would be that level of insider information that they wouldn't even be allowed to really act upon. Definitely not individually, right? Definitely not individually. You get into some different issues with CZ Binance being investigated by the DOJ, right? So we want to know why? Well, I don't know. Would the exchange be allowed to operate on that level of information if they had the technical or the programming to say we know for a fact it's not going down there, we know where it's going to go, and we're going to move based on that? I'm not saying that's what's going on, but he certainly had his hands, CZ, etc. CZ is the founder of Binance, the largest crypto exchange. It's been interesting to watch and learn about, okay, because he has certainly shut down a lot of coins. He shut down Dogecoin. He shut down just quite a few coins, right? Seems like anything that got really hot. Dogecoin did go up. It went up 50% in half an hour. You guys remember that? That was fun. I mean, it just was. As a matter of fact, it was fun. That was interesting, right? That was a lot of price action. We always say we want price action. That was a lot of price action. So just getting heavily into the technicals. And again, this is how we, it's not the big crowds. That's okay. Because when we trade, and people who are here know us, and they'll tune in or tune out, or maybe they're in some of the back rooms right now in the VIP. What's up, Nikaya? Birthday right there. Nikaya's birthday. Very nice. So 10 grand the other day Nikaya made. Very nice. What's up? Nice family pics too, huh? We got a lot of good families. What's up, Nikaya? Look at this, huh? Kiddos. Look at this. Training, doing great. This is just cool. We have literally like the coolest group. And Nikaya's a full, look at this family. It's awesome, man. Sorry, I had to bring that up. But he's a full-time trader. He's in the background. Smart dude, guys. Very technically inclined. I've been impressed. I have to say, Nikaya, I have been impressed. Not surprised, maybe, but nonetheless, even though I'm not surprised, it doesn't fail to impress me. How about that? I think that's as adequately and as genuinely as I can state that. So, yeah, let's see what goes on with this little area. We've got potentially some time left. When I talk about not needing big numbers, I just have to say, we talk about, a lot of times we talk about, well, we'll have kind of private streams, this and that, VIP, et cetera. Yeah, this is where it gets to, where people involved in trading, we got to know each other because we had these, and we go through periods of time. Sometimes we'll have 500 people in the mix when we make a big call, something like that. Otherwise, it'll normally get hot. This is interesting. You guys know this. This will get hot because you'll remember right in here, like 5,000 to 8,000 people saw my pricing target right here. Okay, they didn't catch any of this or any of this. They saw it right here for some reason. I don't know why. And then they saw this right here. 5,000 to 8,000 people saw this video, and it was just like really hot. All this, but it was after. This was the funny thing to me. I'm like, it was after all this, and this is how the market works, huh? Because we know that, huh? It was after all this. Like that was all the positive price action, guys, right? And I was like, we knew that, and I was still alive. All this stuff, I'm like, now the 8,000 people want to show up. I'm like, what did they just miss out on? Well, they got one more run to the upside. Okay, that's fine. They get one more run to the upside. But I'm like, they missed out on all this. But that's how the market works. Okay? Literally, you're going to have 5% of the people, maybe 1% of the people who make cash. Right? And now people probably made cash here. But did they go back down to here? I don't know. Did they get in here? Or did they just get in here? I hope to heavens they didn't just get in here with the pricing target, because the pricing target was to get in and then we got out. Right? Get in, get out. That was real clear. It was right in here. Get in, get out. I remember saying the coach it was funny because there was a show on in the background, right? I'll never forget this. You guys remember? There was a show on in the background. We were trading this. It was like 16 hours, right? And I didn't stream the whole time. Went to bed. It was marching up. It was looking great. And then we cut it right here. And I'll never forget, there was a show on in the background. And right around this time, and I was just thinking, this is just going on. I was like, we can continue to trade this thing. I was like, we might be able to somehow, you start thinking, I guess we could push it up some more. But it was just one of those events. It was really nice. So we were staying live, and it was, I think Elon was, right there with the whole thing. It was really nicely coordinated, the whole thing. And I was fine. I heard the football whistle in the background on a TV show or a movie. And I was like, guys, the football coach has officially blown the whistle. And bam, it was just, this just had to happen. And it was one of those deals. But for people who may have seen the call in terms of the pricing target right here, because it was a phenomenal target that we hit. It was literally just dead on, right? We hit it perfectly. And then for them to potentially go up and be exposed at this level of like 51 or 52 cents, like, you have to understand, like, it hits me a certain way. I'm like, well, where did those people go? Maybe they made money and they just moved on. Maybe they're still involved at 52 cents. I hope to heavens they're not. But for some reason, that's how the market seems to work. Now you kind of see, like, if you guys were in the position of being like a market maker or something, right? Like with the interaction we had with and it was a decent amount of people with some heavy cash due to it was all over CNN. It was all over just the moves in general were all over the price action, all over, Bloomberg to CNN to almost your local news station had everything about Doge. So a lot of people tuning in, a lot of people buying in. Yeah. At pricing targets, me saying not financial advice the whole time, but did they cut out? Because we were live, and I remember the crowd wasn't that big when we were cutting out. I'm like, we just had like 8,000 people watch this thing. And that's enough. I'll just say, did you really want like 50 to 100,000 people to do it? No. I'm fine. Yeah, James Bond's in the house. He remembers football. Yeah, he put the football. You remember that. So it'd be like, well, what I really want, like I want 200,000 views on this video. Like, no, it's okay, right? Because the 8,000 views we got for the pricing target, the ones who pick it up, I'm like, they weren't there. James, you remember, they weren't there for the second half, right, of the football game. No, and I don't think they were really all there. They watched it overnight. They got hyped about it. They bought in. Now, they were all I bet you they were all thinking this thing was going to go immediately up to here, right? Up to $1 or $1. That's why I said the coach has blown the whistle on the football field. Bam. See ya. Tough deal, but you gotta, you have to kind of say, like, it's just interesting that dynamic is interesting for us to experience, because a lot of times we wonder, how is it possible that people can get involved continually at the wrong time in the market? It is something. I have a good kind of a good background in being able to deliver some things to my friends or something, just, I don't know, in and around to kind of predict some things and a lot of my friends do too, of things that are going to increase in value a lot. And or predict when something's going to. It's just a lot of it becomes intuitive if you spend enough time in the market. If you can kind of diagnose something. I had an interesting thought today. I want to share it with you guys. Do you know, a lot of times with the market, when people they have a bad luck with the market, right? People will literally have the phenomenon where, say, they'll buy into Doge the wrong time and it'll go down. Or they'll buy. I'll hear this all the time. I don't know what it is, but every time I buy, the price goes down. And I don't know. I guess that what I'll just say is that it reminds me of I won't get too into the what is it, Adam Smith, Invisible Hand, etc. I won't get too much into all that. In fact, let's just talk about this. Always preserve your cash. This is all I'm going to say about this, because this is the best thing on the tail end of this. I'll cut the philosophy down on the market, the economic philosophy. Just always preserve cash at the lower levels. Never be fully exposed at any higher price point. Never. Always have cash ready to deploy at lower levels. Always. And at lower levels, always have additional cash, okay, to deploy at lower levels. That's just smart investing. You'll never have a conversation with anyone, not with anyone. Can you imagine? You'll never have a conversation with anyone about, well, I put a lot of money into it and then the price went down, and I'm just waiting to hopefully get back up above that. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? You'll never have, if you could be told that, if you could be told, look, we have a way, an idea for you, a philosophy, right? That you're never going to have to go talk to anybody about having gotten in at a higher price. They're not even thinking about that originally. You guys know that. No one is thinking about that. When you get into an investment, that's not even an option. There's no way it's going down, right? Can you imagine just being like, you have to look at that in terms of what that really means. If you don't have, or you haven't reserved that cash, it's just a great investment, guys. If you put 10% of what you really want to put into it, will make the other 90%. Hector, nice to see you, Hector. We have your picture floating around in the bottom left. Right now, you guys are probably going to see some rough and tough ballistic tank-bound soldiers. We got Jason's lit and some other military guys in here. He's teaching his battalion trading right now, which is nice. We got like tanks and all kinds of cool stuff, military weaponry. We love it. It's just the bottom line. That's life. We like ammo and cool equipment. So, copy that, Hector. But imagine you're never going to have to, no matter what you invest in, guys. If it's options, and options expire a little bit different. But even at that, like not being fully extended. Like not being overextended at any higher price or any one position, always having backup resource cash. It makes it actually fun, right? That's the difference too, because everyone gets so serious about it. It's like, well, it can actually be fun, right? We're supposed to be having fun and enjoying ourselves, no matter what you do. You don't want to not like what you do, right? So just having that cash at the lower levels. I just bring that up. If this breaks down 70%, or if it breaks up 70%, We're ready. Okay, we've already accumulated in this level. And this is why people say, well, your theory doesn't work, or this, let them say what they will say, because you guys understand, I gave this to you guys in the form of, let's go to, I think Nikaya. Yeah, I gave you guys the the entirety of this chart. Let's see where this is. Dun, 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 dun. These are all the charts that I share with the VIPs. Very good, very good. Yeah, I gave you guys all the levels. Bam. All of the Doge levels to deploy into, right? Just because it was indicated, guys. Just because it's the kind of financially accurate information. If you don't think so, it's definitely not financial advice. Go prove me wrong. I'd love to see that, but we focus on those perks a lot. I focus on those perks a lot because I want to deliver accurate information to help you maximize your gains and minimize your losses. It's real easy. We can do that. I've done that for major corporations, right? Literally for like shareholders, like multi-billion-dollar corporations. We can do this on Dogecoin or on another, on anything. We can do it on anything. It may sound ambitious. Certainly don't want it to sound egotistical. I just want it to sound certain. Like that's it, just certain. I am certain of that fact that we can accomplish a solid financial kind of analysis of something. I was hired out of Duke University to do that for $1 billion equity fund and worked across the table from Harvard, and I didn't have any problems at all with the accuracy of my financials. So I know that we can do this on Dogecoin or any other investment or a mix of them. So, in terms of financial advice, it's not, but, you guys have brokers and all that fun stuff. Some of you are brokers. So a lot of you are involved in the financial industry. So that's, it's nice we don't have to do each other's budgeting, huh? It's like, yeah, my kids have got to go to college. What am I supposed to do? It's like, my wife doesn't like that I'm investing. That's your fault. That's not my fault at all. I will never have that conversation with your wife. You're on your own there. So we have a good time. Looks like we're just kind of huddling along here, seeing what we got. Let's see what we got. I'm just waiting for this thing to break out. And this is the good part, because we're just waiting for this thing to kind of tell us what it wants to do. All right, let's go back to the candles and kind of see. And this is just the price action. We get into it. It's been a while since we had something. This has been a really extended move here. It's been okay. It's been 13 days. 13 days. Right? Like, what have you done for 13 days? Well, I brought like a 3.5x to the team. I'm not sure how many got into it, have done whatever they've done. Mr. T was talking about he got in early on Dogecoin at whatever 4 or 5 cents because of me. That's cool. I'm very happy about that. That's exciting, and I know some people who've done well in that. As we look at what else we've done, I was able to bring Matic Polygon was the hitter, right? Did very well in crypto. That was a 3.5x in the first 7 to 10 days of our VIP. What's up? Yeah, everybody's like, yeah, that was fun, huh? So you guys did real well with that, and we brought it to, we were the first real group to really kind of exploit the price action on it, really get into it and ensure those gains. It was really nice. Very, very nicely done. I like that because I don't know of another group that entered into even a 2x or a 3x in the first 7 to 10 days, like first couple of weeks. I don't know of any other group that did that. So that's just cool that, whether or not you did the full trade or whether or not you did more or less as it's gone on, it's just nice to know that was there because that's solid. Yeah. And we're not we don't have buy sheets. It's not like here, just everyone go and buy and accumulate this now. Oh, well, next month, we don't do that. We're just, we like to trade. We like good price action. And just that's what it tells you in terms of the 3.5x that Matic was. Polygon, that Mark Cuban's big into Matic. It's kind of an alternative to some of the cryptos right now, and it seems like it could achieve some more legitimacy. They're using it in India right now to keep track of the virus, whatever kind of COVID issues they have or flu issues they have. They're using that. So Mark Cuban, I think, has commented on that. A lot of people have commented on that, the nature of the Indian representative. And you guys will recall that the leader, this all came to fruition. And our hearts go out to everybody in India, absolutely, without a doubt. And we always recommend people follow your local guidance without a doubt, and stay safe out there. And in terms of that contact tracing and all the social distancing, just tune into your local leaders, guys. Make sure you do that because we want everyone to stay very safe. We know a lot of you are at home. And make sure you plug into the good, kind of social frameworks of things as well. But we're very concerned with people, just always be safe. It's better to be safe than sorry. We'll say that. So just plug into your local leaders. They work very hard, and they get, I think they get paid to do what they're doing. So I hope they do a good job of it. Let's say that. I'm sure that they do, and we're just happy that you guys hopefully are safe and sound. But India has been through a big crisis. It's been televised everywhere. Mark Cuban was discussing it. And Polygon, aka Matic, is the technology which is being used for like 115 million, a population of 115 million, to keep track of some of the health issues there. So I thought that was really positive. That's like a real utility, a real use case, and it's just So we brought it to you guys. I think before that actually broke. So that was really big news. Everyone's like, "This is something real." It almost sounds like a good investment, almost like a real legitimate stock, right? Something we would look at and say, yeah, that's something that'll do well. Almost like PP&E or invest in a mask company or something like that. Just there's a lot of those investments. Clearly, that's a sector right now that's doing very well internationally. It's going to continue to do well, and it's nice to see everything kind of opening back up. I'm seeing that around different places. I went to a store today, and it was kind of open again. And the leaders, I think, in Texas and around have decided to kind of open things up. So hopefully all that's becoming part of a historical thing that we can look at and just look back on and say, hey, we're hopefully stronger because of it, right? I hope so. And our thoughts and prayers are with anybody who have lost. Definitely anyone due to issues that have been discussed like that in the news. It's popular news. It's been discussing that. And we don't dwell on that stuff. But definitely as we get into Memorial Day, we want to, our thoughts and prayers go out to all of the men and women and the families in terms of having lost anyone, the sacrifices that have been made around the world, really by our soldiers and by our joint forces. We also celebrate our joint forces, around the world. You know who you are, and that military component is very important to us as a nation. It establishes our freedom. We never take that for granted. And as hard as you're willing to stand up and say, yeah, we understand you're going to identify, you would say this, you're going to be identified as a target to someone else. We appreciate very much, and we respect you for doing that, because that is very much that's not the standard. That's a very strong position to be willing to take on behalf of other people's freedom. And we respect that in terms of the service that you provide. It's not just, well, someone's willing to go to boot camp, someone's willing to kind of deploy overseas and do some training. No, you're the guys that will put on the BDUs or put on the outfit, the uniform, go overseas and tell the bad guys, yeah, I'm it. It's me. I'm here and I'm it. And for those sacrifices that you laid down, we just understand the quality and the caliber of person that you are and how tough you guys are. And that does not go just without saying, because I don't hear people frame it like that all the time. And for those who have lost loved ones, we appreciate them and their heroism to that extent, how they are and how they'll always be remembered. And that's how we remember them now with you. So, harrowing culture and heroes. You guys know that, definite heroes. So, we appreciate the opportunity just to be able to state that. And it's nice to be able to even say that. And the fact that we can in this country is just, and around the world is a tribute to the U.S. forces and the joint force I'd say liaisons and joint forces we have around the world. So congratulations. You guys are a good group. Bravo. And much prayers are with you and thoughts throughout this Memorial Day. So we will get back to the charts. Wanted to definitely state that. Also, I think you'll see in the description we do have an opportunity for you guys. At least, shout out. We had. I was really inspired by Andrew. He's a VIP, and he had. What did Andrew do? Andrew told me that he donated. He made like a good chat on a great day. He gave I think a $100 super chat. And I was like, that's really cool of Andrew, because someone did like a $5. Like, is that all you made today? Everyone made bank that day. And I was like, come on, it's like, just, if you did, I'd be impressed. You traded very lightly. That's nice. You're just booking some positive trades. Hey, that's good. But I kind of made a joke about it. And then Andrew just came through. He's like, here, bam. He's like, I want to solidify my next month. And it was really nice because he just, he's like, donate to the cause, just showing up the right way. And I was like, that's cool. And then I thought, well, that's cool. I'll do something like that too. And so I went ahead and made an equal kind of contribution to, or a little bit more, but to the Navy SEAL Foundation. I got a few buddies that are Navy SEALs, and one is a former commander over Coronado. And shout out to Big H. Yeah, will never be the same. You're a good man. Kind of guy. He says he can turn anybody into a Navy SEAL. Very cool. But I looked through the Navy SEAL Foundation, just saw really the good that they're doing, and just wanted to be a part of it. And I'm glad to be a part of that team. I appreciate the correspondence they've sent to me thus far. It's a real quality organization, and yeah, my heart goes out to all those people and my strength, and yeah, there's a lot of power to all you guys. Strong crews, Absolutely. Yeah, Big H in charge of Coronado for 3 years. Tough dude. Cool culture. Very cool culture. So, smart guys. As we look at this, let's see. We can estimate the time frame, and I'm not formally affiliated with any department, agency, bureau, nor military division, domestic or abroad. We all know that. Let's see. We may have a while in this pattern. I don't want to say we're going to have that long, but I don't want to rush this either. Very interesting. This is how long this has taken. There's no way it's taken that long. Has it taken, again, 13 days? 13 days. 12 days. 12 days and 21 hours. All right? That's the entirety of the move. You're like, come on. Can't this thing just break? Because this is a massive ordeal here. Now, what's happened? It on the line chart, it struck the golden pocket 3 times. All right, you see the basketball effect. I tell people it's like a basketball, right? It is essentially, if you take a basketball at let's say chest high, okay, and you drop the basketball, right? You're going to take it chest high. You drop the basketball. It's going to bounce up to probably maybe about just below your waist, right? The next time it's going to bounce again, and let's say that's right here. It's going to bounce up to about your waist, and it's going to bounce up to probably about your knees. And it's going to bounce up to about your shins. And then what's going to happen, guys? Well, the pattern formation is just going to want to push it down. Now, we're going to want to look on the candles here, but on the line chart, it looks like it's being deflected somewhat by this 61.8 to the 65th percent, this golden pocket, the part in yellow. Looks like it's being deflected by that a little bit. It's giving it this trajectory of the symmetrical triangle, which is interesting because to the extent that it still has anything to play here, it could play out. But it's interesting that it's still continuing to play this line here, which makes me think that there is more of a solid symmetrical triangle formation going on and being respected by the market. You see? There are people that are playing this, that are putting in orders based upon this line of support and based upon and trading this line of resistance. So they've probably executed buy orders in and along this to capitalize on it. It's not just going on in one coin. It's going on in a lot of different coins right now. It goes on. It's all over the place, guys. If we looked at, I looked at Walgreens or CVS stock the other day, just to look at it. And what I brought up Fibonacci's. Same thing, like the same exact thing. Real easy, no problem. Just the same exact principles applied, period. Anything with pricing, period. Same thing. So the application of the fundamentals of technical analysis don't change at all. They just, you will get to know, I'll say this, you'll get to know the price action and any kind of idiosyncrasies that there may be or nuances in I'd say in a specific asset or stock or whatever you're looking at, commodity, whatever you're trading, derivative. You'll get to know the pricing behavior. You'll get to know, well, this is slow on the weekends. Well, this just doesn't like to behave. Oh, this is another inverse head and shoulders. It doesn't like to complete these. That's another. It's failed the last 3 bull pennants, right? Yeah, it's failed the last 3 bull pennants. This next one, I don't know. So everything will have kind of a, it'll get a certain flavor. You'll develop a flavor of how it wants to respond technically, right? That's not to say that it's really right or is ever right or wrong. You're going to apply the same technicals to anything with price action. Every now and then you will come across something that looks like it's behaving completely randomly, completely. There's probably a different pressure on the market. It's a different type of quote unquote asset, right? It's maybe it might be a spillover account. It's a subsidiary spillover account with a limited number of preferred shares that somehow wound up being technically publicly traded for purposes of compliance with the SEC or something weird, right? And you'll see that price action just like, whoa, look at this. You won't even probably be able to participate really in what's going on. The ones that you can participate in, people have found out a way to get involved in it. Okay, there's enough market activity generally in sophisticated exchanges to where, and particularly something that's this widely known, like Dogecoin or Bitcoin or whatever it is, AMC stock or GameStop, whatever. There's enough market participation to where people are going to put the technicals together and they're going to trade them. So the oil market, the gold market. Aside from that, there are some bigger indicators that we can definitely look at in terms of like long-term like cycles. There's a place called the Foundation of Cycles. It deals with, you'll deal with everything from sunspots, literally sun activity over the last 200 years, to warfare. Okay, and it'll literally comport perfectly like what you see the range right here, the top, this RSI. The sign line, literally you can throw the sun activity on this. I'll show that to you. I think I've shown that to you in the past. Like the actual activity of the sun, solar activity, is represented by a periodic frequency, a repeating periodic frequency. Battle, warfare. Okay, yeah. So there's a lot of that goes on. It's predictable enough, like in we talk about a Fibonacci. It's a ratio that is connected with the actual structuring of nature. Okay, it is somehow it's reflected in a lot of the nature that you see, from the growth of galaxies to a flower to the expression of like your anatomy. Okay, the physiology, your anatomy. There's just a lot that Fibonacci's that does, which you guys can definitely research. I don't get off into that too much, but it's not unimportant that we discuss that in the context of like basic. That's basic like fact. That's not disputed. It's not like we have. It's not like a superstition or anything. It's just the truth. It's been verified. So. It's calculable. I'll say to the extent it's calculable, it's been identified. Those calculations have been verified after being identified. That it's gone through kind of the scientific method, the most that they can present that to us. So we are seeing kind of this escalating kind of run right here, this escalating line of support, which is in line with. Again, if you draw this out on the lines, it's going to get a little bit messy. We may be able to go to a different time frame. We'll go to the 4 hour. It's a little cleaner, not really though, huh? Not really. We can go to the candles on that. Same. A little deeper, huh? Wow. Okay, on the 4 hour, it's even deeper. Okay, wow. Interesting. That is interesting, huh? The time frames are always going to adjust, and it's good we went through this, huh? You guys see that move right there? Yeah. The time frames are always going to adjust your targets. And so sometimes it'll be, and I'll have this discussion. I'm like, well, and the question is going to be now, well, should we be on the hourly or should we be on the 4 hourly? This has taken like 12 and a half days already. You would think, well, definitely the hourly, if we're like, well, it's been like the last 12, 24 hours. So, okay, let's go on the hourly maybe. As we extend out and we start to get to, this has been like 12 days, 14 days. We're still on the hourly? Yeah, I guess, right? So when you look at that, the fact that target just changed is a big deal. That's a big deal. If you wanted to compute that, and you always need, if you work on your probabilities, right, and you work on understanding like the flow of the technicals here, it's just, and it's not much, but it is a little bit more, huh? It's just, it's a touch more. It's going to come in at just over that. It wasn't that big of a move, but it was a move. Let's see. There we go. Not a big move, but do you see as you really try and accomplish precision, you see the difference between that? That's just a time frame. And we'll get back to the hourly so that you can see what, the level of variability, etc. We'll fix this back up. But the level of variability, it includes your assumptions like that you're always on the proper time frame. Some of that, is probably, I'd say some of that you'll be able to develop over time in terms of which one's going to be the most accurate, whether or not you want to be more aggressive or more conservative. If you go with a more aggressive target on this, you may scale back and say, no, if I'm going to sell this on the top side, I don't care about maximizing out something which could already technically go up 70%. I don't need to get 82% or whatever that might be. You always say, I'll just play it a little more conservative. I'll stick with this, or I may just want 10%, man. Like, come on, bro. Just relax. We just want 10%. A lot of people just want 10%. It's no problem. That's why technical patterns fail sometimes, is people just want like 10%. They're going to put in a large amount of cash. They want 10%, and that's it, which is fine. It's nice to hit the entirety of it when you're doing things for fun rather than, because you're necessarily, I don't know. I won't judge any book by its cover. I don't know what levels you guys are all at. I hope you're enjoying yourself, and I know a lot of you are doing really well. So that's really nice. Let's take a look at the whole market. Let's see what's happened since that reset at 7 CST, 8 Pacific. Let's see. EST. Sorry, EST 8 and what 5? 5 on the West Coast. That's right. VRA looks like it's up. Yeah, so in California at 5 o'clock, things change over. In Central CST, Chicago to Texas, at 7 o'clock, you start a new day on crypto. On the East Coast, from New York to Florida, okay, at 8 o'clock, you restart crypto. Those are the exact, those are the facts. Some of this is moving, interestingly. GME's off a little bit, just to look at it. That's off, not much. Was that about 12%? It's just, it's been really volatile. AMC at 26. Yeah. That was a good one, right? Pricing target, green lines. Nailed it, right? Bam. Not bad. Well done. Reaccumulating at a 38.2% retracement. Yeah. So that's a good accumulation. That's on the actual candles. We can lift up beyond that. That's where it was. We may have to go to a different time frame. Now you're going to be reaccumulating at the 50%. The candles to the lines are going to give you different reaccumulation strategies on this. You're holding that 50%. You're trading up from that 50% retracement on AMC. We can go into depth on that at some point. It'll be fun, huh? We'll get into some of that stuff so you guys know. We will get into more of that stuff without a doubt, because it's nice to be able to bring to the forefront, isn't it? I mean, it's nice. But when people aren't necessarily, you have to say, when people aren't necessarily what would you say? When you're not really structured to take advantage of like options, and everyone's involved in options, like either mentally or technologically. I mean, whether or not you're prepared for in terms of your education and your ability to handle options, or your technology, like you personally or your technology, if you can take advantage of it or not. It's not something you want people just around trying to rush to get into. So I kind of back off, because a lot of the GME mindset, the GameStop and AMC is geared towards options, right? So it's kind of like, with Doge, it's kind of an equalizer. Yeah, and you guys know that. We can talk about the other, we can have a discussion in 5 minutes and go over kind of a pricing target. We did that the other morning. It was a big day for AMC or GameStop. So yeah, we throw our hat in real quickly to the ring. No problem. But Doge is a nice, smooth. It's not really a kind of violent price action or dramatic price action. It's something that everyone can kind of tolerate. There's a lot of facilities to get in and get out. It's not operating on like a margin call or anything like that. So that helps as well. It has some good dynamics to it, which make kind of a, I don't know. It gives it a different feel than something which could be. You advanced traders are into the GameStop. You're into AMC, and there's nothing wrong with that. That was fun the other day, wasn't it? Yeah, you're like, yeah, printing money, right? That was nice. That was a good job. It was nice to see you guys make some money because it had been a little while since that moved. So it was nice to see it move, and you took it well. A lot of classy people, I'll tell you that, huh? Just classy guys. Yeah, just all around classy people. It just works. You're not. You're well put together. You're well, and that's probably the reason you are making the money is because you're handling it well. So that's nice. Seeing kind of a contact here want to occur, and we'll stick around for a minute to see if this can do anything interesting, because we are into some red. Nothing real severe, but things have from time to time they have decided to kind of kick down, right? About 2, 3, 4, 5% down, about some 8%, 5%. 8%, 9%. Just picking out some of the ones that are down a little bit more today have experienced pretty well. It's a pretty good fall off there. It's like, yeah, just all the same kind of confluence here going on. Not really too much out of line. Okay, just going through a normal retracement. It's just from the reset, it seems like it's down quite a bit. Whether or not that will create some additional momentum because there was a reset, I don't know. Boy, that thing needs to pick up. That is sorely disappointed. GameStop blew it. Had a fake out to the top. A huge fake out. That was absurd. I looked at it technically. I was like, you got to be kidding me. That's ridiculous. Clear. Someone may have just put their foot on the throat of GameStop. I'll say that. Just not technically what you'd like to see. That looks kind of nice. EOS looks kind of nice right now. Just go ahead and say that. EOS looks decent. Interesting. I'll probably mark that just so I can get into taking a look at what it wants to do. That just looks nice. I want to mark that right here. I want to get alerted if it's going to go down. There we go. If it's going to break out. I want to get alerted if that breaks out. And I want to start to measure some technical targets in terms of where this could go. See what we got. I hope you guys had a nice, relaxing Sunday. Let's see what we got. Okay, that could be a potential move to the upside. Not investing, just saying. Could be a potential move to the upside of 50. What is that? 61%. We'll take a picture of that so we can see a potential upside if it breaks out of, yeah, that looks pretty good. You guys like that? I think you would. Now it has, we were just talking about a miserable performance on GME. 58, yeah, that's a pretty big potential move on EOS. Let's move that up. Just look at it. This is where we start having fun, huh? People who are left around, like, yeah, this is where we start hunting a little bit, looking for those outliers. That looks good. I think you guys concur. Like a lot better than some of this other stuff, huh? Look at this stuff. So it's like, like that's not nowhere near as well formed. You can tell that sand is trying, huh? Like, yeah, it's got that idea, but it's nothing. A lot of correlations between the pricing here. Again, correlation just not as nice. PDEX, huh? Has picked up from that exact point a few times, hadn't it, guys? Polkadex KuCoin. I have no idea. I just see the price action. I'm like, yep, it's good price action. 168% twice from that level. All right. Now it can also fall through to the next level. It would seem horribly unlikely that would occur given its history, right? So a potential to the upside, it could really crank up. It's right on the line. It likes to take off. This is a situation people want to know. When could you ever play a little bit heavier in any kind of a situation with a stop loss? and heavier, still having huge amounts of resource cash. This would be an ideal circumstance to do kind of a cost-benefit analysis and to look at some exposure on the downside. And I already wrote this out. Looks like I'm prepared for this. That was probably a previous target. I'll move this back down. I think it started to hit this beforehand. I'll move that right there and see if it wants to kick back up above that right there. And I do say not financial advice. Be prepared to on this one because it could fly. It could fly through the floor. Definitely not financial advice. Be prepared to double, triple down at lower levels. Make sure you like investing in it. Use a stop loss, etc. Risk management strategy. Consult a broker. Right? If you're into this stuff and you're this advanced, like either become a broker or go talk to one. He'll probably want to know about this, by the way, if you're going to go talk to one. Sometimes when I say that, it's because they'll probably want to know what you're – if you know them, go consult a broker. Like you tell them what the good stocks are. The best brokers will want to know, I'll tell you that much. There we go. Okay. Let's go through a few other options. Now we do have that set. That will alert us. We can get in pretty tight on this. Let's see what it wants to do. It'd be nice to have another little retouch or something like that, and that'd be nice. Not bad. You set your stop loss. Just you do your own risk analysis. I'm gonna say that. You guys do your own risk analysis. Hopefully everyone saw that. Let's see. So that's a breakout. That's a clear breakout already of what is this? Audio. So we'll start to see some of this go on, huh? Oh, that's a big move. We talked about that beforehand. That's a big move. That's one that would have been nice to go up, right? Not a lot of, I guess there is a lot of room on the way down. What is this? Now that is one that's also right on its, let's take a look at audio. It's on, guys, I'm just looking at price action while we're waiting for Doge to move, right? Just looking at price action. We spent enough time that we need to look at the price actions. Let's, pricing action. As we look at the settings, let me throw my figures on the right, pricing targets on the right with the, yeah, we're sitting right on this 78.6. I would be surprised if things continue to hold from what I've seen. It continues to hold in a pattern for a minute, just for a little bit in some of these other coins. I would be surprised if this doesn't want to hit relatively well on this 78.6. I'd be interested to know all of your opinions on the matter because we've seen the last few days, we have seen multiple coins, multiple, pricing, multiple assets that have wanted to kick up after they have multi-touched, hung around at this level of support for a while, the 78.6, and then they just fly. You guys have seen that? This is audio. Audio's had good pricing action. It's been impressive. Previous move was 110%. Move before that was really phenomenal. Up from 50 cents to, $4.50. That's not bad. That's a nice move, huh? Up from 33 cents to that's nice, guys. To $5. That's legit. Sounding like a legitimate, at $5 is starting to sound like something. So a lot of this, is on a market cap basis. A lot of these, there's just such a huge volume of a lot of these. It just makes them sound really insignificant, but you have to understand the volume. You see this was like a nice move. This is replayed multiple times. I have this engine coin. I know people were involved in it. I have, Fibonacci's pricing levels already structured out. It's hit its golden pocket right now, the 61.8 to the 65th percentile. EGLD. All right. What is that? Golden pocket, re-hit the golden pocket. Not crazy about that. It's all right. It may take off, but let's see. This again. That's a decent move from the 78.6, just as we look. Measured up, that's 71%, 79%, about 80%. Yeah, that's a decent move. That's kind of exciting. The Dow Jones. The Dow. Ouch. 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 Look at that, huh? It's nice. On the entirety of that, let's look at something real quickly. Let's learn something. I think you guys will like this. The Dow Jones, right? Let's do this. Let's see if the Fibonacci's work with the Dow Jones. The Dow Jones Industrial Average Coronavirus Crash 2020. I prepared this guy for you. It's revealed. Do you have reserve cash to deploy at lower levels? Question mark. Why? Because I want to look at the entirety of the Dow Jones. Okay, the entirety of it. And I want to be able to explain exactly the point that the coronavirus came down to. Without question at all, I want to be able to tell you 100% it got to this point for a reason. All right? Yes, it's included in the news, etc. There was a big fallout, but the Dow went down. Okay? It went down 37%. Now, the individual stocks in the Dow went down more than that. Anytime the Dow goes down 10%, you're going to have some big losses in your portfolio, okay? So that's a big move. Now, as we look at this, I go to the candles to get the full expression of the price. I've drawn the Fibonacci on this from ground zero, from zero, guys, all the way up to the high here before the fallout of the viral fallout, right? Whatever the shutdown was, right? Last year. What do I always use? I always use Fibonacci's. Why? Because wherever I'm at, if we're experiencing a retrace, I'm ready to deploy cash at lower levels. Okay? These lower levels, these pricing targets, okay? They give me entry points for the market. As we look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average on the whole, how do you know what we're talking about in Dogecoin makes any sense? How do you know it applies? I say it applies to the oil market. It applies to derivatives, commodities. It sounds real fancy. Yeah, whatever, huh? Okay, listen, look at this. If we draw the Fibonacci's out on this, and I did this the other day, okay? This retraced exactly to the 38.2. You see that hit? Bam. Perfect. Literally perfect. So when I talk about retracements, I talk about level of involvement on your behalf at potentially a different points pricing points. This is the reason I'm talking about it, because the entirety of the Dow Jones Industrial Average, literally the whole Dow Jones, literally retraced to a specific target point. Like, yeah, like advanced sniper action. Bam. You see that? No, but no one could have controlled that. It was a big, it was just a huge crash. And, no. Perfect entries by people who were ready to double and triple down at different levels, right? People jumped in and made a ton of cash right there. Bam. Right? So I wanted to bring that up because that's the entirety of the Dow index. Now, do you think that probably that's the Dow index. Now you understand correlation. You understand that means all the stocks underneath that did a similar event. Some may have over or under performed, right? In terms of their technical conformance, but that the Dow specifically did that is monumental. Right? It's a milestone in the performance of the price action of the Dow, and it should be monumental in terms of your understanding of pricing action and why I focus so much on things like Fibonacci's, because it's kind of the standard of the industry. So as much as I can be a part of the industry and the technicals and the financial matters, I want to be with you guys. You guys are real good at and all that stuff. Looks like comp is in its golden pocket. Cool on the Dow, huh? Yeah, pretty cool. I don't think anyone's talking about that. They're not discussing that on Market Watch, are they? Telling everybody where the price is going and everything else. No, they're not. They're not discussing pricing entries. They're not into that. Interestingly, they're not. They like to sell a story, but let's see what we got. They have a lot of good information sometimes. Another one that's right here, BTT. I hear all these, different channels. I go sometimes I just go through these just to kind of see what things are doing. This is doing, let's see, BCH. Same thing that Basic Attention Token's doing. Not real concerned about any of these. You guys know that. This is not the bread and butter. I like to spend time looking at different pricing action, right? Just to see what there is out there, to see if we can come across any outliers so that we could potentially trade something interesting. We found a few possible trades. I get an intuition when I look through certain things that could be big. I don't want to trade it. Just different things. It may be on certain exchanges that people don't have access to, right? That's interesting. AVAX. Just look at them. Okay. Pirate attention. Golden pocket. Incoming. Boy, that underperformed, didn't it? Not to the... Well, that hit right on. It's that's got some big corrective work to do there. Pirate's been pretty relatively... I have no idea what pirate is, guys. 40% move. That's okay. I think I brought that to you guys, to the VIPs. It was a 40% move. Whoever took that trade, that was 40%. That's all right. Maxed out. You may have gotten 10%. People want to include large amounts of money, and they want to walk with 10%. That's fine. No problem. Let's see. This is going to be... Let's see if this is going to work out like this. Yeah. See, you got to be careful on your time horizons. Now, ARK is in the same boat that we had. Let's just remember this, that we have put EOS into, right? Because we had looked at EOS. Now, EOS is their audio. EOS is trying to break out of that flag formation. Audio is this residual double hit on this 78.6. ARK is a residual double or triple hit now along that same 78.6. So we would group those together. ARK looks like it's turning positive, but it's not really. I've got a on audio I have an alert, so why don't I put an alert here? We're going to take a look at the velocity and the momentum once it starts to move, if it does start to move. No, cup and handle didn't work out. We're always working on chart formations. If we don't have trends and we're just consolidating, look at the sideways action. There's a lot of possibility to trade in here, guys. Yeah, you look at this. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. So let's look at, is the next level down implicated yet? That's going to be one of the primary considerations right now. If things were to break down, now what would your level of exposure be here versus what you would need to redeploy at a different kind of lower level here? This is 78.6. Things have been taking off from this level recently. It might be an interesting thing to have a little bit of exposure to the upside. It might be. This PDEX. You guys look at the fundamentals. I just want to know what the price. Some of these I know for sure. Some of these I'm not. I'm more inclined to be a part of it because I don't mind investing more at a lower level potentially, right? Because I like the story. The story makes sense to me. It's a good technology. It's a decent management company, etc. So, yeah. Matic. All right. There we go, Matic. Good job. Look at this chart. This is like, okay. Let's do all this. Let's send this in. Looks like we're getting into, I don't like that. Don't do that to us. We get onto a different time frame. See if I can fix this real quickly for you guys. Maybe, maybe not. Don't do that. Yeah, okay. You know what I don't like about this is as we look at, are we in some sort of a, let's just call this, it's kind of messy to start with. We'll get on the candles. It'll clean up on the top. Yep, easy. As we look at the bottom, we're going to get into, this is what I don't do that, is whatever we're looking at, I don't want it to do that. Yeah, because now that's already been I like to see Matic perform better than this. If we're looking at any kind of a pennant formation. Now, the one thing I like about this is if it were to break to the upside, that you're looking at almost exactly conformance with, and this would bode in favor of kind of there being a market tolerance towards it happening, going to the upside. Not to say that it will. It doesn't have to at all. But it can. All right. And what essentially could occur, you're either going to have an inverse head and shoulders here, right? Which could throw it out to the upside, incidentally. I wouldn't count on that as much. All right. That may be what's occurred if we're going to look at anything positive as a result of this fallout from the pennant. All right, there's a bull pennant. We could either say, yes, we have an inverse head and shoulders here. And we would expect it to go up through that area. We can drop this down and make this a little more reasonable. It's difficult in here. I'd probably call it in the kind of the mid-level there. It's going to have to achieve some velocity here to get up through that, I would anticipate. The head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders, would get you. Is it just over? It's about the same, I guess. Depending upon whether or not depending upon how you draw this. That's the nuance. Is you're going to get into something how I originally drew it. I think you're going to get into something which should overachieve slightly. Yeah, that's my inclination. It could overachieve slightly. Doesn't necessarily have to. Clean head and shoulder, inverse head and shoulder, not necessarily. And I said don't do that because I don't like to necessarily see a potential breakdown of a pennant formation and a failure to reconfirm. That's fine, and it looks like it's trying to get back up into that formation. It's just it's kind of sloppy for something that I like to look at as kind of the you guys understand, like we kind of hold on to Matic as a very important investment. It's had a lot of beautiful chart formations, a lot of beautiful price action. So we like to see conformance with really solid, and that's not a lack of conformance, but we're sitting here the whole time talking about watch out for a fake out on Dogecoin, right? What is this? It's a fake out on Matic, right? Break down below. Now, it didn't really achieve a confirmation. This touched back to the previous line of support, okay, which was providing support, which then turned into a temporary resistance, which then was conquered back through, and now it's showing this kind of what was the support turned into a resistance, now cranked back through and turning back into a level of support. So that's how this is all played. It doesn't exactly give, and I might watch it especially because of this. It might not be a bad entry. I'm not going to say a bad entry right now because please don't pull the trigger on this, guys. You don't have to pull the trigger on this, but it just might be interesting because it may try. It's gotten back up into here, so I would anticipate that this is potentially going to try. I don't know why it would have technically regained, and again, pepper, light pepper, nothing. I mean, this is just like, you want to play with a chart formation? Do you want to just shoot in the dark? It's just Matic has been really good. Matic has been really, so good. So when I talk about, well, if you're just going to put, cash into something and watch it, without knowing the behavior of it, Matic has just been so strong. What's the other good thing? I don't even have to have this discussion. Why? Because I'm already in it. If I've been listening to myself or listening to the program, you guys know we're already in this, right? If you're not in this, you're looking at trading in chart formation, it's a great lesson because it's very tempting because Matic has been so strong. You see a bull pennant formation that's been messy, right? It's gotten sloppy. What's the good news? Where's our pricing target? Our pricing target is, let's see here. Let me put this right here. Dun, dun. All right. Our pricing target is in alignment with this right now, the way I have this drawn, in line with about the 50% retracement. So you've already engaged at a level to which, depending upon we draw it here or here, you guys can draw your own lines, you know that. But you're going to be fine either way. They're probably going to hit you on the candles if you're there, close enough. You got picked up on this. You're already involved. If you're trading Matic, I imagine people in the group are trading Matic. Absolutely, you guys are trading, right? So you're already involved. You don't have to make the choice as to whether or not you would even want to. If you employed kind of a consistent strategy, these red arrows are set up for a reason, right? They're set up for a reason that you want to deploy and double or triple down, okay, create a lower cost basis and a higher number of coins or units, right? whether it's stock or derivatives or a stock or commodities, whatever it is, right? You want to acquire a lower price and more of them. So you do that by stacking your cash to the downside. Now, if it does take off, that's where you would want to say, well, yeah, it's taken off beforehand, right? Yeah, it has. Like here it took off, here it took off. What I like about this is as I zoom out and give you a macro view, you're conforming with a kind of a larger trend line, and what for Matic would be, I go ahead and I draw this anyway, even though maybe I shouldn't, but Matic has had such dramatic, I would just say really strong, large pattern formations that I could definitely easily see something like this kind of playing out. We've seen it on some other assets. I don't want to really get into those other assets. We can. I'm not talking about entering into on behalf of a trade. In terms of the diagnostics, I don't think we have to, right? So all of these dashed lines are investment levels, potential investment levels that are technically indicated. It's not financial advice. It's just technically accurate. Like if I sit here and I just draw a Fibonacci from this low to here, right there to the top, that's an accurate list of targets that are already calculated properly. I don't have to do that. We used to have to use graph paper and a calculator. I'm not sure I ever did. Maybe I have used graph paper and a calculator, but we don't have to do that. So it's fine. It's accurate. They're accurate pricing targets. They're given to us as part of the trading view. This is a pro premium edition. So yeah, I don't have to worry about, well, this is right, this is wrong. No, it's just it's technically indicated. The chart is the software from the exchange, or that the exchanges use. Literally, it goes beyond, like, I don't have to like justify it too much more, but I mean the calculations aren't incorrect. It's never been hacked. It's going to be accurate. So that gives you entry into the different, let's say at the different levels, okay, to experience price action. If you wanted to make 5 or 10%, you probably already made it a few different times. That's cool. No problem. We can redraw on the anything from the, from the 5 minute to the 30 minute to the 1 hour. You can redo all your pricing. You can see what you really like. This just hit on your. We talked about the 50% percentile. This exactly hit on your 50 percentile. If you got picked up by the market maker, you're already up 5%. Big move? No, not a big move. It's 5%. Do you have, it depends upon what amount of money you might have involved. Always ready to double down at lower levels. I had a discussion tonight with someone who is involved, okay, with a light account. And at that light account, they were expressing a little bit of frustration in terms of not being more involved in terms of, well, they felt like their ability to participate in the market was really limited, right? And they didn't feel like they were getting enough price action at the higher levels. And I just encourage anyone who's in that position just to make your own moves, all right? In terms of, if you don't have enough money in the market to make it feel like it's worth it, if you don't feel like you want to practice on your trades, then maybe you're not that interested in the market. If you don't want to book 30 to 35 trades, positive trades, and you're worried about the amount of money it is, and you feel like you have to make money in this stuff before you even know how to really trade, after you've maybe just lost money, I would say book trades solidly with small cash. Confirm to yourself that you can even do it, because you just lost money potentially. Or why do you not have that much money in the market? And you're still gunning at, just chomping at the bit, literally wanting to throw more money in right now to make back and get back into a solid position. Book some positive trades. Book 30 positive trades. Marco in the group has booked 4 or 5 positive trades in the last week in a row. We'll get super impressed if he can book like 30 in a row. He can. Now, does that mean every single Fibonacci level has to hit? No, not at all. Make it a positive sequence of trades. The first level of Fibonacci didn't hit, so we went to the second one. Well, then we went to the third. Then you went to the fourth. Well, that's good. Then it made up all the entirety of this. That's good. Well, I put in my orders here, and then the entirety of it fell through. Oh, no, it did, huh? Yeah, I had everything scheduled up to double, triple down through this, and then it went all the way down to this, this 128, which we have pre-designated as a macro. Oh, it did. Wow. Well, then what happened? Well, then, I made up, all of that. I tripled down here. And so I made up anything that was I could have been overexposed in there. I made about 60% from this level. Nice move, huh? With triple down. Impressive, huh? That's a nice trade. Well, thank you. I've been practicing at this, right? Yeah. If you can do that with smaller amounts of money, right? Prove to yourself that you can do it with smaller amounts of money, because if you have smaller amounts of money because you haven't been trading well, it seems like what has gotten you involved in not trading well is trying to resurface as a problem, and maybe it would behoove anyone who's in that position to trade very lightly. Just why can't you stack in small orders? Why can't you just do the mathematics and just very, very, very lightly, and just triple down and through here, and then you hit the other levels and tripling down and triple. Why can't we do that? To set up a different paradigm of what what's feasible and reasonable gonna result in 30 booked trades. Because I'll tell you, the guy who has the patience to book 30 trades like that, and I'll count it as out in the aggregate. Okay, so you want to count absolutely. This is one trade to get down to this level. Yeah, and you pepper in along the way, no problem. And then bam, you hit. Oh, that's good. So on a larger amount of money, you saw how this felt to go through. And wait, you only had $50 at this level. Okay. How did that feel when you broke through it? Oh, it still felt bad. I mean, I didn't like to lose those trades. Oh, really? And you only had $50 on it? Huh. I mean, you get into the point, are people, I mean, you're going to find out that you're capable of experiencing the emotion of the market at $50 or $12 or $50,000, right? So, yeah, there's not a bad example. If you're involved in the trade and you're concerned about where it's going, it's just good practice. I'll say that. Particularly if you're coming into a new space in terms of developing some strategies, just have the patience. Have the patience and work your fib levels, work your pricing targets, and don't just I'm going to forget them because I don't have enough money in my account. I'm going to go just kind of heavier weight towards the downside. Why don't you work these levels? Why don't you see what it's like to hit? Watch the price action. Pay attention to the momentum, to the velocity of it. What's it doing? Well, I'm only trying to make $1. Well, you're trying to book a positive trade. Well, I got out too early then, man, and then it went up. Well, you only had what, $10 in it? Okay, that's fine. What happened to it? Well, it was interesting because after I went up, I booked at 5%. That was fine. I got a 5% trade, but then it went up. I could have. You could have stayed in it with $20. Yeah, and I could have stayed in it, and it went up, and it wound up going up 44%, and I got out. Wow. Okay. So what'd you learn about price action? Well, I think next time if I just have a little bit more patience, because I think I was noticing if it's going to get up like into or above kind of this first level of the Fibonacci, I think it has a pretty good chance of kind of going up out of here. Oh, really? Really? You noticed that, huh? That's good. That's good. Did you notice any kind of chart formations that maybe it was forming as well? No, I didn't notice that, but I'll have to go back and look and see what those maybe were. I think that's a good idea too. There may have been some in there I didn't pay attention to it. Yeah, maybe that'd be a good thing to look at. You see the guy with $20 at that level is still learning the chart formation behind the Fibonacci to break out above and get above the overall on the micro to get above the overall potential macro, the larger macro. And the $20 is absolutely, I guess it's relevant to the extent it allows someone to participate in the market and to put their mindset around needing to pay attention to something, whether or not they have, $10,000, they don't. It keeps them engaged in the market. It's something. It's a position to manage, right? And it'll walk you through the framework of saying, okay, yes, there's Fibonacci's, great, and that may work within a larger framework or an application, what do you want to say, technical charting, kind of the framework of technical charting, right? Even you got into here with a little bit of a breakout, right? We talked about that. So you've got all kinds. You have 2-3 different things here that if you say, well, I just don't have enough money to invest at that level, I'm going to save it for the lower levels. All right. Well, you're kind of missing out on the whole idea. Pay attention to the price action. Become involved. Structure your trades. Make sure your technology is good before you say, well, I'm just planning on putting in, maybe $20,000 later this year. Okay, that's good. Are you going to know how to use it then? Or are you going to practice on how to use it now? Because you might get it then, 20,000, and say, well, you know what? Just think about it. You might just say, well, I'm really going to scale back now. I'm just going to start off with very low trades now. Great, you have very low trades now. Why don't you start now and prepare for then, whenever the larger amount of source cash or capital goes into it? You're going to throw $100,000 in, or well, I'm going to start trading with $250,000 or $500,000 or whatever it is. Why don't you start low? Why don't you just look at the opportunity that $20 trade to a $40 to a $80, whatever it is. Just input the trades. Make sure your trading software works. Make sure you can negotiate your positions. You're on the right exchange, etc. Learn the little lessons with small amounts of money. You'll get to the point where you add a zero onto everything. I lost $200 last week. Oh, well. I lost $2,000 last week. Oh, okay. Well, I made $4,000 last week. Oh, right. Hey, good. I made $40,000 last week. Hey, all right, good. It's a good week. Yeah, that's good. I made $400,000 last week. Hey, that's good, huh? You hit those trades. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. Huh. That happens. You get there by adding a zero, by engaging in additional positive trades to where you understand the pricing dynamics, you understand the Fibonacci's, levels of support, pricing entries, strategy for maintaining cash towards the lower levels, achieving a better cost basis or a better price, increasing your volume, chart formations, breakouts, micro, okay, to macro. Let's go. The micro chart formation, triangulation, to the, come here, to the macro, boom, boom, okay? A lot of, understanding goes into a small little trade for just $20. Kind of makes that little $20 trade seem like a really heck of a good educational tool, if you ask me. If you're into it for $2-3 grand, you got a $1 million account, and you got $2 or $3 grand up here, but you don't really understand all of this right now. That $2 or $3 grand's the same as a $20 trade. Somebody who's got $1 million in their account wants to trade it all. Is kind of like, I'm just going to take this easy right now. That's the same. And believe it or not, with $1 million account, you can still enter into a $20 trade, and you can still learn. You can still learn. With a $20 trade in $1 million account, you'll still find the ability to learn. Believe it or not. I'm not saying people need to go out and trade $20 on $1 million. I'm not giving you financial advice at all. I'm just telling you, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised because you won't want to lose, because the whole idea is to bank a positive trade. That's it. I don't care about the zeros. I care about the guys that are literally banking or booking positive trades. I want to see who comes up with like 30 of them, because you can. And yes, that includes the dynamic of working down into lower levels. That's fine. That's part of that's if you're gonna trade on Matic this week or trade on this retracement, that's fine. If you hit it at lower levels and it winds up making you money, that's even maybe more important in terms of the positive trade. What got you to that? The one that you're not going to win and you don't get to book is the one where you got overexposed and then you lost on it. I'd rather see the scheduled cash go in heavier at the downside multiples, a double and triple down, getting down to a level where that exposure at the lower levels covers your upside exposure, because then you learn hugely. You learn immensely what like proper demand and market function is. You learn, you're never going to experience it unless you do that, unless you have exposure at a higher level and you say, fine, that's fine, I'm exposed at a higher level. Great, come on down here. There's 5x. I just threw 5 times the amount of money at you that I had in up here. This feels good. Why? Because right about here, I want it to go down to here. And the first time you're ever going to start thinking about options, everything else, is when you have money available at lower levels. You want it to get down here. You know it's going to be a level that's going to make you money. And if you have your money structured properly, and if it's going to be heading potentially down to even the next level, you'll know the odds of it skipping 2 levels of support on primary Fibonacci levels are like, not going to say 0. It's really low. Probability of a successful trade in between one of those two, where you're going to 5x here and you're going to 5x that here. Maybe you 3x and you 3x, whatever you're going to do this, 3 and a 5, whatever you decide to do. I always say you do the calculations, but your odds get phenomenally like geared towards profit to a near, I'm not going to say certainty, but you guys have seen how many Fibonacci levels we've traded. Not one of them have not worked out. Review the thousands of hours of tape, please. Not one of them, I honestly don't believe one of them has not worked out that wasn't covered by a lower level. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Yeah, you're welcome, Bond. So, brother. Saw a James Bond lighter today. It has a tracking device in it. Pretty cool. I think it's gold. So that's the notion of what participation in the market, because otherwise you're not participating, you're not learning, right? Well, I don't have enough money to play at that level anyway. I'd have to put in like such small orders, right? You'd actually calculate the orders and you'd go through that process. You'd actually input that into the framework here. You'd be practicing. You'd be watching the pricing targets like it's the real show, right? I just want to show up with 50 grand and do it the right way. Oh, okay. That's okay. Everyone can do that, right? Everyone can show up with 50 grand and have no real experience and just do it the right way. Yeah? No, the people who think that they can, it's just few and far between. You need to watch the pricing action. You need to get used to having a trade in and saying, it's just, I like, it feels good. The overall market, feels like it's moving in the right direction. That's fine. We'll maybe set up some different types of, trailing orders. Just book a night rest on it. I'll just rest on it. No problem. And you actually get to the point where you're not stressed out and you're not waking up, looking at your phone or your computer. You actually sleep well. Nice sleep, huh? Getting out of bed, whatever time. Going to get some coffee, this and that. Maybe taking a peek at it. Yeah, perfect. It's good. We're up 40%. That's nice. We're up 20% last night. That's good. Expected that. It's just it behaves that way. You'll start to get to know. You'll say that about the stock or whatever else, the pricing action, because you'll know the pricing action. It'll develop you'll develop some expectations into it, and it won't be this just this panic nightmare. If I got $50,000, oh I've got $500,000. No, this is serious now. I got $1 million in my account. Okay, well, why don't you try with little amounts of money, and why don't you become very accustomed to pricing action and the way that things move, and you'll surprise yourself. You'll surprise yourself, and you don't have to at all. No one has to trade that way. Those of you who have been trading for a while, you know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? You guys that are full-time traders, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's see what we have. Yeah, so it's important, and it's not that anyone's a small time player or that anyone needs to play at $20. I'm not saying that at all. You may have 20 grand at different levels, and 2 million below it. That's no problem. You're not honestly going to say anything that is going to disappoint or excite me or anything. A lot of people in this room have dealt with billions of dollars in terms of structuring deals or management or personal, very large account, whatever you guys have handled. We're not going to say anything in this room to people that's going to astound them one way or the other. It's a very professional group. You guys know that. That's just the truth. We have found the right kind of mix here. So that's to everyone's credit, and this group understands as well to be a part of the price action. Even people who aren't just really heavily into trading, just don't burn. Just if that bridge is going to, if you can get away with learning a lesson at a small amount of money, it's highly worth it. You won't be as reliant upon other people. You'll start to develop a different skill set. So, and everyone can do that. And the people who've been around for a longer time are exactly agreeing with exactly what I'm saying right now. Because you have probably had things cost you more heavily than what they really should have. You're like, I could have done that. And that's why I've developed just the idea. It's like, if it's a great investment, you can put 10% of the money in. It's going to make the other 90%, right? That's just a fact, right? Let's cruise back over to Doge and see what Doge is doing. Doge. Just the timeless energy of Dogecoin. That's all right. When she decides to move, or when Doge decides to move, I guess maybe Dogecoin, he or she. I don't know. I think it's a he. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Did you guys see the tweet? It got a lot of action. I have to show you real quickly. You'll appreciate this. Look at this. Look at this. Doge is ready for summer. Now, the important thing, of course, is the new beach towel that's coming out for summer. I saw this and I was amazed. I couldn't take my eyes off of the beach, like this beach towel, or is this like a placemat? If you guys could just like focus on this. Oh, wait, you can't see that part. Well, darn it. Okay, that's actually almost off the screen. You can't really see it. It's down here. I just can't figure out. Is that like a placemat? Is that like a, I don't know. We may have to take a closer look. What do you think, guys? I mean, someone's going to have to. Anyway, it's gotten a really positive response on the Twitter, right? And I just wanted to bring that because it looks like Doge is ready for summer. I think it's fantastic if you guys are getting ready for the beach. If you're looking towards, I don't know. I mean, if you're looking towards, having friends over for the beach or anything like that, I don't know. I think it's very, very positive. Let me see I don't know if I can get into, let me see. Well, it's not going to work exactly. Let me see this. That's not going to work. That's not my intention. There we go. I got it. That was not my intention. Look at this. You see this part right here? I didn't mean to zoom in on anything but this part of the towel right here, because that's the important thing. What is that? Because I was fascinated when I saw this. Doge is ready for summer. I got that. Now, what is this on the towel right here? I couldn't figure that out. It's like, it almost looks like a placemat, maybe like a solar, maybe like I don't know. So I spent a lot of time trying to figure this out, and I just, anyway. So I made that for all you guys. I thought that was really nice. I put the text on here, and that right there, it's always going to be a mystery. But anyway, it got some really good traction. I want to let you guys know it got some good traction. I guess everybody's, maybe the product development team is really interested in this too, because that's pretty good. Yeah, we got some good traction on that. So I wanted to let you guys know in case you didn't see that. It looks like there's a new Doge product out, and I look forward to you guys, I don't know. I mean, we need a kind of exploratory committee to look into that, the entirety of that, probably. Just in terms of, I don't know what product it is. I don't know. It's like, it's kind of like one of those like solar beach. Oh, it is. I know what it is now. You guys know those things you put down on your towels so your towels don't blow away? That's what it is. Doge has gone to the next level. Do you guys see that? That's probably what it is, huh? Like the heavyweight thing that you put down on your towel so it doesn't blow away. That's what this whole thing's about. Apparently, they've started selling these, huh? And they're now available, huh? Well, I mean, it took me a while to get that one, but yeah. Anyway, very interesting, huh? I'm glad that we all know that now, huh? I hope that you guys appreciate this time that I'm able to bring that product information to you. It's critical, I think, in terms of the nature of Dogecoin and the prospects for this summer. Yes. It is very interesting. I think it's a nice product. I like to see new products all the time. If you guys have any new products like that, send them on. Nothing wrong with that. Summertime is around the corner. And it does look like some people are ready for that summertime. Can't wait for the beach, huh? I love the beach. I love it. I am a huge fan. Just everything. I will be looking, if you guys go to the beach, if I'm kind of hanging around, you'll probably see me, maybe walking around. Just see, I might see one of those or not. I don't know. I might be like, scoping the beach for those. I don't know. Possible. Anything's possible. All right, so Dogecoin is moving a little bit slowly. I wanted to show you guys that just out of a little bit of jest and humor. Things are a little bit slow. I'm not that slow. Anyway, it's a nice looking product. I have to say that, Nothing wrong with that. So this is moving so slowly. It's all right. I get like this when it just moves slowly. But we stick with this stuff. You guys know that too, huh? Sometimes we stick with it, huh? I mean, sometimes I'll sit here for a while, huh? I just will. It's like, what do you got? Now if it gets into, James Bond, I thought the same thing. It could have been a Frisbee, like one of those cool kind of Frisbees, huh? They're like, the Flex Frisbee or something. I don't know. I don't know, but, it is possible, huh? Who knows? It could be like a beach in Australia. Yeah. Australia. The Gold Coast. Very nice. There's Doge. You guys want to look at BTC. Everyone want to tune out. Wow. All right. BTC looking like that, huh? Really? Now we got to look at that. Right? Same thing on, this is potentially a long-term engagement here. You can quote me on that. In the context of the Frisbee talk, my first inclination is this could potentially be a long-term engagement. On the tail end of the new product development cycle, that's just what my gut tells me is the appropriate thing to discuss right now. This could be a long-term engagement, okay? All right, let's look at this, all jokes aside. This is what you're running into, all right? That's on the 30-minute. Let's go to the hourly. Same. Is it? Yeah, nice. It seems like you're a little aggressive on the downside right now. Right? It just seems like you're a little bit I don't know. It's like the pricing action's a little bit more encouraged to run around on this line of support. Let's compare that with Doge. I think we can probably gain some insight into this. Now Doge, let's see. Doge seems to be formed a little bit just a touch, unless you get into that, right? We're not on the hour. Was a 4 hour? Let me see real quickly. I guess it's about heavy too. It seems like you have more room left on the BTC, doesn't it? It just does. It seems like you have more room on BTC. Oh yeah. If it wanted to behave, you've got up to, what is that? Up to 7 days. Wow. I hope. What is this? I got to look at something real quickly. What is, let's see this. Come here, 3 month, 6 month, 1 year, 5 year. Yeah. This would be the line, huh? I hope that's not the line, but if it is the line, I think that would be fine. That 200 weekly moving average. Andrew, are you here? That's a nice little line right there, that 200. 200 weekly. You guys see that? You guys paying attention? Lars, would you like to learn something? It's nice to have you here, Lars. I love the beach, Lars. I honestly do. It's one of my favorite places on the planet. I love getting out of the sunshine, the vitamin D, the crowd, everything. Everybody kind of, I don't know, everyone kind of live. You know, I feel alive on the beach, you know. Interaction seems, you know, enhanced. Everything's nice. I like French Riviera. It's nice. Marbella, also the Costa del Sol, Coast of the Sun. Now, this 200 weekly MA, Lars, check that out. David, check that out. On the annual, let's see, go to all on BTC USD Bitstamp chart, if you want to write that down, and just check out the 200. Make note to self to check out the 200. Because you're going to check it out like this. All right, you're going to check it out like this. Right here. The 200, you see that? You're going to check it out like this. You see that? The 200? And that's 2015, right? The 200. Then that's 2000. Where's this line go to? It has to start at some point, which is the issue after 200. Yep. So it's going to start in 2015. You're going to see it again, contact in 2019. You're going to see it contact again in 2020. See that? See that? Yes. Now, whoa, look how high that is. You guys see that? That's interesting. That's highly interesting. It would seem like a highly interesting line to kind of follow, wouldn't it? Given the price action. I mean, orders along that line would be kind of interesting. I don't know what you guys think. Seems like you'd have a lot of price action, huh? Like so much price action that everybody else would be chasing you around trying to get your price action. Like from this point to this point to this point. It seems like everybody would just be chasing you around. I mean, the whole of the market, they'd be going crazy on their shows, screaming and doing all this stuff, trying to figure out, you know, who's making all this money and why they're not now. And it'd be like, wow, you probably just made all your money once you reconfirmed on this top level of the fib, et cetera, you know? Yeah. It doesn't have to go there now, but I would say big institutional money may just be riding along this line, ready to execute. Lars, did you pick up on the on what I just went over? Shout out in the chat. Let me know you did. So yeah, that right there is as straightforward that I think we can reasonably anticipate is possibly one of the best strategies for profiting, whether or not you're direct trading or options trading the mighty Bitcoin. Realize how absurd it makes all the shows and all these other things look like. It's just it's crazy, huh? It's a wildly accurate indicator when everything else is like, it just, you know, it's frustrating to hear the level or the lack of technicals that are being played out. I do have a line, and it doesn't have to hit it. 7th of June. I brought that up a few times. I may have brought up a different time frame beforehand. Yeah, Jeremy, what's up? You got that, huh? You shout out. You hit that like button. You show up this late. You hit that light button. How about that? Jeremy's a VIP. He's like, whatever, man. He hadn't said anything the whole time. He pops up, okay, fine, I'm here. That was worth staying up late. Yeah, it was, huh? You never know, huh? I'll throw some stuff out, and I know now it's just you guys, huh? Like private stream, yeah, we got it. That's cool. Hey, 1 or 2 guys. You need to join, by the way, Hodling. You just saw something that's worth your next 5 annual dues, years of dues in the VIP club. So you need to fork it up. I always say, I bring that up as a joke, but we always bring up YouTube allows it. We insist upon it, right? Just show up with a badge. We're good people. Laura's videos, what's going on? Nice to see you. Who else we got? You guys shout me out in the chat if you're here and you're not doing much. Because that move right there that you just saw is a long-term strategy on Bitcoin. That's worth your next 10 years or maybe 5 years of dues. Believe it or not, it definitely should be, huh? I don't know what levels you're investing in, but that's what I say, even on options. They want you to play around all these options, everything else up there. This, well, that's pretty tough, huh? I'm normally not one to say on options at all, but no, it does. It has a little bit of a little bit of a problem. Not even much. If that's as big of a problem that you have, wow, yeah, wow. Wow, huh? Wow, huh? Not if, comma, when, period, right? So that's a big deal for all of you looking at potentially getting involved. Now you're like, getting involved where? What kind of weight down here? Heavy cash at the lower levels. I've been discussing this since the top levels, right? Dan, nice to have you heading off to work. You guys see during the entirety of this, as I have been discussing, having a reserve cash towards the lower levels, what it matches up with perfectly. So if you're into the strategy, you understand that there's kind of a real kind of line in the sand, essentially, that, you know, just doesn't get crossed, hasn't gotten really crossed. That's nice to know. Now it can get crossed. If it gets crossed, you need to be able to double or triple down, is all I'm going to say, from that line. Because if this gets crossed and it turns into a level of resistance, if it wants to pull that out, ouch. If your support were to turn into resistance, I don't necessarily want people to rely on the 7th. I'm not real concerned about that date. I brought up some other dates previously. If you guys want to hunt through that, that would be fine. Fibonacci time sequence, which if you get too carried away in Fibonacci's, there's just a lot of different directions you can go. So, yeah, I'll just say that I wouldn't necessarily pay attention to this date. I've mentioned another date beforehand, but when you get into the date, I'll normally tell people and tell you if, as a matter of fact, this is the time. And I'll normally say that, and sometimes we're within, what, like 2 or 3 minutes of it happening, literally. You guys know that. Like we've been, when we're accurate on timing, I'll let you know. No, this is the time period. Okay, here, there's some kind of contraindications. I don't like the previous. It seems like it's been a little bit inconsistent. This would be consistent with a. There's a reason I don't want to mention it. Okay, I don't want to get into it. I think it's a little, it doesn't send the right message strategically for me to mention this as a solid number, because people they just may operate, it may not encourage the right degree of market behavior if I really stick to this. Not good or bad or anything, just I would just kind of let me work with my blue lines, and if my blue lines change, then I'd change my blue lines. Right now, they're at a pivot, and at a pivot, but let me just work with those because I am more interested in profit than I am a pivot right now. However that can be taken. Let's look back at Doge. And back into the, and guys, I'm not withholding anything from you. You just have to trust me when I'm talking about something like that. Please just trust me. I think you guys know my heart and everything else like that. I'm into this, and it's a win it with you guys. Absolutely. There's just some things that it's just, if I really discuss the entirety of that, I'm not going to be able to discuss it in just 5 or 10 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes. It's probably something I'd want to really, really develop in terms of thinking and discussing, and it would turn into a long conversation. So, yeah, not financial advice, but it's just, I think, financially accurate. You have to be able to use the tools. I mean, you know, it's just odd, you know. I don't know. We have a bunch of people just walking around telling people things, and we're saying, but it's not financial advice. But does that mean people don't even like agree with what they're saying? I mean, it's kind of like a scapegoat for the entirety of it seems like kind of the demolition of the space, you know. It's not necessary that, you know, people, I don't know. You know, and the guys from overseas, they're not even saying anything. They're not saying that, and they're just wrong. I can't stand people being wrong about things. Not like that, huh? I mean, people get paid to be right, you know. Typically, I mean, you have a level of accuracy you're supposed to kind of adhere to, some norms and principles that you get involved in, right? So ARC is moving. Oh, what's that trying to do? May try and pop up again, huh? Yeah, that's not bad. It may. It just did that here. Let's look at the price action. It fell out from that. That was mean, huh? Don't like to see that. lot of things in that time frame didn't fulfill their potential, but that's a rough spill out. Yeah, maybe not so rough. If you're in, you're in. If you're out, you're out. That's kind of a rough spill out, huh? Again, that's what we would anticipate happening. It's good we look at this. You're like, what is arc? Right, don't worry about it. It's got a continuation. It's in a continuation pattern, a triangulation, okay? Essentially a symmetrical triangle, continuation pattern. This is what we would expect to occur. Continues to go down. Continue the trajectory downward. I'd like to call that as a pattern formation, even though it has that feel to it. It's dropped off pretty heavily, but it's a downward sloping channel is bullish, okay? Any downward sloping channel is typically bullish. So that's a downward sloping channel. It should be bullish. Now they can completely capitulate the entirety of the price action. At which case, technically speaking, it should still be bullish, particularly if you've capitalized your resources and deployed them at that lowest level, which is good to go over. The lowest level, which is the absolute, like, zero, okay? Or the other say the highest level is going to be 0% retracement. Lowest level is going to be 1, I guess 100% retracement. That's fine. But you're going to get back to a 0% gain on the whole of where you've started, okay? Which is the most difficult time for you to deploy any cash. I've made 0. Or you at that point, you're going to be negative, right? So your retracement is going to be the full amount back to essentially, if you're looking at the gain, to having, you're going to be redeploying cash when you've made nothing. Let's say goodnight to Lars. Lars, did you get the, I hope you got the, hold on, Lars. How was your camping? Hit us up in the DM in the VIP. Let us know in the backroom VIP. Let us know. We need to know. It's nice. We got the colors working on the chart. Look at that, huh? That's vibrant, isn't it? We can see that. Good night, Lars. So nice to have you here. We have Steve in the house. You guys see we got the pictures floating around. Yeah, that's nice. We got Steve in the red hat. I like that. Nice hat. I like those red hats. White hats. Red hats. All kinds of hats. That's a nice hat. Nope. There we go. So let's look at PDEX. What's PDEX? Look at the way we got these candlesticks, huh? Yeah, I like these candles. You guys really seeing that action, huh? That's like a vibrant. I changed those candles. The colors of them, I made them more vibrant so we could definitely see them, huh? I think it makes it easier. So, what's that? AMC. AMC. I guess you guys are trading AMC? Yeah. That's gonna be an interesting one. A lot of people with, what would you say? Options, huh? Now that looks a lot different than that. That's on CBX, Capital.com. Let's look at this. I'm looking at other instances where it's decided to roll below the EMA. That's what I'm interested in. Look at this. Okay. That's quite a, this should be the previous high. Yeah. So it wants to roll below the EMA. Just want to get a little nature of the price action. And it's below that EMA now. It could steady off for a while. Wouldn't that be nice? Ah, that'd be beautiful to see. I know no one wants to hear that. No one with options who's long wants to hear that. You want to see it's going to crank back like this, which it can. Just so you see, it can crank back up and just start killing it again on the price. It did that here. Big shoot up, back through here. All right. But it can also kind of turn that into a line of resistance. It doesn't look like it's fully made up its mind yet, right? Dance around here, pop back on top. Then it shows it as a resistance. Capitulate, resistance. Try to break through, capitulate, resistance. Try and break through, capitulate, resistance all the way through. These EMAs help a ton. But you see that it can still pop back up, but people are betting on a much higher price, I suppose. On the hourly, it looks a little bit better. That 30-minute is a little bit troubling. We go to the, let's just go to the 5-minute. Because you're already underneath on the 5. Which is okay. It's just a different look at it. It's amazing how reasonable it looks like. On the 5-minute, it looks really reasonable. It didn't necessarily have to do all this, huh? It did. I mean, in reality, it behaved that way, so we don't have to say, well, it needed to do this or didn't need to do that. That's just what it did. All right, and that's going to be the trading day. That's going to, is it open tomorrow? I don't think it's open tomorrow, is it? Don't think so. You guys confirm that. A little dusty for mom camping. That's cool. We love Lars. Lars is so great, huh? She's just awesome. She really is. We're very happy to know her. Great trader, too, huh? She'll have days where she's up 30, 60%, and the market's just tanking. She's good. Oh. Now, audio. What is audio doing? We've been looking at audio. Let's go to the... Yeah, look at this. Audio's taking off. Didn't we move it up here and say that we thought it might take off? I do believe that we did that, did we not? In fact, I'm almost certain that we did, and I'm almost certain that that's exactly what's occurring. So that's nice. I'm not sure. I mean, did we? What did we do, guys? You guys know? Let's see, let's see. Bum, bum, bum. We moved it up for sure. I know that, didn't we? Yes, we did. We wanted to take a look at it, huh? Now, audio. How many of you guys have looked into, has anyone looked into the Good Crypto? Good Crypto is a new great application that will allow you to engage in trailing stop orders or limit orders, trailing limit orders, buy, sell, anything you want to do. Very interesting application. This Good Crypto, for the crew here, I would say, hey, this looks good. This was the one on the different time frame that seemed like it had hung around the 786 long enough, right, and was a double touch, and we thought, hey, maybe that's going to go somewhere. Maybe that wants to go somewhere. It's done a double touch, and we think maybe it'll go somewhere. E&J also going somewhere off its 6.8. All right. We'll just look at these. And we'll say hello. E&J and audio. Moving. Be nice to get back above $1 on audio. E&J, $1.58. That's nice if you play these fibs. We have the fibs squared away. That's nice. It's just, again, a good, nice thing. You got your fibs laid out and different things you want to play them on, etc. There's 10% right there. No problem. Yeah, James, you were here for audio. So, yeah, that, if you structure in, just standardized pricing targets, no big deal. Just easy come, easy go, no problem. There you go, little, pepper in at the top, double, triple down, no problem. Just turns into a real effortless kind of deal, No stress, no worries, just no problem. It breaks through the floor, a big deal. You got a lower level below it. Just kind of, nice smooth jog in the park, just effortless. Yeah, so a lot of these did pick up. That's the nature of what we've been discussing, is that kind of the lingering. Come on, Matic, you gonna get out of there? All right, y'all playing, huh? Yeah, you're hey, come on. Hey, Matic. Hello. Are you watching a breakout? That's good. That's what we wanted to see, right? Come on, Matic. Did you already confirm that? Did you get out over the top of that? Did you break through? Oh, don't do that. It's on the 1 minute, huh? We can't really hold it to the 1 minute, can we? Well, not really. It's going to have to break out. I don't want to move my lines too much. Let's go to we love Matic, huh? People waking up a little bit. Yeah, all right. Now, we're on the hour. I don't want to trade on the hour. I don't want to get a confirmation on the hour. That's too difficult. 15 minute. Let's see how 15 minute looks. Yeah. So when I say price action a lot, it's like, yes, it's the profits that you can get. It's also like, how often does it have moves? How often does it have, these events that we can trade? All right, audio moving up. That's good. That's good. Audio. What are we on? Yeah, that's good. Look at there. And EOSUSD. I thought that was one. Just because of the way it looked, I put that towards the top. Just it had that feel to it. That it, maybe it wanted to do something. Let's see. Oh, EOS was in a flag, wasn't it? It was in a bull flag. At 6:13. I want to say at 6:13, it was in a flag. What the heck? 6:13, that's the wrong. EOS, let me look at my chart. I have a chart in the background. Let me pull it up and zoom in. What do we got? EOS. Not 613. 580. 580. There you go. That's where I shot it. We'll just take a look for the heck of it. Not much now. These EMA bands look really nice, don't they? Marco. Yes. What's up, Marco? You're welcome, brother. Marco's in the money. Marco is making cash. He is following pricing targets to a T. He is literally just booking positive trades. That is so nice. Congratulations, Marco. Do you like the new website on the bottom? I'm going to work on the little banner there, but I go ahead and I do this stuff just because I want to put the attention into it. It's kind of like, I don't know. I don't know. Also, if someone else works on any of this, then I can't necessarily just take it back over myself. So I become dependent upon someone else. So it's developing a little bit more slowly than maybe what other things might. But I definitely want to stay in full control of the entirety of the technicals on the stream, etc. It's not intuitive technology, but it's something I can learn. We look back at the previous incident on ENJ. You look at what occurred. It broke out. It likes to retouch the EMA and continue up. So it's broken out. We'll say it likes to touch the EMA and consolidate and continue to move up. We would anticipate that could continue to occur. ARK has been busy all night, right? It's been doing this all day, all night. Audio may be getting into a little bit of a formation here. That'd be nice if it wants to do a bullish formation there. Doge. Let's check out Doge. That's all right. So Doge experienced a little bit of positive price action. BTC. All right. All right. And I mean, nothing too dramatic with BTC. We can go a different time frame and really look at it, but I have much bigger concerns on BTC than you guys saw that 200, right? Yeah, you're like clearly some different minded concerns. Now you understand, for those of you who paid attention to that, why I have been talking about stacking cash at lower levels, available to deploy at lower levels. Like, good gosh, man. You would have made a what, huh? You would have made a fortune. Some people do. What's that right there? Let's take a look at that. On the hourly. Is it trying to break out of something? I don't think so. Sure would be interesting. Huh? If it wants to really crank up there, that's ARK. I'm not sure what ARK is. I mean, I know what the price action is telling me, but I'm not sure which. I'm not sure where it's available, what they're doing with it. And we'd have to look at good crypto, which we can. You know, I just love hunting price action. I just really enjoy it. I have a good time hunting price action. I just do. To find patterns is just good practice, you know. Matic. Let's stick on Matic and make sure this wants to be a breakout. The VIP crew in the back is telling me that engine is on. Yes, it is. Do you think that it will recreate, one of these events here? You know, can it do this? And always looking for a real indicated trade, guys. The trade is not now. The trade was here at the 618, and that's a big difference. As you guys look at the difference, that's a 12% difference. So the trade was already at the 618. Boom. Let's see. Will it want to go like 35%? I don't know. It can. May take a while to get there. If Bitcoin can behave itself a little bit. Now Bitcoin's going to be, let's decide this, because we should be able to tell, right? Where's Bitcoin right now in the context of its triangulation? It's at the bottom. Do we expect it to hold that line? Do we expect it to move up again? What would be the most reasonable anticipation? Probably want to look at a different level of the RSI to get a small indication. Let's see if we go to like let's go to the 4 hour at least on the RSI. I think, dun dun, dun, dun. Yeah, it may have a little bit more room on the RSI. It appears that it could have a little bit more room, unless it's just severely stalled, right? Unless these are no more, unless it completes this, you know, kind of we say just diminution. I was going to say a diminution in strength, right? I'm not sure we need to use that terminology, but if it wants to create that and to continue that that trend in terms of diminution here in value of the RSI, then that would be fine. That would be in line with what it's been doing. And that 4 hour RSI is interesting. It just set a green candle down on the ground. That's going to dictate what engine and some of these others may do. Let's look what we have. IoT. One's done really well, huh? Yeah. One hit that, went through that golden pocket again. Yesterday had a phenomenal day. It was nice to see it. I always love price action. Oh, VRA is up 8%. Not sure what VRA is. You guys pay attention to any of these? Do you know what any of these are? Or you just in it for price action? I'd be more impressed if you're just in it for price action. XRP, you guys know XRP. XTZ. Oop. And not a lot going on. Let's see what we got. Matic. Let's dig into Matic and Engine a little bit. Those are two good ones. Let's go on the 6 month, 1 hour. Let's go to the 5 minute interval here. Let's see if we can figure out a way that this wants to reconfirm, do something interesting. It's kind of due for a Matic is kind of due for a move. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but it just kind of feels like it's and I guess the nice thing is people have hit their targets, so see you, Lyle. It's boom, 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 boom. It's not for you or anybody else. You can just, we'll hide you. You go home. Jeremy, what you got going on in price action? What do you, did you get into any trades earlier today that you're watching work out now? What are you into? E and J wanted to move a little bit more. E and J had a great night last night, didn't it? Really did. Yesterday it was impressive. Michigan, Remy, what's up? You been around, huh? You chilling? Just see you pop up in the deal. You just jumped on Engine. You're supposed to enter at the 618. Jeremy, you're supposed to enter down here. You're supposed to do your fibs. You didn't do your Fibonacci's, huh? Hot day yesterday, Engine. I'm looking for people who did their Fibonacci's. I have my Fibonacci's on. It's okay. I mean, you make your own moves. You decide what you want to do, but it seems like I already have my Fibonacci's on. Does look like it's moving, huh? Looks like you made a good decision. I wouldn't recommend it. You know, I wouldn't recommend it to someone who, you know, we can do the Fibonacci's. Anything has a big day, we work a Fibonacci's. Anything has a good price action, work a Fibonacci's. I mean, right now it's, you know, this is kind of just VIP talk, right? Michigan, Remy's chilling. Remy, you gonna join the group here? What are you gonna do? You know, YouTube allows it. We insist upon it. You see all those awesome dudes in the bottom left? Those photos? Those are like heroes, right? They are VIP, like, you know. Look at those. Just great people. Well, did you look at that price action? Huh? It's just continuing, huh? Well, Jeremy, it looks like you made a good call, huh? I know, Remy. You've been in since 70 watching the videos. Brother, come on. You gotta come on home with it. You gotta join, brother. We got a goal going on, man. We got like hours left. We got 91 out of 100, you know. Well, it seems like you belong here. You know, I got to say that. It seems like you found your home, huh? We welcome you to VIP. We do. You've been nothing but respectful and nice and kind and everything else like that. We really appreciate that. So you're more than welcome to join. And we don't have a big tolerance. I would tell you otherwise. You know, you probably see me I boot them. If they cause frustration, I boot them. There's too many nice people in here. I guess you're going to want to get into, we're going to want to see whether or not just real bare bones, would it want to do that again? That'd be nice. We can actually go through some Fibonacci extensions. No problem. As you work on an extension, understand this. You'll learn a lot about what a Fibonacci extension is by understanding what I'm about to tell you. They're not used let me see real quickly. Everyone's saying, join the crew, Remy. Absolutely. They're telling you you'll pay for the membership in the first day or something. A lot of them do. They do well. And we just want good people. Just, you know, seems like you're good people. We don't tell that to everybody. Good. We got Hinton rolling, huh? Marco just cleaning up. Doing a great job, isn't he? Oh, this is really cool. We got to probably check on this. We got some cool stuff going on now. Looks like Doge is about to turn positive. That's good. A little bit of a pump action for Doge. Get up off that line if you can. Good job. Engine. So we got Steve doing well. Let's look at this. You guys will like this. Check this out. This is cool stuff. Cool stuff. Where's this? Look at Lars. Look at her family, huh? She went camping. Look at this. Cool. Fun, huh? What's up? They're keeping Lars very busy, huh? Can you imagine? They probably give her a run for her money. Let's look at Matic. It's doing what it needs to do. That's all right. Get legs. That's all right. Now, the place to get in on Matic was here, right, at the 50% retracement. On all of these, the place to get in was at the retracement. You guys see that now with a double or triple down. You can wait, and you can just leverage in cash and say, oh, no, I want to get into it now. You can play that game. It's just so much less, what would you say, like predictively, I mean, the probabilities of success are so much less than if you enter into the level of Fibonacci. This almost becomes irrelevant to an extent, right? It's just, you're already in. There you go. That's nice. We need to see Matic up 20%, don't we? Yeah, everyone says yes. You know we have this this macro issue there. Yeah. Guess we need to break through that, don't we? Just power on up through there. If BTC will turn and get some positive action in here, then these will do well. Engine, ARC, Matic, ADA. No one's mentioned ADA. Let's see. The hour. Oh. Well. All right. That would be a phenomenal move for ADA. Like, really phenomenal move. Too phenomenal of a move. It's had some problems technically. Made up some ground. It had gotten down to 112. 112 is bad, huh? I mean, you guys know that, right? It's just not good. It was at 112 in like January, I believe. So yeah, that's pretty tough. Some rough stuff for the Cardano crew. That's a big capitulation. Although it's back to where they were at, right? In January, at least there. A lot of them got in above that price, though. Well, that's solidified up, isn't it? So I have Sol scheduled up with some writing on it. Double, triple down at each level. That's cool. Now you're up 40% from that level. It's worth talking about. It's positive price action. So USDMX. Seen this kind of repeated. We keep getting into this, and then I draw them all out on everything, and then I go over all the triangulations. It just is what it is, right? Let's see. Yeah, Michigan Remy, yo. We're just, it's a, you know, we got like 91 total VIPs. We have, you know, probably, I want to say 50 to 60 base camp. And we're just, you know, we're not like, let's see, we have 52 base camp. One community leader. She's going to upgrade, I think, to restricted VIP zone. And the cool thing is, we get in, like, you don't even see the whole entirety of the group in the background, back in the DM and stuff. It's just real solid. People wake up in the morning like, "What's up, team? What's going on?" Like, you know, always renewing like ideas of, you know, people not investing too much in the top levels. I mean, it's cool like that. Like, it's surprisingly like the real kind of deal in terms of what you would expect to be, you know, some, you know, people who know what they're doing. That just, it seems like everyone's very confident in their abilities, and they're still really reinforcing and very I have not seen 1 ounce of one person not wanting to talk to another person or giving anybody any kind of an attitude. Unbelievably, I have not seen that anywhere. That speaks volumes about a group. That's phenomenal. And that's the truth, huh? I do not allow anyone to say anything negative. Like if anyone gets anything negative or, you know, it's just we want people to be positive towards each other, positive towards the group. It's not a buyer's club. I had someone the other day wanted to jump in and turn into a buyer's club. I'm like, what? That is a buyer's club. I don't want a buyer's club. Like that's not the idea at all. Most people are good enough to trade on their own for sure. Other people want to learn, and we got the tools to kind of help them. Reached out to the New York Institute of Finance. Remy, we'd love you to get involved. Look at maybe getting certified by that New York Institute of Finance. You would probably never be the same, right? That'd be a big deal. Just to say you got certified. I mean, it's a pretty heavyweight certification, like a certification from the New York Institute of Finance in digital assets. I mean, try that out at a party. You have to kind of say, huh? What do you do? What do you? I trade. Oh, okay. Did you go to school? What did you? I'm certified with the New York Institute of Finance. You know, it's kind of the school that people Wall Street uses, etc. So, yeah. It's pretty sweet, huh? That's all right. Sounds legit. How do you guys think these corporations feel right now that got all invested in Bitcoin, huh? Don't you think that maybe they had some options to cover their positions? What do you think? Because it doesn't seem like they're squirming at all, huh? Maybe they have some political face to get into. Yeah. Save some political face, some PR time, etc. Possible. But I bet they're covered up with some options. I bet they go buy those options whether or not they really think they need them or not every single week. Just like a good little option trading floor would do. Just to cover their risk exposure so they don't have any kind of a bad week at all. It's easy stuff. Let's see, what's Matic doing? It's doing a little bit. Steve's doing well. Marco made some cash already. Entry point was the 50 percentile. One inch is in the process of getting interesting. Good. Join the club. I'm just going to say that about all these. Just join the club. ADA, you want to roll up? Good. Join the club. All these, good job. Join the club. We need things to turn real green. So it's engine, XRP, ARC. One's doing well again. Good. Just bring it. Let's see. Matic. We'll pull Matic up. Let's see. It was so funny. When I first started building the channel, I brought XRP up to people. I did all the diagnostics on everything. I'm like, this is a huge buy. This is huge. You guys should. It was 80 cents, and it went to like $1. What was it? $1? What was it? $1? It was like easy 2x in like 12 hours, or something like that. I didn't get one positive reply on anything, and like 1,500 people watched the video, or 800 to 1,500 people watched it. I was building the thing. I'm like, what is wrong with people, man? I was like, honestly, the diagnostics were so clear on it. I saw it, and I saw the breakout, and I'm like, no one wanted to make any money. I'm like, what's wrong with everybody? It was just weird. I don't know I can't really say why that may have occurred. It was a 2x. I brought it at 80 and just talked about, it's about to fly through the roof. Not one person was interested. I was just dumbfounded. I was like, this is just highly abnormal. That's how I felt. But anyway, I always look for that price action. We got to find that price action. Now, XRP just came into contact with, maybe it's Golden Pocket on the second hit. These second hit relaunches, they just work out well. We've seen them across the board for some reason. Not sure why. It's just that's the way things want to behave. They want to linger around and then relaunch. Just patience. ENJ. Let's see what ENJ is doing. If we can get back above that, it'd be great. Looks like it's going to. It's trying. Break through the previous intermittent high at 170. That'd be nice. 168. That's all right. Nice green candle, huh? Very impressive, huh? It's got a habit of setting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these, huh? 1, 2, 3. That'd really be something, huh? If it wants to go up another, what was it up, like 20%? I think, yeah, everybody could have slept on that one at like 20%. It was good. I want Matic to get up there. 1.17. That's a nice green candle, huh? Well, that's a good start. Everyone agrees. Nice. Let's scroll down and see BTC. Let's pull up BTC and Doge. There's our Doge. Let's see what we got. I watched some more. You know what? It's not good for me to watch the other shows because I'm probably hypercritical because I know our group and kind of like, I don't know. I don't really. Some of these other groups, they're just not. Some of the other stations, everything, they're going through a lot of speculation. That costs people money, man. They don't have any regard for where the price is going in the near term. No regard. Zero. It's all pump. It's all hype. And it's just dangerous for people's wallets, I mean, I feel for people like that. It's not nice, huh? If you have the discipline to get in at less than like full exposure, then that's okay. People just starting out investing, they have no idea what that even means, right? They have no idea what it means to go in on a limited basis, kind of pepper in with heavyweight cash on the downside. They don't know what that means. I mean, to achieve a positive, return, you kind of need a good cost basis, right? The cost per coin, et cetera. That's just not even in the vocabulary. Everyone thinks it's a good investment. We have to put in 110% of the money, Want to put borrow money, extra money, and put it in there. Put it on my credit cards, put it on everything else. It's like craziness, A good investment will put 10% in it. It can make the other 90%. It's a nice green candle right here. It does not have a habit of making one of these nice green candles without following it up with some action. This is Doge. It just doesn't. Yeah, it's on the hourly. It doesn't have a habit of making these without following them up. At least a touch. So that should be a good signal for your other investments right now, because it's pretty well correlated with, if you don't want to say BTC, just with stability. With the whole idea of stability right now, it's just been this frustratingly slow kind of creature, which has been okay, but it has just epitomized stability when you want it to be moving. So that was about as nicely as I can say that. Get up and go. Still, we have the Elon factor. We really covered that tonight in depth, just to understand, like, you know, he's been really good. His team has been really great at coming up with the proper news at the proper time on a breakout, etc., of a chart pattern. He's been right there. They've been right there. They have a good team. I know they do. I worked in corporate America. Insider, right? Directly reporting to CEOs, stuff like that. Different type of work. Highly precise. Let's see what we got. That's on the hourly. Got a red candle in the hourly. Let's go to this minute, see what it wants to do. Crawling up along that. Let's see. So Engine has a habit of getting on top of its moving averages. These purple and white lines, those are just moving averages. That's all that it is. All right. So EMA bands is what you call them, EMA bands. It'll like to cut through it, get back on top, cut through it, then have its next run up, then use it as support. If it's really cutting through it, it's kind of a, I don't know, it's a sign of at least consolidation. This, I'm not sure it looks like it's really cutting through it yet. That's a strong candle. That looks strong. Yeah, Engine is just looking like it wants to outperform again. You have to say, huh? That in VRA USDT. That's not bad. And that'll, within the 16s, it's going to move. We didn't play VRA, but you immediately know the proper answer to the question before I ask it is, yeah, exactly. What's the proper entry point? Right here. 0.786, right? VRA up 9%. Now on these, the most dangerous thing in the world sometimes is just to hold on to it and hold on to it and just see, just in case it decides to go up, right? If you do have it, I got to tell you, if you book a good trade, if you book a good trade, you book a good trade. If you get in at the right kind of levels down here, hey, that's a good thing. But this whole, this dreamlike fantasy, people go to a dream world where, it's maybe it's going to go up 60 instead of 40. Well, then it's going to go up, instead of 60, maybe it's going to go up 75, And if it goes up 75, I don't know. It might go up. It could go up 80 or 85. And I don't know. I bet I could see 100 on there. Some people will talk themselves into this stuff. Just take 20%, take 10%, take 5%. Like take $5 rather than sit there and just get completely washed out. I don't mean it like that, but you guys, the one thing is when you have cash and you're trading cash, like decent amounts of money, it's easier to be serious about it. You're focused more. You're more conservative. The worst thing is to get into a mode where, people who've done well on a trade recently, then they have no grasp of anything. Then they go out and they just, it's like they were overly risky. That's the one situation where if you're trading with kind of cash, it may not be to your benefit. But typically, if you're starting with a large amount of money, you'll be more careful. You'll do your calculations. You'll probably have a spreadsheet of your returns. If you've worked really hard for it. If it's just kind of throw around cash, And then if you have throw around cash and you have a great trade, then a lot of times you'll be real sloppy. That's the one time with cash that may not be in your, I don't know. You have to learn the lessons, right? I was going to ask, Remy, how long you been in the market, bro? George is in the house. George, what's going on, bro? Trade on, George. I see you in the chat. Where's your badge? What happened to your login? Remy, I'd like to know how long you've been trading. That's good, Jeremy. Looking for 10% a day. Very good. Ryan from Wyoming in the house. You know what? Ryan, will you confirm, is your picture in the feed? Yeah. Ryan from Wyoming. I think your picture is in the picture float down below. Will you confirm that it is? Will all you guys confirm that you've seen your picture pop up? Let's do this. If you haven't seen your picture, I want you all to confirm that you've seen your picture, because if you haven't seen it, you won't want to say anything. So I would prefer all of you confirm that you've actually seen your picture. I spent a lot of time going through your pictures. I wanted you guys to know, we got to showcase you, huh? VIPs. Big deal. It's only VIP group in crypto that I know about that's functional at all or making any money or anything like that. It's pretty cool. Might be the best trading group around right now. If you knew the talent in the back room, etc., you'd probably say, it's potentially. It's like we have a trading floor. Pretty cool. One is outperforming again. Matic is turning to the upside. Matic is turning into a friend again. That's nice. We like to see that. Congratulations, Matic. You're starting to behave like yourself, like your good old self, huh? We need to see more of that. Now, that's what we want to see. Look at all that green, huh? There we go. Let's run this stuff. Let's see what we got in it. That's good to see. Good to see. One's up 5-3. Let's take a look at one. That's a nice little move. This little intermittent previous high. Yeah, one had a great day the other day. Nothing wrong with that. Always happy when it has a good day. Engine is kind of spilling out sideways, guys. Not sure. Matic is potentially picking up some ground. Doge is officially in the green. Congratulations, people in Doge. Good work. And what do we have? We have those fibs worked out pretty well. Let's do... Let's go back to the 1 month. Yep, you hit your 786. Nice. From your 786, small, 3 to 5%. Everything really picking up in the market now. That's good. So it would be nice. Look at band. Look at that, guys. You guys are aware of that? Just went up 16% in like a second. That's what these have been doing, right? You guys know it. Yeah, absolutely. When I'm talking about like the lack of predictability, we didn't bring band up there. It's okay. Let's look at... you probably got 10 or so that are in that same... Oh, okay. Yeah. Someone may be just re-injecting massive amounts of cash into these. You have to think about it, huh? Maybe even it could just be an exchange, etc. So band is going nicely. So it's up 18% just immediately. Doge has turned green. One still maintaining. Let's go a little bit deeper into band and see what we can find out. Let's go to the minute and see what it looks like. PDEX. That was our one, huh? That was the one that was hanging out on the bottom that we thought would break up like Band might have. PDEX is broken up 11, so not as much, but we were, yeah, our intuition was on, okay? So we missed Band. That's what, let's see what percentage that is right now. Interesting, huh? PDEX up 10, 9, Band up 15. Right idea, huh? Again, that's been happening with multiple coins. What do you guys think the threshold is on Band? They're really high on the RSI, right? The hourly RSI is high. What is ENJ? ENJ has room to move on the RSI. So does one. So does Doge. A bunch of stuff is moving now, huh? That's nice. Everything has turned green. So we didn't necessarily have to stay up. We didn't have to, you know, trade away, but hey, we're getting to see. Yeah, Ryan, what's up, brother? Yeah, in the bottom left of the screen here, you'll see pictures that are rotating. Do you see those? I just saw that you replied. So, yeah, you'll see your picture there. I zoomed in on your face, and I cropped up a picture of you while you were out there fishing with your pup. And so I did that. I cropped that picture up, and then I put it in the live stream. So anyone who's seen the live stream, they've seen all the VIPs. They've seen you and everything like that. David Sweet in the house. Absolute best crypto VIP group. Yeah, I don't know. Trade on. What happened, bro? George. Something happened with the badge took off. I don't know why. I think you have two accounts. Because the account that you're showing me right now is not the account that signed up. The one that you're on right now is not the one that signed up. So that's why you don't have the picture in. Oh, but maybe you put your profile picture up or something. Maybe you want to show the profile. That's cool. Maybe you picked a picture because we have those VIP pictures now. That's possible. That's cool. Maybe you want to have a cool picture now. That's cool because you had the American flag, right? Yeah, James, you saw yourself, huh, down there? That's cool. I'm glad you saw yourself. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Band is up 21%. Whoa. It shouldn't have too much more RSI, huh? Look at that RSI. It's really getting maxed out, huh? That's impressive, huh? It's pushing the limits. It's a pretty insane hourly candle, huh? That's quite impressive. Extremely uncharacteristic, isn't it? Yeah, band is up 22%. Moving, huh? Matic is up 3.26%. Well on its way to achieving a breakout, hopefully, of the macro, and currently on its 4th consecutive hourly candle. Strong move. Very, very nice. That's good. Just waiting for the next coin to just like flip up like 10 or 15%, right? Could have a Matic's looking nice, huh? I have to say, you guys in Matic, look at those candles just smoothly lined up, huh? You're having patience, letting your trades just go forward. That 50% retracement was an excellent entry. You know, this red arrow I had right to there that I sent you guys, that red arrow is right on that pricing target, right? That's good. Yeah, you guys both saw yourself in there. That's cool, huh? That is cool. So yeah, I gave you guys this pricing target right here. Maybe you were already involved or you did something else, but you know, that's a good pricing target. It's picking up steam now. Like to see that. Engine backing off. Huh? Well, maybe it wants to form something. If it backs off, maybe it wants to form a bullish pattern, something like that. It's possible. Doge. That's a move better than a move down, isn't it? Absolutely. This whole thing, just a little bit of green, huh? Watching those trades work out from the pricing targets, ideally, watching the trades from earlier pricing targets work out that's the upper echelon. Okay, if you're not in that echelon right now, if you're not doing that, you need to change something. Because the trades that you would be involved in right now will ruin you. All right? You could have traded a breakout on Matic. You didn't really have a good confirmation. And you had a contraindication on the downside as it went down to do what? To pick up the orders that we, our group, put in down here. So that's the other, kind of, get with the program maybe, because you do know, at least for a fact, that people are putting in orders there, right? Yeah, this is not like part of a continuation pattern where we're going to see like a real huge, it's not like a established uptrend already. No, it's trying to, form a reversal here. Anything could happen. You have a nice W formation, but you're trying to get into something that's going to make some sense. There's no like solid uptrend, right? I say that because it would make sense for these levels to kind of play out potentially anyway. Now, yes, Matic has been very strong. Yeah. Look at this, huh? Look at band. Look at that RSI, huh? The RSI is literally at 86, 87. Band showing up 29%. On some exchanges, up 29%. That's impressive. PDAX off. Huh? Look at that drop off. Ouch. Intermittent high. Resistance. Big move. Matic is your friend now. Matic has now come back to the home front, is happy. You can now welcome Matic back into your home. You can be happy about it. ENJ. Maybe you're out of ENJ. 1 doing well. Oh, what's that 6? BRA. It's like we're going through a pulse to the downside. Let's see. Probably evident on BTC. Yeah, BTC moved a little, pardon me. Let's look at the 3 minute and see what it's doing. No, it's fine. You should be making more money, huh? Yeah, that's some price action there, huh? I just like watching that price action. It's real simple. It reminds me of just some little nice flash trades. Just quickly engaging in different types of trades than what we're used to. It just it facilitates movement, order execution, market interest. People don't want to stare at a rock, just not something completely immobile. XLM doing decently. Yeah, XLM's doing all right. Nothing earth shattering. Let's see. So we see maybe we have a, let's see. VRA. Yeah, things should continue to maybe do pretty well. I don't know what you guys think, but looks like Bitcoin's doing well, and yeah. For a moment, while we wrap up to, I guess this Doge issue, Doge has really done quite well, hasn't it? Now, what would be the odds that it would want to break out of this and go to the upside? If it does that, we're going to have a talk with Doge. I was all up for, pushing through and wanting to see if Doge was going to do well, huh? Wouldn't this be a great time for Doge to do seriously well? Oh, man. It really would, huh? Let's look at the RSI on the hourly with Doge. It has room. If you guys got in at the pricing targets, that's okay, huh? You've done well. No. Yeah, that'd be great. Doge want to get on top of its EMA ribbon. It kind of seems like it's hammer time with Doge, huh? Can it do anything? Can it really? Can it be the one? Can it decide to do it? I want to see it just be the absolute aberration in the market. Matic went and did that after. Yeah, go Doge. We hope, huh? We want Doge to do well. We just really do. We put a lot of effort into it. We really want Doge to do well. We'll be excited. Let's go back to that RSI on like the 30-minute. Check it out. It's all right. Let's go on like the 5-minute. All right, Doge. We're going to expect good things from you. You guys give me a shout out. I'm going to check in with the Twitter. Hit that like button, guys, if you haven't hit that like button. We got 30 people, and dude, we're VIPs, dude. I promised you guys private streams, right? Sure enough, huh? These girls in the bikinis, they've gone pretty viral, huh? For just a regular tweet, they've gotten a lot of attention. 72, 18, 4. Let's see what we got. The tweet activity on that. 4,871 people saw that tweet. 4,872 now. Another person just saw it. You guys saw it, right? I have to bring that up. It's a new product offering. Okay, it's very important, guys, for Dogecoin. It's extremely important. All right. Dogecoin is ready for summer. Are you? Now, I'm going to tell you, we have to focus on this. It's related to Dogecoin, okay? Now, if you'll read on the top, Doge is ready for summer. Correct. Correct. Now, what's the most important part clearly of this photograph here, this area, and I have to do this, huh? I do have to do this. Open a new tab, and then let me see. There we go. Now, as you'll see, huh? The mystery here is this product detailed it here. You know, this is what really makes. I think this is why people are interested in it right now. This I believe it's one of those they've invented. Doge has a new utility potentially as like one of those matte weight things that you would put down on there, to keep your towel down there. So I thought that was really impressive. I'm glad that it got such a good response on Twitter. I think that's very, very fantastic as you guys look at, maybe you like this too. Like maybe you dudes think like that's a pretty ripping car. And if I could have a ripping car like that with one of those beach weight things for your towel, I mean, yeah, I think that, in fact, I think that would probably fit inside of your, you could probably, probably fit right there in the passenger seat, to tell you the truth. You could just get around town with that thing. Make sure you always keep it with you, Good tweet, huh? I have to say, huh? I made this, huh? I want you guys to know I put this on here, and I actually made that and put that on the towel. Just so in terms of product ingenuity, and so you guys know that I'm willing to, willing to go to the mat for Doge. Let me show you this. The tweet activity, we've done good, huh? 4,874 people. That's good, That's all right. Almost 5,000 people saw this wonderful new product. I think it's very important for the utility of Doge. Potentially. Hey. I am a big fan of that product, I have to say. From now on, I think we've confirmed it through a market study. I may move forward with that. I'm gonna maybe moving forward with that. I guess I could hand them out at the beach, huh? Not a bad idea, to tell you the truth. Maybe I could, huh? Maybe we could. I was like, well, maybe we could, huh? Sounds like a stupid idea until like, okay, maybe we could hand them out at the beach. Well, maybe. All right. Nothing like a nice beach, huh? All right, so now would be the time in this framework here that we would really want to break out of this and do something really, really impressive. Band is up 25%. It has not slowed down. So we would think that maybe Doge is due. We have been focused on it intently. We have been escaping the speculative nature of people making claims that may be unsubstantiated about Doge, although I guess I can't be mad at them. I'm not even going to pick on and call people out by name. We've been very technical about things, It's just funny on Doge, but it's just true because it's important. People's money's into it. And it's a slow-moving critter, and then it likes to move really quickly, right? It really likes to do something positive when it gets positive. I like that. It's good price action. It's been a heck of a lot of fun, huh? This needs to pick up. And look at this. This needs to pick up. This is done great here, Pick this stuff up. Get it off the floor. It's just sitting there. It would be great, huh? We ought to, huh? Put a line, I mean a real line, in terms of like phone call live on the stream here to where we place a phone call to Tesla and we just let them know. I'm just calling in to make sure that you need to know that Dogecoin probably needs to go up right now. We wanted to send the message over to Elon. If you wouldn't mind, we'd appreciate that. It's technically indicated. It's not our opinion. It's just technically indicated. That'd be all right. I don't know. He's getting they're getting their information from somewhere. Unfortunately, the guy seems like he stays up all night long, huh? You think he stays up because of crypto? I don't even, honestly. What I know he works. He's got a lot of stuff going on. But, I mean, honestly, he's spending a lot of time in crypto, I would imagine. Very interesting, huh? Be funny if he's trading and he just can't get it right, huh? You never know, huh? Guy builds a rocket engine to Mars, right? And he can't figure out trade. He's like, darn it, huh? I keep buying high. I don't know. Let's see, Matic, what you got? Come on. Let's go through this. 3 minute. Square this up. And it's all right. Looks like it's going in the right direction. Slow and steady. Huh? What do you guys think the general sentiment is on Doge? Do you think people, are bullish on it? I mean, I think they want to be able to double or triple down at the lower levels, achieve that lower price. That's what I think. I think most people kind of agree with that. When we talked about like January, you could have bought it for 7 cents or 2 cents or 007. Any of those three within like a few hours, essentially. That's a big difference. Paying 10 times as much, or went up to 8, really, but pay over 10 times as much? Wow. Or then from 8 down to 2. It'd be so great for Doge to bust through this line. Come on, Doge. See what you got. Looks like a pretty good formation to me. I like the flagpole on that sucker. See that? What I like about it is this line right here leading into it. That line leading into it looks pretty solid. Looks like it had some good momentum to it. Good. You're set in 0.786 range for Doge. You mean down below, huh? Yeah. Very nice. Let me see where that is. Oh, what? We have this. So bond, you're around the 13.5, huh? Something like that. You're around the 13.5. Not bad. A lot of different implications. This could be a big move, huh? For Doge. If this breaks out, it could be like a 70% move. That's just me being realistic about it. Absolutely just reading the chart. Just what's implicated on the textbook. That helps. It's not my opinion. It's not anything like that. It's just that's the correct answer on an investment test or a market quiz. A master's final or something in on the market. It's that technically indicated. Like up to like 70%. Can it misbehave? Absolutely. Let's scroll down and see if we're missing anything else. Let's see. Band's still doing great. 20% up. That's nice. It's just like someone cranks some cash into that. I think it's the just maybe the it's somebody or the market put in a large little set of orders. PDAX really just got quit. Hey, what's NMR doing, huh? We have to check out NMR. That ran the other night, didn't it? Sure did. It's quiet right now, isn't it? Yep. What do you guys think? Interesting. Awfully quiet. Now, it hit up when the market was... NMR was the outlier, wasn't it? It was. Huh. And NMR is hedge fund cryptocurrency. Pretty cool, huh? That's pretty cool. It's there's a hedge fund trading program, etc. And there's some competition. It seems really complicated. I have to tell you that. It seems overly complicated a little bit. Let me see. So, but you guys can look into that if you're interested in a hedge fund competition. I think you'd do better just joining the VIP, staying in the VIP, and continuing to be around a bunch of day traders that really know what they're doing. And it's not that you don't, but it's just nice to be able to talk to somebody. The best traders on the street still go ask the opinion of the other traders. Literally. So, that's the way it goes. That's an odd accumulation, isn't it? I'm going to set this right here. Set an alert so we will be notified. There we go. We'll be pulled into that room to look at that. Get an update on it. PDEX, Matic. Matic just chilling. Matic with a turn. Come on, Matic. Interesting. That's on the 15. Let's go to the 30. Yeah, it's just looking like that. Boy, Marco has been doing really well, hasn't he? Marco Tovar has completed 5 trades in a row. And we always talk about, I always say I don't care about the amount, anything like that, just 5 positive trades. Like at some point, like work up to like, well, you have had, what is it? Maybe you have 35 positive trades. You'll stop caring about the number of zeros. And then they'll just start showing up because you'll be making so many positive trades. It'll be difficult to not have zeros start to show up. And people don't get that. Well, I don't want to just make a little bit of money. If you consistently make money like that and positive trades, 30 of them, it's going to be difficult for zeros not to start showing up in your account. Six. Marco's got 6 total now. And just, you don't have to make a whole huge amount of money, right? Just from 6, it starts to roll over, and you'll see the zero just show up. You can start with a reasonable amount of cash, real reasonable amount of money. You just start to roll it in, you know? It's very interesting. Congratulations, Marco. I'll write that in here. Oh, no, Bond. We take it as you are a big Doge fan. If you want to set your scope low there on your in terms of your pricing, that doesn't mean that you don't like it. That means that that you don't like Doge. That to the contrary, you want you want to get in at that right price to be able to experience the positive price action. It's already done 2 10Xs this year. That's phenomenal. That's beautiful. That's what we want. All right, Doge. Macro. Yeah, that's great. So in 6 days, Marco, since he joined 6 days ago, he's had 6 positive trades. That is awesome, huh? And you've been using, which is great, you've been using a lot of the pricing targets that we're sending over, this whatever the financial those pricing entries. That's really cool. Yeah, and you've been doing with those what you need to. I mean, that you've been getting stuff done. That's nice. Congratulations. I have no idea who is in this room, but there are a few people. All I have to do is show a few pictures of chicks at the beach with a brand new Doge deal, and within 10 minutes they hit the thumbs down deal. I'm like, dude, what other channel are you possibly watching right now? You should go watch that one. Absolutely. They should have a ban people who hit the down thumb button. Why would they stick around? Like, they feel compelled to hit the down thumb button. Like, just go somewhere. Go where you're not wanted. We love our people. We have good traders. They know better than to say anything in the chat. They'll get booted. I can't believe they'd be up at like this hour of the morning just to partake in something and be like, well, we don't like it. Like, just go do something else. We have a good group. It's a holiday. It's important. The market is open. The market's always open. We need good vibes. What's in the red right now? Luna. Again, could take off at any moment. Waves could take off at any moment. Bake. Not sure. Define. XMR. A uni. Oh. Interesting, that one, huh? Oh, that's one of those abbreviated pricing. That gets you in trouble. That's the ICP, Internet Computer. Not a big fan, me, of Internet Computer. It's incomplete pricing, right? Started up towards the end of the cycle with like a $40 billion, something like that, 40 billion market cap, maybe more than that, around that. People didn't know where the money come from, etc. Someone has been unloading that. You have to think of that because it's been relatively hot. People got interested in it, and the problem is whoever showed up with it has been unloading ICP into the market, like just absolute just chow, you know. That becomes interesting. It becomes technical at some point that it's holding this level. You guys agree, huh? We'll watch this for some velocity. I won't be surprised if it hits this with some velocity. So we're waiting for some pricing action. Matic is kind of stalled. Doge is really not doing much of anything. And that's okay. I appreciate you guys hitting the like button. Some people just hit the like button. That was nice. Just a few of you, huh? After my 2 cents. Our group is just not a popularity contest. We just want results, and we want respectful people, and people want to have a good time, you know. It's a cool crew. I mean, throughout the whole day, you guys are really, you're genuine, you're sincere. As you know, I wake up in the morning, you guys are, you know, chit chatting in the DM, VIP, just, you know, getting through information. You're always willing to help each other. I've never seen you guys have a crossword one with the other, like never. There's no animosity, there's no jealousy, there's no anything. It's a cool group, willing to help, willing to, you know, it's awesome. One of a kind. It's very cool. Conquering the descending triangle. And it is descending if you look at the line chart. Candles is symmetrical. All right. Now this is gonna just wedge in here, isn't it? What? Don't do this, huh? Doge. I mean, can't it? It can. It just refuses to. Oh, this is just insane, huh? Guys, do you realize we may have another 18 hours? Another 18 hours in this triangulation? Let's tighten this up. Hold on, huh? We got to tighten this up. Because that's insane, huh? Just want to draw this as well as we can. Not too tight. Yeah, that's good. Right there. That's a good line. All right, now we have a reasonable expectation. The problem is if Doge doesn't break this thing, this is so disappointing. Huh? I have to just say it'll probably move anyway. But guys, we've spent so much time on this descending triangle throughout the days and everything else, just like, you know, explaining what it is, all these different things. If it busts out the very end of it, it's just going to be typical because Doge has been so difficult technically. So it'll just make sense. I'll never forget it in a positive way. It'll be funny. It just has not wanted to comply with anything technically. So we're all into technicals, you know. Some things clearly on pricing targets, etc. It's done a great job at. It's just funny. It's almost like Elon team they need to be involved. Okay, this has up to an 11-hour additional time frame during which time it can behave. Now, I have a position in already, okay, as I do on many, okay, that is based on a Fibonacci. So I'm also prepared to like triple down at a lower level. So I don't risk being overexposed at this level if it goes down. I'm not all in at all on anything. I always have reserve cash. And so when I look at the decision for me to cut out, no problem, go to bed, chill, no problem. Why? Because I'm not like, we don't have to watch this. We don't, in terms of this, the lifestyle we're able to create with having backup levels of cash is, well, if this doesn't work out, we just, you know it's going to hit this level. It may come back into contact with the, as we look at this, the golden pocket on the aggregate is in play. that would be the next, kind of the next barrier for it to hit. So it's kind of like a double confluence, right? I mean, there's a layover. If we're to look at the golden pocket, yeah, the golden pocket is going to be right in here. So if it were to break down from that golden, or from the descending triangle, or the symmetrical, whether or not you're on the lines, that would be the descending, or symmetrical would be the candles. So the breakdown from that would have a pretty drastic price target, but you're going to run into your golden pocket again, the 61.8 to the 65th percentile, right? You're going to run into that again underneath your whatever fallout there is from that triangulation. So it's kind of like an extra buffer. So that's one thing it has going in its favor. If it were to break down, it's going to want to catch again. It's already caught 1, 2, kind of 3 times almost. So, you know, it might want to break out to the upside. If it does, that's great. This is kind of a reinforcement, this golden pocket, the golden lines you see, because it's normally a bearish pattern. The market's doing well, so it's a great time for it to break out from this bearish pattern. So the entry point is, you know, kind of down below. Let's just look at this. Let me do this. The accumulation took place in and along the entirety of this level per just kind of standardized guidelines of trying to accumulate things with a low cost basis, a low price per coin or price per share, whatever that is. So we achieved that at the 786. We maximized that with the 786. And really, the full retracement, or the zero gain, I'll say zero gain, or the full retracement, 100% retracement. If you say 100% retracement, it sounds like it's telling people that it's going to make money, or, you know, that's not it. It's actually retraced 100%. So the 0%, the line of capitulation, essentially. That 2729. So accumulation has been in effect the entirety of this Fibonacci at the levels, guys, at the pricing levels that are provided by the standard tool. Just there you go, no problem. Doubling, tripling down every level to maximize your gain and being ready if it wanted to take off. That's why you would double and triple down, even at kind of at the higher levels, just a little bit, and just a touch, and then double that down, then triple. Let's say 100. What is it? 200. Triple to 6, triple to 1800, triple to 5400, right? And you could play the bottom level for like 8100. That's just an example. It's not financial advice. It's just an example to get you thinking about your behavior in the market. Are you rationally guided towards deploying more money at lower levels? And on the entirety of this, right, are you geared towards deploying more cash at your lower levels, or lower level? There we go. Let me get this out. See, are you prepared to also deploy cash at this level? Put this over on the right. Until you are, you're going to at least feel exposed. This level right here, you're ready to 3x to 5x that level, that pricing target, the 1365. James Bond just telling me he's got that over in Australia. He's got those set up. At the lower level, heavier amounts of cash. Ready in case of a fallout here, just bam, perfect. Gonna get picked up. It's a good thing. That's how you make money. You specify pricing targets below, typically below, particularly if it's in a retracement below where it's at. You're always putting in something below, you know? You guys understand that you're always putting in a buy order below. I mean, I guess if you're buying into something like a pattern breakout, well, you're typically trading out below. You see, even in a breakout like this, at some point you're going to get into it, and you're going to, excuse me, you're going to be trading this like a Fibonacci. You say, no, we're just going to get into it when it breaks out. Well, you're in bull trend. That's, you know, that's up to you. But bam, here you go. You're already into the 50% retracement on up to, yeah. And it's a little bit of a that's heavy trading right there. That's pretty quick. You can get to it though. It can benefit you. So that's what we need to work on. That's what we need to figure out is how no. Come on, Doge. You guys see that, huh? Man, just when I give it 18 hours, it just decides to frustrate, huh? Now, the good thing is I'm ready to deploy at lower levels with reserve cash. No problem. I'd love to pick up things very inexpensively. I'd be happy to do that. Anyone who wants to profit understands you have to buy low to sell high. So it may have another kind of, I'm going to say another kind of swivel in here, another loop through this. It may have another one. It's got a long time to decide. It's got like 12 hours, potentially 12 hours. So this is when I say, because it's turned down, I would keep an eye on it right here. Let's do this. For breakout, I'd keep an eye on it right here. I would go ahead and set alert. I'll put Doge broke low. Just draw a trend line, right click on it, add alert, first option. Trend broke high, Doge. I have these set, and we'll just see how they work out so I can kind of pay attention to it. Orders set down below, like there's just no stress in it. If it wants to work out at this level, it's great. If it wants to travel down, needs to travel down to further retrace, no problem. I always have reserve backup cash for that specific purpose. That's just the truth. That way I'm never overexposed to anything. That's just the smartest way to run the market, in my opinion. Then you can have a position up in this level, and it's nice. It's no big deal. You can work on your Fibonacci's to maximize that position, you know, in terms of volume, and minimize your price. That's easy. So given the fact we probably have 10 or 11 hours, it is 3. You guys have a holiday weekend, right? We do appreciate your tuning in. We would be very pleased if you would join us in the VIP. We are full of investment bankers, analysts, exchange employees, rappers, soccer moms. What do we got? Artists, NFT artists, day traders, full-time day traders, lots of them. That's what we specialize in. Just a ton of good guys. I mean, you guys have seen the pictures all night long, and it's been really beneficial to, I think, to start in that direction. And we'll make it really cool. We'll make it really, really cool in terms of the interaction that we're able to provide you guys. And I know you guys you're into trading, so I mean, the sky's the limit in terms of how cool we can make this thing, right? It should be able to be like, you know, it's becoming interactive now. I'm working on that, but it should be something that's highly, highly, you know, interesting for people that want to trade. That's the other thing. So it's nice to have the eye candy and some different stuff now, but we'll make it very interesting for people who want to trade. Should be something different. I will not rest. I will rest, but I will not give up on the project until we really see something that you guys are just going to love. So that's going to be cool, because I would want a channel like that, me to watch one like that. So I know that you guys must want want to watch one like that. So, yeah, that's cool. I think it beats the other, like, standard run-of-the-mill stuff, or you get I can't stand it. You get these newspapers or news articles where people get, like, the hot stock of the week or something. I'm like, every time I get them, like, what is this? It's just not, there's a newsletter for something. Appreciate that, James. You guys be good. We got about 11 hours or so, maybe 10 hours. It can break to the upside downside. Set your alarms, set your alerts, and continue to eat well and sleep well. That's why we get off normally. Eat well, sleep well, and continue to invest in those relationships that you thought were important before you started to invest. I appreciate your time tonight and hope you guys just take care. Can't wait to hang out with you again, and I'll see you back over in the DMVIP. You base campers, join. We have 91 right now. We want 100. You guys can't be responsible for us not reaching 100, huh? No, you can't. Yeah, we're gonna be looking, huh, at you guys. Anyway, you guys got to move up. Ryan, nice to see you. All you guys, nice to see you. You guys be good. This is London with the Crypto Kingdom. It's been a good stream. I've enjoyed it. It's been fun. We'll talk to you guys soon. Happy Memorial Day, and shout out to all the service member men, women, and children involved in and around those families and service. A lot of us have family histories. Some of you guys have actual histories. I'm not formally affiliated with any department, agency, bureau, nor military division, domestic or abroad. We'll see you later. You guys have a good night. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.